We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Good morning and welcome to the King Shocks 38 Score San Felipe 250. I am Brandon Johnson. I'm your host, and I'll be bringing you all the exhilarating action from the San Felipe 250. But I can't do it alone, folks. With me here, we've got the Queen of Desert Assassins. We've got the Best in Desert champion. We've got a score champion. We get the one and only Heidi Steele. And of course, to her right, we've got 5-time ATV UTV Pro champ, multiple Baja 1000 finisher, the one and only Wes Miller. And soon in a little bit, we'll even have John Griffin join us as well. So, guys, the 250 San Felipe is ripping and there's a crackle in the air. The bikes are fresh off and moving and grooving, and we've got one heck of a race in store for us today. How are you guys feeling about kicking off the 2025 season?
I am so excited for this race. I mean, the San Felipe 250, it's the first race of the year, so everyone has a clean slate.
Right.
And this is the part where they start to build, they have the results for the very first time of the year. So it's exciting. I think everyone wants to go out there and win, and everyone sees themselves winning. So it's going to be fun.
Wes, how do you prepare for something like that? You've already been out there. You've seen the course. We'll get into that in a bit. But as a driver, as a racer, you've got some time off since November has passed from the 1000. What are you doing in your off time?
Yeah, I think, after the 1000, most teams probably take a deep breath, exhale, like, okay, let's analyze what did we do right this year, what did we do wrong, and what changes do we make to improve for the following season. So whether it's logistics, team structure, mechanics, things like that, or some of our heavy hitters are making like some engine changes, chassis changes, suspension. There's a few guys that changed their shocks. So, really it's doing that testing, doing all of your homework in the off season. So when it comes to San Felipe 250, you're hitting the ground running.
Hitting the ground running. Well, speaking of hitting the ground running, the motos have already been rocking and rolling. Who are your picks to take the Pro Moto? What do you say? Wes and I were joking yesterday. So Wes and I made our picks for some of the classes days ago prior to qualifying, but I'm still going to lean into Arturo Salas. We'll see where he's at. We've seen some people move ahead and some people are moving back. Eric Holt's run out of gas at one point as our leader. Who are you going with, Heidi?
Well, I hope you're wrong because I picked the Samuels team as my pick.
Okay, so. Very good. Wes, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think good minds think alike. So, I went with the 7X as well. I think that team of Tyler Lynn, Ryan Surratt, Carter Klein is stacked. Well, Mark Samuels on is he's kind of team manager and emergency rider, I think, really. Yeah. But, you've got some pretty good riders.
We got some good riders.
And there's good riders on a lot of teams.
For sure.
But, if I had to choose one, I went with the 7X.
All right. Well, more will be revealed. Why don't we take a look at our live stream schedule here coming up, and then we'll dive into more Pro Moto stuff in just a moment. Okay, here we go. So, we got the start. The bikes are already on the road doing their thing, or on the dirt, I should say. We got the four-wheel start, 10 a.m., unofficial moto finish, coming in around 11 a.m., and then we'll have our unofficial trophy truck finish somewhere around the 2:15 p.m.-ish time. And then here we got the starting grid. So we got Eric Holton first, Arturo Salas in second, Tyler Lynn third. And then we got the 27X team as followed by the 13X. Those are your top 5 right now. And here's some more of your Pro Moto Ironmen. And, they're just cut from a different breed, these guys. They're all in it. Some of these teams, too. We'll get into this in a bit, probably more with John. We talk about fuel economy and the power of splitting up the teams, understanding how those tanks only contain about 50 gallons or so, right? So strategy is going to play a big part of the success of all these teams. So we'll see what these guys do, but God bless these Ironmen and all of them.
I was excited to see Austin Eddy moving to the Ironman because I think this might be his first time. I think he raced Pro Moto last season, so I'll be curious to see what he does this whole season and today.
Cool.
I think, too, you said 50 gallons. I think it's 5 gallons on these bikes.
5, but they can go 50 miles approximately. Yet again, well, here we are, top of the season, getting corrected. Okay.
I'm blonde, so I didn't even notice.
Here we go. Let's get into it. Here's the start of the race.
So we're going to go right here.
All righty, here we go. The green flag is up. And off goes the 1X team.
Driver record is Tyler Lynn. And there he goes.
Tyler Lynn
7X.
making his way. See the sun coming up. We got that
4
beautiful
seconds,
golden
ready to
great
go.
weather so far
Adrian
too.
Ortiz.
Weather's looking good.
His score, Felipe 250, is underway. You see Jackie very intense watching the clock there. And there it goes. Edgar Nahr underway. It's on his
once they
gears
get out
there
of
in
town, their time will officially
Pioneer
begin.
Excavation and Grading and Blue Star Steel among its sponsors. JEM Plumbing. There they go.
Do you guys think that the motor racers lean into more of the
Insurance,
shorter
quality
races or the
transport,
longer races? Do
Motion
they
off-road
like the
racing among its
sprints or
sponsors.
do they prefer the marathon part of it? Because they can split it up, maybe? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's kind of a mix. With the San Felipe 250, because the course is so rough, when we're racing quads, and I know a lot of the moto guys, they like to break it up into smaller legs.
Yeah.
So, you're looking 100 miles, probably max, just because you're spent after 100 miles versus, like, say, a Baja 500, Baja 1000, where the course isn't quite as tore up. You're in some of the more fire roads and harder pack stuff, not the San Felipe whoops the whole time.
Yeah.
Then those you can have like a 250 mile leg or something like that.
Right.
So they're really kind of different. I feel like San Felipe, there's so many lines and it's so rough.
Yeah.
You want to have, say, 3 to 4 guys sprint each section.
Yes.
Versus in the longer races, you can have a guy on for like 250 miles or so, and he's not going to be as wore out as 100 miles of San Felipe.
For sure. Yeah, it is punishing. And, this particular course we've got laid out is really a bit of a maze, and they're hitting a lot of washes. Maybe, Wes, in a minute, some of the, again, you went out there, you saw it firsthand, you experienced it. We haven't had a ton of weather. That would, at least compact some of that. It's still very silty in certain places, rocky as all heck, very technical. Is that also, not only is it physically punishing, but what about the mental part of it? How does that wears on you after a while?
Yeah, well, I was down there this week pre-running. Right. I ran the course, so I know exactly what it looks like. And they actually did get some weather.
Yeah.
So a cold front came in, I believe is on Wednesday. And they were in the San Mateo Mountains, like Mike's Sky Ranch area, they actually were getting snow.
Wow.
So the course did get a little bit of rain on like Thursday, Friday, and it got really windy. And that wind will blow a lot of the sand around and fill some of the holes. Gotcha. That said, there's a ton of guys out there pre-running, and from what I've heard, everybody is saying the course is tore up and really, really rough. But, there's kind of a few storylines that I kind of see coming into this race.
Sure.
One is the course. Last year, the course went really far north, and there was a lot of dry lake bed in it. It ran, over, I think, 15 miles or something on Laguna Salada, where you're just wide open. Trophy trucks are going 130, 140 miles an hour. And they did Laguna Diablo. This year, no dry lakes. They're not even going past an area called Tres Posas or Three Poles, which is just south of Highway 3, which is the road that runs from El Chinero to Ensenada. Everything's really far south with this, and it's running all of the washes.
Yeah.
So I think that is going to end up bringing the pace and the average speed down a little bit.
Okay.
Last year, Allen won it in 72 miles per hour.
Set a record.
I'm thinking, I was hearing anywhere from guys calling it 50 to like high 60s. My personal opinion, I said 63 to 65. I'm kind of sticking with that, but I think 60 to 65 is where we're going to end up with average mile per hour.
And also, we'll get into it with some more of the course map dissection of it all, but for safety, there's some new things that they did. Nothing too crazy, but they did do some tweaks for the bikes. And so something at home, as you guys are maybe looking into live tracking and you're seeing how the bikes are moving along, they may look a little further than they really are. you actually have to subtract 50 miles at some point. They're making it up at the bottom end of the course. And then at some point, we're still trying to figure out what point that'll correlate and get into the current time. But as you're seeing, maybe looking at the live tracking currently, it may look like some of these competitors are much further along than they are. But for safety reasons, they have done some deviations to keep the guys safe so that the trucks aren't on top of them and stuff.
Well, and that's, I was talking with Johnny Campbell yesterday, so, of very, very storied motorcycle racer down here in the score races. And we were talking about how the courses are just so much rougher than, say, 20 years ago when he and I used to race dirt bikes and quads down here. Mm-hmm. And he pointed out, though, that Score now has made separate courses for the four-wheel vehicles and the dirt bikes and quads, and how cool that is, because they're kind of running a big loop, especially down south, of their own section. Mm-hmm. So it's not as beat up because you don't have all the trophy trucks out there pre-running on it and the buggies and UTVs and everything. Mm-hmm. So, Johnny really commended Score in doing that. I agree. I think it's pretty awesome that they've done that. Mm-hmm. And it's not just safety, it's just giving them different course to race on. And I think that's important because, if you think about it, a trophy truck's got a 40-inch tire with 3 feet of travel. A dirt bike, you're like 12 inches of travel with a 28-inch OD tire. Yeah, so right. There's a big difference there.
Well, we're wrapping out like crazy here about the course itself. Why don't we actually dive in to a video of the map course so we can see what the four-wheel vehicles will be getting into.
Let's take a look at the course and see what the world's best desert racers will be facing for the King Shocks 38 Score San Felipe 250. At a total distance covering 250.06 miles, this race course for motorcycles, trucks, and cars is an exciting new challenge, the ultimate test of speed, endurance, and sheer grit. For our fearless motorcyclists, 2 exclusive new challenges have been carved into the course. The first at mile 20.39, reconnecting at mile 71.67, and the second at mile 211.15, bringing them back into the fight at mile 242.69. The race kicks off at the legendary El Malecón, where the roar of engines will echo through the streets before competitors charge toward the San Felipe dunes. From there, it's a battle against the elements as they blaze across the unforgiving terrain of Zoo Road and push their limits through the rugged Cerro Moreno. But there's no slowing down. A hard turn takes them back through Llanos de Moreno, returning to Zoo Road, where they'll rip through the Morelia Junction. It's downhill from here, but don't be fooled. This is classic Baja California terrain, where only the toughest survive. The course winds through Llanos de San Fermin and past checkpoint 1 at mile 114.82 in El Carrizo Ejido. Not far, racers will stop over at BF Goodrich Pit 1 for new tires and fuel. The adrenaline surges as they rocket through the relentless Guatamote, Chanate, and Amarillas washes, before hitting the high-speed stretch parallel to Highway 5, racing back towards the San Felipe dunes and charging toward the showdown at El Malecón. This is Baja racing at its finest, a test of skill, endurance, and raw determination in this ultimate off-road battle.
Never a dull moment for the San Felipe 250, always an exciting race. And we've actually got some really cool race footage coming in here. We're going to roll for you guys, some stuff from the 15X Eric Holt. So here we got some heli footage. Might be some Andy Kirker footage going on there. I'm not quite sure, but we see him infield here. Not sure exactly. I don't know, Wes, you're pretty good, but any idea where he could be at this point? judging by lights, judging by
Yeah,
cactus
it would,
and dirt and silt.
So much of San Felipe looks very similar.
I'm sure.
I think that he's probably heading south. Well,
here we go. There's looks like some sort of a conjunction, and there's teams
this
there.
really kind of looks like south of town by the airport, but
yeah, nonetheless,
really
he's on the
tough to
course.
say. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can see he's making away.
You see there's a lot of lines wherever he's
I was
at.
just going to say that. Yeah, he's got plenty of choices. And here's Meridian Junction. The sun's getting a little more brighter now. So with that adjusted, like a little bit of a later start than we usually see in other races, the adjustment of going from more dark into light is not as extreme for these guys. The visor choices and such isn't too bad, and they're able to adapt to that relatively quickly.
Yeah, the shots that I saw of them at the start, the sun was already rising.
It was already kind of,
so I think they were in daylight really when they started.
Just a little golden hour.
Yeah, they're probably running either a clear or amber goggle lens.
Woo! So we got the 1X pit. Put gas in the 5-gallon tank, Wes. Ready to go. But you know, candidly, if these guys are under pressure, I mean, you're going to see how quick that is. Like if everyone's locked and loaded, that's about a 10-second pit. It's really quick.
Yeah, those dump cans are fast.
Yeah.
They're, I want to say you can do one in under 10 seconds.
Under 10 seconds, right. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed.
You know, you were talking earlier about what race the motos probably prefer, and I was thinking this is a good one because the weather's good.
Yeah.
You know, oftentimes you get to the Baja 500 and the motos are crossing dry lake beds at 105 degrees, and so you know it's just them and their bike. And that's got to be really tough on your body. And so this race, I think, you know, the high in San Felipe is around 75 today. So, I mean, the conditions are really nice.
Yeah.
Great weather for them.
And as you begin to prepare for the San Felipe, are you kind of ramping up? Maybe you're running or racing a few more times, well, maybe 1 or 2 times, and then it ramps up to 3 or 4 times. And like, how do you keep yourself sharp, I guess, in that off season as you're getting closer to these races?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of these guys, they go motorcycle riding, they go dirt bike riding to stay
Other
sharp.
competitions
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah, some of them have competitions, some of them do dirt bike rides. Cameron does a hell ride trip that some of the guys
and
go
you know,
on
guys
and,
like a lot of them run like the AMA District 37 races in the U.S. or the Work Series or the Big Six GPs.
There's not a lot of time off. They're pretty much constantly on the bikes.
Most of these guys are doing a lot more races than just the Score Series.
For sure.
You know, so this is the Premier Desert Series, but I would say the majority of them are probably out there racing a couple times a month.
Cool. Well, one aspect that we always love to see from you guys is social media. And so if you guys got videos or some really cool photos that you want to send us, at Score International, tag us there. And we've already got some stuff flooding in, so let's take a look at that. All righty. Here's the 100X, and apparently the bike had broken down at this point. Yeah, you can hear the engine go off. Taking a look and seeing what the problem is. That's got to be nerve-wracking. I'm not sure. Hoping that they got that issue resolved. There we go. More bikes ripping through. So we're kind of taking a look at the top 4 bikers coming through around race mile 17 at this point. So look, not too windy or anything like that. Conditions looking good.
So,
yeah, this is all like right by the Zoo Road crossing there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all whooped out. Some of that I think is actually in a speed zone.
Okay.
Right as you get to the crossing, you're in a speed zone. It looked like some of those guys were in cruise control there.
so the poor guy that couldn't start his bike again was Armando Ortiz, and it looks like he stopped at 17.9 miles. So I don't think it ever started.
Oh, really? He's still there?
Yeah.
Got you.
It's
Okay.
too bad.
Brutal. Well, if anybody from the team can update us, that would be super helpful. And here's our current leaderboard for the Pro Moto Ironman. There's our Austin Eddie up front.
I'm not surprised to see him up front at all.
All right, of course.
Yeah.
Now, he ain't going to hold back. Nice shot of San Felipe. Yeah, we got a whole host ranging from the splits all the way down to almost 10 seconds there with Vasquez at the bottom, the 766X team. So looking good. Again, San Felipe is in full swing. We are going to take a quick break, but not for long. Don't go anywhere. There's more of the San Felipe 250. Oh, and real quick, before we leave, we're going to do a little magic here. There's a new element that we're going to introduce for the San Felipe 250. In a little while, Wes is going to move to what we call the action desk, and I'll let him explain that to you a little bit. We're going to swap out. We'll bring John Griffin in. We'll get into the bikes, but we've got some really fun, cool elements ahead. Don't go anywhere. There is more of the San Felipe 250 coming up right after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Max's tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome to Baja California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome back to the King Shocks 38th Score San Felipe 250. And surprise, surprise, we've got another score champion on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's John Griffin.
Hello.
Trust me, there's hordes of people clapping.
Thank you. Glad to be here today.
At one point, we're going to have a live studio audience that's going to be roaring. John, great to have you with us. A lot of times, the last season, you were actually in the field helping the teams out. How does it feel to be on the stage?
Well, I'm glad to be back. It's not quite the action and the atmosphere of being down at the race course, but
I'll throw some mud at you, and Heidi will throw some rocks at you.
I'm going to enjoy not having to wait in the border crossing on the way home.
Right,
but,
right.
No, it's still cool being at kind of command center.
Yeah.
So I'm still communicating by my phone and texting back and forth with the 1X team. So that's the hero racing team that I was a part of. Although we had the old guys racing in the 50 class, and now we got the young guys. So last year it was 11X. So I really kind of focused on them, helping them to become the 1X. So I spent the time down there with those guys and kind of handing it off to the next generation. And so now glad to be back. Any new chatter that you've been hearing over the last few hours? Anything that, some new insights you can share with anybody? Or well, so basically a quick moto race recap. Yeah. The 15X was the first bike off the line. The motorcycles are starting 1 minute apart for the pro guys. Okay. Once they get through them, then everyone's 30 seconds apart from there. So 15X was first off the line, then the 1X a minute behind, then the 7X, and basically about 20 miles in. That's where they take the cutoff and then shorten the course by about 50 miles. The 15X was still in the lead physically. The 7X had passed the 1X at that point. So they're on the gas. That's the Samuels team. Tyler Lynn, one of the fastest guys down there at the moment, he was on the bike for them. So he made it past the 1X, and then the 15X led until, about race mile 110 where they ran out of gas, which you mentioned earlier. And yeah, these bikes usually have about a 3.5 gallon tank, 3.1, 3.5, depending on, like the Husky has a little bit bigger. Yeah. I know the Honda guys really don't like to stretch it more than 50 miles. So, and then if you're in sandy, gravelly stuff, whooped out stuff like San Felipe, the gas goes quicker. Yeah. And then if you have like somebody with a heavy throttle hand or a bigger guy, they can go through it in 50 gallons. And maybe someone that's a little more throttle sensitive or a lighter guy might be able to go 55 or 60. And the Husky guys used to talk about being able to go maybe 70 miles. Wow. So they tried to go 60 plus, and didn't make it.
You're
so
done.
they ran out of gas. So real bummer for the Air Colt team. I see that they're back in action and they've caught back up to the 13X and passed them. So the race is on. The 7X has the lead. Looks like they've got several minutes on the 1X team. And then the other thing about San Felipe, these right now it's become so competitive that most of the teams are running like 3 riders.
Okay.
So the 1X has Arturo Salas, Kieran Neeren, and then Shane Logan is new on the team. And there was a little bit of a silly season this last year in score, which is kind of cool, that Carter Klein switched from the Hero 11X team, which is now the 1X team, switched over to the Samuels team. So now he's on that team. So Carter Klein, Ryan Surratt, and Tyler Lynn. So
how does that rotation happen? Are there phone calls that are happening? Are there what's going on behind the scenes?
So there's actually like a Supercross team or there's race team managers involved who are out there recruiting sponsors. They also recruit their riders and try and sign them up for the season.
All right.
So Carter had an opportunity to make the switch to the 7X team. That SLR team has won tons of races and championships and kind of the lineage from Johnny Campbell, who's been up here announcing before.
Sure.
And so Mark Samuels has taken that team and continued to be at that high level. So the upstart Hero team that started with the young pros this last year won the title in their first go at it.
Right.
So with losing Carter, which was kind of their fastest guy on board, they went out and recruited Shane Logan from another team. So he was on the KTM team last year. So anyway, it's fun to see these guys get opportunities on different bikes and teams.
Riders, we've got a ton of them, and we've got a really cool video for you guys showing their highlights. Let's take a look.
Anyone who thinks that they're going to come down and beat Mexico, they learn very quickly that Mexico always wins. Sometimes you just get lucky enough that it lets you squeak through and do it faster than everyone else. You have to be smart and know when you can push and when you should back it down, and because it really is a cruel mistress that will catch you slipping and punish you if you are.
Off-road racing, anything can happen, and it will happen for sure. A normal person's life in a 10-year span happens in about 5 days down here. That what if factor, what could happen, and I guess that's like that draw that brings us down here.
What could happen? That is the million-dollar question. Baja somehow has a way of winning, though, sometimes, but sometimes it gets defeated. Saw a familiar face in that clip, John?
Yeah, I saw a little action of me on the 500X from a while back, so having some fun out there. Yeah.
Very, very cool. I think we got everybody else's prediction. Did you give your prediction of I know who you want to win.
So
who are you predicting?
I did predict the 1X team with a win. I certainly have to stick with my team for Arturo Salas and the guys. So I see one of our live footage there of earlier
clips
today of the pit, the first pit.
Look how deep look at Silty there coming in.
Yeah, that's the 7X of the Tommy Wash. So about like race mile 150 where they got on the bike. So some of my team was sharing some of their videos from this morning. So I shared that with the score group. So
very cool.
Really good stuff. But yeah, I think that the 7X and the 1X are going to have a great season battling. And then now the 15X, as strong as they ran today, will be in it.
Now, does your team, as far as the crew and everybody that's involved and stuff, is that for San Felipe a shorter type of competition? Is it a smaller crew and then it expands obviously as the races get more bigger? How do you guys delegate that?
Well, so San Felipe is a little bit unique because especially this year's course, it zigzags all through these mountains and washes, as you kind of pointed out on the map earlier. So sometimes that means you have to have as many pits as maybe the 500 because you can't use the same pit twice.
Right.
There's a couple spots where the course loops back on each other. So someone can move, see the bike, and then half an hour later they move over to another spot and see the bike again.
Yeah.
So, but there's about as many people helping out. Plus, San Felipe is pretty close to home. You get a race to the tip, and some people can't get the vacation time to get all the way down there. But yeah, this is definitely a fun one, and people want to get out of the cold and into the warm of San Felipe.
One of the things that we've been discussing is the importance of fuel economy and fuel strategy, and making sure that you've got people strategically placed in different areas to help your team out. And there are areas out there, and we'll certainly see that more too with the four wheels, about how your team may not be able to get to you in certain places, or there's always places where you don't want to break down, but just to get to you is going to be it can be much more challenging. Maybe a little different for the bikes. They've got a different course, not too crazy, but still, again, they've only got about 40 to 50 miles in their tank to get going. And if they run out of gas, as we saw with Eric Holt, it can impair you. So.
Well, that's right, and so as I mentioned, the Hondas typically have a 50 to 55 mile range, and so if you looked at the race and you said, okay, it's going to be 250 miles this year, and typically the San Felipe 250 range is between 250 to 300 miles. So you could physically say if we started with a full tank, we could do it in 4 pits.
Sure.
But then when we were laying out the course and where we wanted to pit, you're going, can you make it exactly 50? Well, that's not a great spot. That's on a mountain. That's on the wash.
Right.
You can't get there.
Right.
And so then it's like, well, can we do it in 4? Some guys that might make 60 miles could think, hey, if we can do this stretch, we might be able to do it in just 3 pits. Well, I'm always thinking that it only takes about 10 seconds in a clean pit for a motorcycle to stop and get gas. So, and then the other wrinkle for San Felipe 250 is, as you can see, this motorcycle. He's standing up the whole time. He's got rocks. He's got whoops.
Where are we here? Which wash is this?
Boy, it's hard to tell. But if you just watch the effort that they're expanding, not to mention that there's rocks hidden in the sand.
Yep.
So every once in a while you'll see that front end just twitch.
Pop.
And his life is flashing before his eyes as he thinks about whether that's going to send him over the bars or not.
Right. Very scary. Well, I've heard the Hub's Cameron Steele say, if you think it's a bad idea, probably is.
That is definitely one of his quotes.
Yeah, right. So he may be passing that idea on to some of these other competitors, but we'll see once his time gets going. But as far as the bikes go, so far, thankfully no injuries. Everybody's safe. Things are going well. Weather conditions are good. We've got a race. Oh.
Yeah.
And just as I said that.
Yeah, that's some footage earlier. Looks like a stall or something, or maybe picking it back up. Some other race notes in the classes. So we've got the 400X, that's a Shane Esposito team.
Yep.
And he is, again, punching above his weight, or the team's weight, because of the age, but he's running, looks like, about 5th motorcycle. He's passed all the 30 teams, so that's a 40-year-old class, although Shane's, I believe, more than 50 years old now. So him and Septian are, I think, riding on that bike this race. So those guys are looking like about 5th or 6th on course.
Not bad.
And then there's a pretty good battle right now between a couple of the Ironmen. And you guys had mentioned, what was your favorite, Heidi?
Austin Eddy. Yeah, love the family.
So, and there's another team that's not too far behind. So that Ironman really has become one of the key classes now. There's more entrants in that pro class than any other. So it's definitely been fun to watch those guys endure and go for it. It's beyond what I want to do on there.
I know. I think it would be fun to enter it for the San Felipe 250, but then, you got the 500, you got the 1,000, and I wouldn't want to be Ironmanning that.
Not me. I'm very happy sitting where I am right now. Although it would be really cool to get into a truck sometime. One day. Fingers crossed. You never know. There's... when it comes to Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, we have the winner, Jim O'Neill, and he is back with us in San Felipe. In his 7th decade, he's going to be joining the 400X Pro Moto 40, and we've got a fantastic video outlining his illustrious career. Let's take a look at that.
Hi, I'm Jim O'Neill. Growing up, I started out as riding TTs in flat track and then transferred to the desert. And then motocross came along, and that seemed to be the happy medium. I bought my first motorcycle in 1962. My first race was in Acton, California, and I borrowed a 57 Francis Barnett. For me, Baja is one of the last frontiers, and it's amazing that you can go down there and ride for hundreds and hundreds of miles all the way to La Paz at just unbelievable speeds. There seems to be nowhere else like that. Conditioning before the Baja race, you have to ride a lot. I don't go to the gym, I just ride. I'm always riding at least once a week. 4 to 6 weeks before a Baja race, I'll step that up to 3 and even 4 times a week. Almost all motocross. Our finish ratio has been fantastic, 96%. We've had excellent equipment. So I have no regrets, wouldn't do anything different except for possibly wishing I started in my 20s rather than my 30s.
Phenomenal career O'Neal has had. John, what goes through your mind when you watch a video like that?
Well, I'm actually good friends with Jim O'Neal. He's been on our team many times, and so I just like myself. I see the gray hair when I look into that into the mirror and into the camera, but we've been doing it forever, and we just can't give it up.
Yeah.
Once Baja gets in your blood, it's there, and you get injured, you get whatever, you get old, you get creaking, but it doesn't matter. You want to get out there because it gives us life. It really is an energy push to keep you going and give you motivation.
He talked too about how he starts to prepare for something like this. He's always going at least once a week, and then as the race gets closer, 2 times a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week, even in his 70s. And look, a lot of times we look in the mirror and we may look a certain age, but inside we still feel a certain way. And then once Baja's bit you, it's just sort of like, it just keeps you honest at 21 years old for life. It's something you can't escape. So it's very inspiring to see his story, and not just him, but all of the competitors that are still up in that age range, that are still cranking and ready to go, and they can't stop competing. They love it. So.
Yeah, that's right, and I think it's motivation, and so I still get after it and go race motocross,
get after it,
off-road, and it gives you something to look forward to. Like you guys were talking about earlier, what do you do between the Baja 1000 and the San Felipe 250?
Sure.
You start planning for the next one, and you look forward to it, and you're working at things, and yes, there's a lot of time, money, effort spent, but it gives you some motivation because you know that there's something cool coming up.
There is something cool coming up, John, and it happens to be the honor guard. Let's go down to the flag ceremony.
The Baja California State Government and the municipal government of San Felipe, as well as international, we want to welcome you to the first race of our 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. This, the 30th edition of the King Shocks SCORE San Felipe 250, celebrating the centennial of this beautiful port of San Felipe. A continuación rendiremos honores a nuestro lábaro patrio, para lo cual nos acompaña la banda de guerra y las escoltas del primer gym de la segunda región militar y la escolta del sector naval de San Felipe. And now we will honor the flag of Mexico, and we are truly honored to be accompanied this morning by the color guard and band of the first gym of the second military region here in San Felipe, as well as the color guard of the second naval sector here in San Felipe. Adelante, por favor. A continuación, escucharemos el himno nacional de México. And now we will hear the national anthem of Mexico.
Beautiful day down in San Felipe, getting things going. Nodding ahead and saying thank you to Mexico, as always, for hosting this incredible kickoff of the year, of our season. We always have so much fun, and we're very grateful for everything that the country allows us to do down there. And it just so happens that the San Felipe 250 Grand Marshal is none other than Mexico's own Gustavo Vidosola Sr. of the Legends class. We've got a nice video about him. Let's take a look. Gustavo Vidosola Sr. will be the Grand Marshal for the 38th King Shock Score San Felipe 250. Gus is a living legend behind the wheel, who has won the Score San Felipe 250 7 times.
Most fun thing I've ever done. It's been a lot of fun, and we've been very fortunate to have excellent results.
He considered his appointment by Score International executives an honor, both for his family and himself. Vidosola Sr. has won the Score Championship for the past 3 years in the Score Trophy Truck Legends class, and he will also seek to win round 1 of the 2025 Score World Desert Championship.
We're very lucky to have all these people on board with us, and I think that combination is what makes it a winning one.
Seven-time champ. Yeah, Heidi, you were saying earlier, I was like, how is he going to Grand Marshal and then compete at the same time? And I think, well, he's 7-time champion. He's just confident enough he can do it. He'll make it up. I don't know. What do you think?
We just both laughed about it, that he'll just make up the time. But, he is partnered with Ricky Johnson.
That doesn't hurt.
They won every single race of the last season. So, they just have a solid team. They have the talent. Mm-hmm. I'm predicting they're going to go out and win the Legends class again today.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know anybody. He's just so consistent, those guys. That duo of Ricky Johnson and Gus Sr. is just a powerhouse. Yeah. John, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that Gus Sr. and then Tavo, to have both of them, and Tavo qualified first in Trophy Truck, so it could be a Vidosola day out there in San Felipe, which would be awesome because those guys have been at it forever. And then Gus is relative to Earl Roberts, who was on my team forever. So there's a lot of families that just all of their intertwined families are out there racing. And another thing that a lot of fans don't know is that Gus Sr. and he runs an incredible, huge business of logistics in Mexico. and they actually have trucking line, and they truck equipment everywhere across Mexico and into the U.S. as well. And so they really have an empire, if you will.
Whoa.
So these guys are that are out there racing aren't just, you know, dummies that just stick in the dirt all the time, but most of these guys like Jim O'Neill and Gus Sr. and so forth, they're masterminds.
They're
they
businessmen.
are top of the food chain on just their logistics, and that's why they do so well in racing, because they've got to plan out not only how much do I spend on this truck and how do I make it reliable, but where do I put my equipment, and then what do I do for next season. So they're really good strategists and sharp people.
Could be a nice balance of the stresses of that line of work and then be able to come out here and let it rip for a little while, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not that what they're doing isn't stressful.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and, you know, that just kind of spins me off another direction really quick. You know, you guys do it because it's fun. It's exhilarating. You love it. It's great. However, it's a lot of work and it takes a lot of focus and all that stuff. Are you having fun in the midst of blasting at 104, like these, you know, your body's getting destroyed and all these kinds of things? How are you able to incorporate a healthy balance of fun, focus, and yet at the same time you're getting destroyed? I've always wondered how, it's not until we're at the end of it and the endorphins start to wear off, you're like, oh, that was amazing. But I wonder, like in the moment, are you having the thrill of it, or is it just like stay alive, stay alive? What's going through your minds?
Well, I always said that the pre-running was more fun than the racing. So, you know, you have a week or two of pre-running, getting ready for the race, and you really are having the time of your life. There's no pressure at that point. And then in the midst of the race, there is a ton of pressure, tons of anxiety, tons of adrenaline, but there are moments in the vehicle, and they're quick moments, I think, but where you go for a pass or you do something and you're high-fiving your co-driver. So there's a lot of, you know, excitement at those specific points in time. But for the most part, for me, in the race truck, it was intense.
I'm sure. John, how about you?
Well, I would definitely say that it's kind of like purifies your mind. You're singly focused on, you know, especially on a bike, you're just trying to look at your line the whole time. You're trying to push it. You know, there is some time, especially if you're leading your class or you've got some gap between the riders where, you know, especially, you know, getting into the 50 classes and stuff, I'll actually enjoy the beauty. I'll see the ocean when I come around a hill and go, man, this is beautiful down here. It's a beautiful day. Or it's cold right now and I'm freezing my tail off. But when you're just on that bike, you have an opportunity to just, you can't really think about all your troubles, your work, your things that are going wrong, your family.
You have to.
You're focused. So you just, it's so fun to be just not having to worry about anything else. And it cleanses you that way.
Well, we're about 8 minutes out from the trucks and stuff, but before we get to that, John was talking about the beautiful town of San Felipe, and we've got a great video diving into this wonderful destination. Take a look.
San Felipe is like no other off-road community.
One of the great things about Baja is all the fans and the spectators and the bonds that are created from it.
There you have it. So very grateful for the city of San Felipe for welcoming us all there. And again, you know, Rob Max talks about that opportunity to get involved with not only the city and the town, but the fans and everybody. And it's such a homecoming for so many people. Super, super special. We're very excited. So again, we're moments away from the trucks getting off the line, but before we get to that, let's take a look at around race mile 60 where our bikes, our Pro Motos are at. We'll try to bring that graphic up for you guys, bring you up to speed. Oh, here we got some live footage, it looks like, from the helicopter. Here we go, Pro Moto Ironman actually at race mile 61. Again, Austin Eddy still out in front, 729X team. Take a look there. Got some good pace going on the bike.
Yeah, and you see Serna's only 2 minutes behind, which in Baja times, that's really close.
That's pretty close, right?
Yeah, you know, one little spill, one hitting a rock and going off the course, stalling it for a bit, and it could be a changed race.
Now,
so
when they're going off of the, they're going in 1 minute intervals from the start of the race, though, right? So
at the Ironman guys, they'll get down to 30 seconds.
Is it
so
30
just
seconds?
the unlimited
Okay.
pros that go a minute apart.
That's a minute, okay.
Yep, and so yeah, if Serna started in second, then he's really only a minute and a half behind.
Right.
On,
so we'll get to adjusted
time.
times later, but yeah, you can see the splits and our top 10 right now for the Pro Moto Ironman. Brought to us by Optima. Thankful for that.
Yeah, he's working pretty hard here. You notice all those
Yeah.
rocks that he was diving in
Yeah, I was
between.
going to say.
And, you know,
Eyes forward.
You're trying to get in between the two rocks here and there, and when you're doing it right, you know, you can look like it's no problem. And then when you do it wrong, it's like, oh my gosh, I might be taking a spill.
Yeah, everybody knows then. So here we are down in San Felipe here, getting ready for the trucks to head off the line. We got Tavo out in front there, 21. And, you know, obviously the big story that we'll get into a little bit later is that 1 point difference between him and Allen that they went through last season. So it's going to be a heck of a battle today. And you know your point about you got the Gustavo Senior in the 1L class ready to go. You got Tavo. It could be Vidosela San Felipe. We'll see. But
I think Tavo is very hungry for this win.
I was just going to say, yeah, he's a lead-footed, and I've always kind of loved the battle between him and Allen. They both are aggressive. If you guys remember the San Felipe 250, historic speeds. I mean, and here's our starting grid right now. And yeah, when you see the numbers in red, that means that they won it last year. But I mean, look at that top 10 right there. I mean, all just absolutely fantastic, aggressive drivers, competitors. It is going to be just a battle, and it's going to come down to, again, here's the starting grid for Class 1 as well. We'll let those kind of spin through as we talk over it. It's going to be just a fantastic, fantastic race today. Looking forward to it, for sure. And then we got, obviously, Trophy Spec. McNeil, you know, he's going to let it rip. I mean, again, those top 10, it's anybody's, anyone can grab this thing.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting is this starting order, there are all-wheel drives, the four-wheel drives, and the two-wheel drives are all mixed, depending on their qualifying order.
Right, and limited's all in one big starting thing.
Yes, and it isn't until Trophy Truck Spec that then, you know, it's the Trophy Truck Spec qualifiers for that particular class. So these guys are mixed up. It's going to be kind of interesting to see what happens.
Sure. And then we have the addition of the two-wheel drive. Oh,
yes.
Never mind. Pause that. Going down to Rat at San Felipe. Take it away, Rat.
Watch all the action live. It's going to be just an absolutely insane race, Kevin. And we have so many in-car cameras. We've kind of been working up to this with the drones, but we're going.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. We're less than 1 minute from the start here. Tavo's getting ready to take the flag. 30 seconds out.
Okay, so first off the line, driving for Mexicana Logistics, Banix, King Shocks, Bora Method, Hal, Ibach, and Telcel. Number 21 out of Mexicali, Tavo Vildosola. Here we go, counting it down. Our first trophy truck's getting ready to leave the line. There he is, number 21. Second place last year in the championship, but he's going for a win here. Top qualifier leaves the line.
Boy, Rad, I really feel I was up this morning. The bikes out there and the crowd feeling right at the start. The bikes are flying up the course, but look at it now. Look at all of here. Up next, right here, look at that truck, very famous and favorite. That's Bryce, Vegas, Nevada. Of course, as always, Orange, his right hand man all the time. Those guys work together. They're so smooth. It's a Mason Motorsports Red Bull Amsoil Toyo tires, KMC wheels, Fox Polaris Razor, and Baja Design are the people behind that team there. You're going to see the countdown. I think it's every 1 minute. Let these guys out. There it is. We're 8 seconds out. You're watching along with us. Nothing better than that sound. And Bryce is off.
And leaving the line third, he's out of El Cajon, California. 3-time score World Desert Champion, driving for BF Goodrich, DLM Method Race Wheels, VP, SDG, Fox Shocks, and Monster Energy. Number 83, Mr. Luke McMillan. Cool Luke is on the line. The crowds are picking up, as Kevin said, man, this is going to be one heck of a day down here. Weather's perfect. Racers are locked and loaded as we send our third trophy truck off the line with just 8 seconds to go. Count them down for the green. And Luke is on course.
Another crowd favorite. Up there next, Alan Ampudia, truck number 1. Of course, listed as his co-drivers here are Aaron Ampudia, Kyle Kraft, Rodrigo Ampudia, David Castling, Rodrigo Ampudia Sr., Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, La Familia, KFC Wheels, OMP, Papas and Beers, King Shocks, and many others behind this team. It's so fun down here for me, Rad. I think you feel the same way when the Mexican drivers are doing so good. The crowds down here really get behind them.
Well, we had 3 Mexican teams, top 3, on the podium for the World Desert Championship Series. So 3 of the champs, Baja's best. And talk about Baja's best, there goes your champ right there. Alan Ampudia is going green. Up next, driving for Aubie French, Fox Method Race Wheels, Danzio FK Rod Ends, Racer Coffee, Nacho Off-Road Lights, Justin Lofton Foundation, The Butcher Shop, Lubbock, Danzio Performance, and VP Racing Fuel. He hails from Lockney, Texas. Number 41, Justin Lofton. Great qualifying position for Justin, as he's going to be our 5th truck off the line. It's all about the dust. Once you get out on course, the first 50 miles is really where it's just a battle. It's start getting your positions down, finding out who's holding the pace, seeing where you got to be, and then the real race starts. But this is the short one, but Justin Lofton is off to battle.
Up next, you see that beautiful orange truck, the 2-engine truck, but the driver of this truck right now is certainly a crowd favorite, well known everywhere. That's Mr. Robbie Gordon. Behind that truck right there, that number 5 truck, driving for Clyde Stacy. Co-drivers with Robbie today are his son Max, Justin Maney, and Damian Duran. That Geyser truck is really something, right? You know a little bit about that truck.
Yeah, we did. Rick was actually came across the line for contingency yesterday. We were talking about it a little bit. But yeah, those of you that don't know this truck, they built it just a handful of years ago, but 2 motors, 2 transmissions. Robbie Gordon's going to be starting it, taking it to the first 90 miles. And then his son Max Gordon's going to take over. But Robbie, he's on his way to pit number 1, where he's going to change it off to Max Gordon. Rebels, Texas, driving for King Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, KMC Wheels, Baja Designs, Joe Gibbs Racing Engines, Miller Sign Corp, Heatwave Visual, Ebco, Traco, One Life Trauma, VP, and Specialized Powder Coat. keeping that thing looking dialed in, number 70, Kevin Thompson. And of course, he's driving with Harley. Lettner's going to be sharing the duties, and I believe Harley is starting the race, so he should be behind the wheel as this green flag goes up. Right here for number 70 of Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner. And it's crazy because it sounds like one big motor. Like, I mean, obviously the exhaust and everything's hooked together, but it's crazy that what went into that truck. Who do we got next, Kevin?
Yeah, right now is maybe the winningest driver of all time, Rob McCochran, up next here. That's truck number 11 out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Rob's hooked up with a lot of people this year. Barry Caracas, Ralph Navarro the 4th. Barry Caracas, Rafa Navarro the 3rd, and David Dehog.
Yeah, and talk about this truck too. Oh. Building some. Go, Mac driving your vehicle. You to have a good finish out here.
100%. He's just 5 seconds away. Fastball Racing, BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheels among his sponsors, and there goes Rob.
Fastball coming in hot. Up next. Going for their 4th championship in a row. They're hanging on to that 1L plate. Driving for Mexlog, Toyo Tires, Inner Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, King Shocks. How and Impact. The driver of record was actually our Grand Marshal as well. He dropped the green flag here because he's teamed up with Ricky Johnson, but driver record of the 1L is Gustavo Vildosa Sr. Just been on fire in this legend class, so they're your top qualifier in legend class. And if you look right here, I mean, we got the top trucks, but a legend, and that's really the wheel. Talk about legends. Those are 2 of the biggest, baddest in the game, and Ricky's on course.
Big gun. Now up next, out of Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada, you're looking at truck number 58. That's Tracy Graff.
The Crazy Canuck.
Justin Smith, Cole Campbell, and Raul Ramirez sharing the duties. That's a Racer Engineering JBS truck. BF Goodrich Tires, Fox, Butch's Speed Shop, MPL, VP Race Fuels, and PSS. Their sponsors here. Tracy Graff's been around for a while, right?
Yeah, he absolutely has. And I was telling him when I did his interview yesterday during contingency, we're staying right here at Baja Mar. Beautiful rooms. If you haven't seen them, there's just a few rooms in the back, but huge, like the most amazing picture of him right over my bed. It's pretty cool. Like, I felt right at home with the trophy off of me. Here he goes, and that's Graff going green.
Heidi, you were mentioning that Cameron really loves this race. Tell us why.
Yeah, this is one of his favorite races. I think he likes a shorter sprint type race. I think he likes being on his toes. I think he likes to go fast. I think it's harder for him to try to hold back sometimes and save the vehicle. So
something interesting too, though, that he has been mentioning was an injury that he had suffered, and he's dealing with it right now, and he's showing up. Can you elaborate a little bit as to how his back is doing and what happened at that point of impact that he experienced?
Yeah, so he was actually testing the trophy truck, and I'm not quite sure how he did it, but somehow
I don't think he knows.
Yeah,
like he knows what it hit, but he doesn't really know what happens, right?
Yeah. I think somehow he just like stuffed the truck, and it just kind of stopped. I mean. And the impact was so hard. It wasn't even like he hit and the back end flipped up and then came back down. Yeah, it was like a stop.
What did he call it? Like a point of contact or a gravity hit or something like that? Like he had 5 G's in one area and then like 3 G's hitting it. So it was this compaction.
Yeah.
And it tweaked his L5.
Yeah, he was really worried At
was
first,
bad.
he wasn't worried the day it happened, but then the day after and the subsequent days, it kind of got worse for a little while. And then luckily this week it did start getting better.
Wow.
But yeah, he was sore in his lower back and the front side. He ended up getting a couple scans.
Yeah.
He got an MRI of his back
Sure.
and then a CAT scan of his front organs just to make sure everything was good, not bleeding.
Okay.
So.
Wow, that's wild. And here he is, what about 16th off the line? He's about to get into the,
Yeah.
it's a testament, cut from a different cloth.
Well, like John said, you get addicted. Like it
Clearly.
is just it is just in your blood.
Wow. Well, we're very happy that he's joined and he's okay and he's safe.
Yes.
And the Steele family is up and running.
Yeah.
John, what's your prediction for the trophy trucks? We were talking about that earlier.
Well, I had made my prediction before the qualifying, but I went with Bryce Menzies.
Nice.
And he qualified second, so I think that he's got a solid shot at it.
Yeah.
So I always think on the 250, it's such an attack race. You've got basically 4.5 hours in a trophy truck to get to the finish line. You have no chance for an error, and the McMillans have always been fantastic, and Luke's, cool hand Luke, if you will.
Yeah.
And I think that their logistics are beyond any other team potentially sometimes.
Yep, yeah.
But in this race, it doesn't pay as much, advantage.
Yeah.
So if you have, you don't really have to rely on that quite as much. So then it's the guys that just hammer, but can keep the truck in one piece.
Well, speaking of hammering, here's Alan and Pooty out front. Now, Alan was my pick again before qualifying, and I look. What he did last year was phenomenal, historic. It was incredible. And if there's anybody that can catch Tavo, now nothing from Luke or from Bryce. I agree. I mean, Tavo doesn't want to have Bryce on his tail either, but it's like that top four is just insane, and it's going to be a battle. And look, hey, let's dive in a little bit deeper on Alan here with a great video about his historic race at San Felipe last year.
This course is pretty rough. It's San Felipe. It's basically the roughest Baja has to offer. Just excited about it all. I think the last 30 miles are pretty fun. All leading to Borrego is pretty technical and rough, so excited for all of it. Oh man, that was so fun. That was so fast. I think it was like a 70 mile per hour average, so that's insane. We were battling all day with Toby. I'm freaking tired, man. That was rough, but so much fun. I mean, when you're winning, everything's fun, right?
Alan and Pooty at fastest in the race, and now a quick video on the pace of the race from Wes Miller.
As race cars and technology advance year after year, the pace of desert racing continues to get faster. Last year was a blistering pace of 72 miles an hour for the lead trophy truck. This year, it's a little bit more technical course, so I talked to some of the drivers about what the pace is going to be like at this year's King Shocks San Felipe 250.
This year's race course is quite a lot different to a San Felipe. The first lap I did around it just felt completely different. Some areas we're going through, didn't quite know where we were. So it's last year's event, we were averaging, I think it was 72 mile an hour, and I think this one we're back to around that 50 mile an hour average. So yeah, the speed's dropped a lot in this one, but the track's really rough, it's really brutal. It's going to be hard on the man and machine.
So the average for this race is going to be fast, even though it's bumpy in spots. But seriously, I predict it's going to be right at 60 mile an hour average. So that's I think it's going to be a safe number. And anybody wants to take a bet on that one, I'll bet you a beer on that one.
I don't know that we're going to average 60 miles an hour with all the sand washes, because you just can't get up to speed. A lot of tight technical stuff. Mote Wash has a gnarly rock crawling section. It's probably the gnarliest rock crawling section that we've had at a score race in my memory. Matomi's been bad before, but I actually think this section in Watamote is more difficult for people. I know pretty much every day that I went through there pre-running, there was people out of their cars trying to look and figure out the way through there, and I think it's gonna, get some people stuck in there for sure.
San Felipe is our sprint race, and you must go for 4.5 hours. If not, you're not winning. So it'll change. This year it'll be a little bit different. It'll still be fast.
So I don't think the average speed will be in the 70 range like it was previously, but it's going to be pretty close. I mean, I was telling my navigator that there's some sections that are 40 miles long that we could average 90 miles an hour on. I mean, it's insane how fast and direct some of it is. The bumps are starting to show up more and more, but I'd also say that this is one of the less rough San Felipes I've seen so far. But again, pre-running is still developing, and it's going to be brutal when it comes to race day.
I think we'll be charging hard. I think we'll all be stacked up, and every year is different. Every year is different. 2 years ago we won this thing by 15 minutes, and last year it was a really tight battle all the way to the end. So it all depends on that and what you're willing to risk at the end. That's kind of the tough part right there. Is you don't want to go home knowing you just got beat. You want to know you gave it your all, and but at the same time, you don't want to kick yourself for making a mistake. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the side of the road thinking, God, if I just kept the truck together, we would have been right there, And so I'm thinking about a 90 to 95% pace, which is harder than a Baja 500 or 400, but I don't think it'll be an all-out 100% pace at this year's race. Too many rocks, too many sharp bumps.
Here's a drone shot. San Felipe. Race start here. Ceremonial race start. A lot of the drivers, giving their 2 cents about what they're seeing out there. Washes could play a big factor in the pace of the race. And shout out to Wes for a great video collecting all that info. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, they said it's a sprint. Tavo said it's a sprint race. If you're not going 120%, you probably aren't going to win it. It's going to be somebody that's going to be all in, all the way, and dodging rocks. Hopefully, no vehicle issues and mechanical issues and such. It's going to take experience. It's going to take courage. You're on the line for it.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how this stacks up, because there's not a lot of race miles on the north end of San Felipe. Most of them are on the south end.
Right.
Yeah, and there's 5 washes. I think when I was racing San Felipe, we went through a couple washes, but there are 5 this year.
Yeah.
And so that's those washes can be really challenging.
There's sections of this course too that they've never even competed in before, that Jose G was talking about. There's not a ton, but for some, here's a really great shot. Some in-car action for you guys. But yeah, there are certain sections, and like you said, all of a sudden you're coming into this area of just wash after wash after wash. How does that affect your pace, your strategy? How does that affect your fuel? We talked a lot about fuel economy and stuff like that. So it's going to keep them all honest, and it's going to keep them on their toes for sure.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear what pace they thought they were going to set, how many miles per hour. Cameron shared with me that he thinks it's going to be a really fast race, but not quite as fast as last year. So. I think those washes are going to hold them back a little bit from the speeds that they hit last year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you look at Ampudia right there, and I kind of like him as Hammer Time, is kind of my name for him, because he is just aggressive. He's a good pick.
Agreed.
It's like always, if he can keep it in one piece, he could win. Kind of like Robbie Gordon was always, if he could keep it in one piece, which sometimes he didn't. But those whoops that he's going through in that section with all those fans, those are knee deep to hip deep whoops. And on a motorcycle, I'm going 40 miles an hour is really fast on a bike.
Yeah.
To be coming across. He's hitting those things at like 90 to 100 miles an hour.
He's skipping over
truck.
it like a stone over water.
Yeah, and that's just the Zoo Road, the crossing that he just went across, or Morelia Road. And there's a speed zone, which is why he's going so slow.
Sure.
Now listen to the engine. And so those are just massive jumps, and in many cases they're pretty hard dirt too underneath.
Sure.
It's not just giving sand, and just continuing to accelerate. They're just amazing machines, and that the people can get that close to the course is still quite crazy and awesome.
Well, as you said, you know, hopefully they'll keep that truck intact and make it across the line. Sometimes some of these trucks do not look the same from when they started to when they finish.
Yeah, I think another thing that a lot of the truck drivers like for all the UTV courses, the four-wheel classes especially, of San Felipe is that it's on the desert floor, and there's more places to pass. So there's just lines that go around, and they're so beaten up and rough that there'll be another line to the left, another line to the right. And if a truck tears up a bush or something like that, it doesn't necessarily disable the truck. You just keep rolling.
New options.
And so you go through a mountain pass. Well, it's a mountain road. You're not gonna. Your only way is to get ahead is nerf someone until they pull over for you. So in this particular case, you just pick a different line, put the hammer down, and see if you can pass them before the next corner.
I have to tell you guys, so as we're looking at this video footage, what it reminds me of is in 2004, I was at my very first race and I was in this area. And with the helicopters flying over, the trophy trucks coming through, and at that time it was like Mark Post and Nick Baldwin, and I don't even know. Yeah, I think Rob might have been racing. But anyway, that's what excited me about racing. And I told Cameron when we left that race, because I was watching him and he was in a 1600, I said, I really want to race. But it was this excitement that got me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if fans at home, make sure you get down to Baja and actually see one of these races in person, because there's nothing like it. To hear the rumble of a 1,000 horsepower trophy truck that's coming by, and they growl and they snarl, and the suspension, you just hear the tires poof, 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 poof off these whoops at 90 miles an hour that, again, are ridiculously rough.
It just, again, I say often, it really takes a very special, different caliber of a driver to be able to control the horsepower you're speaking of. You don't just step into a trophy truck.
Right.
You know, it takes a minute. Heidi, how did you kind of make your way into a vehicle of that power? You know, how do you graduate up to that level where you feel confident and safe to be able to control a truck like that?
I was really fortunate because
There's Cameron.
Oh yeah, that's the hubs.
Go ahead.
I was fortunate because the McMillan family was so generous in giving Jessica and I an opportunity to test in their trophy truck, and so we brought some really qualified navigators with us and went separately, but different days and such. But they actually helped us to figure out how to set the pace at that speed. And
gotcha.
Yeah, so she was moving up from a different truck class, and I was moving up from unlimited, 6, and they helped us to figure out how fast you can go. And sometimes it was, you need to go faster or you're going to have an issue. Yeah, and so just having that coach in your right seat for a good year was what helped me.
Speaking of coaches, we saw a little bit earlier, we had some in-car of Robbie Gordon. He has his son Max with him in this race, and it'll be interesting to see how Max does when Robbie hands that off. But really cool to have Robbie back in San Felipe this year.
It's super cool. I remember when I was racing, Max was just a little boy, and it's so cute and so cool that he's going to actually pretty much do most of the race miles today. So I'm excited to see how he does. He's obviously had a lot of experience, and he's got a great coach in his dad, and so it'll be fun to watch.
So something new this year is the two-wheel drive trophy truck class that we've been introduced to. Met with mixed reviews to a certain degree, but how's that been at home? That Cameron's famous for the 16 truck two-wheel drive. What are his thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Opinions?
You know, I think he's fine with it.
Yeah.
And actually, I think the way he looks at it is, I'm going to race against the two-wheel drive class, but I can also still go for overall.
Exactly.
So he
Yeah.
has, there's no mixed reviews in our house.
Okay.
I mean, in a perfect world, he'd want to be in an all-wheel drive trophy truck. But right now he's not. So, you know, I'm excited to see what transpires today with these two different classes. I think it's pretty cool.
There's Tavo. He's our trophy truck leader right now, around race mile 26, making his way through.
Yeah, I think that on the two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, you know, it gives the two-wheel drive guys a chance to win their own class. And the four-wheel drives have gotten so good. At first it was, hey, they're kind of better here and there, but the two-wheel drives still had a chance, and like Rob Mack would pop in with a Baja 500 win in a two-wheel drive.
Right.
And Larry got in there once in the top 3 and scored a win and stuff. But now they're reliable, they don't break, they're just, they figured out all the bugs, and they're just, in most cases, superior.
So does this open a door now for more two-wheel drives to start to come in more often? It's opening up more opportunities for, gosh, I don't know, new sponsorship, new crews, new people, you know, does it? It seems like it could be a plus.
Maybe it gives an opportunity for where the old trucks go.
For the old trucks go.
Yes.
Right.
Where do you sell your truck? It's still worth something.
I think that's where I was trying to go.
Yeah. So someone else can come
Bryce
on board
Menzies
and race the two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, Heidi, what are these? The current Geyser Mason trucks, roughly $600,000, $650,000 or something for a top-of-the-line four-wheel drive truck. So it's definitely not a poor man's sport for sure.
Bryce took a different line there for a moment.
I like the options.
Yeah, he's got options here.
Yeah,
And
earlier I could see Alan just kind of straightening out his lines off the start, and I was like, that's going to make him faster, you know. He wants to catch Tavo, that's going to help.
It looks, I mean, they're kicking up a lot of dust there. Very, very silty as it is.
Yeah, I like those rock
Drone
sections.
overheads.
That's where when they're drifting sideways and they're seeing the rocks, you know, they can't be hitting the embedded rocks that are in the ground because they'll blow the tire off the rim, even with bead locks, and that will potentially, you know, cause them to flat and have to pit and change a wheel out. So it's like, how fast can you push? Those are nice sections where kind of the skill of the top drivers shine.
Yeah, you have to be particularly careful with your sidewalls. The tread of the tire is pretty solid, but those sidewalls, if you're sliding it into a embedded rock, that's where
you got issues.
Yeah, and you can see how sharp some of those rocks are. So also a technician type of a driver, like maybe Cameron enjoys it because you have to be perfect. And sometimes, you know, where that drivers are a little bit more wild and sliding and aggressive, but it can bite them. So a guy that, or even like a Larry Roser or something that's, you know, Mr. Baja, that might be just precision perfect, might have some advantages.
Yeah.
There goes Alan. Yeah, you know, I mean, here's some in-car. They all seem pretty close. You know, you can see in the distance we got dust. These guys from Tavo to Bryce to Alan.
Yeah.
Where was Luke? I didn't see Luke.
He's in
Luke.
third.
I saw Tavo, I saw Bryce, and then we saw Alan, but maybe, I'm sure Luke came through. Maybe we just missed him.
He's showing in third.
Yeah, he should be in third.
And one thing about these cameras now, folks at home, these new stabilization cameras that they're putting on these trucks make it look like it's smooth, like it's a freeway drive out there. but trust me, their heads are bobbing and they're bouncing, and the trucks are amazing, though they do smooth it out quite a bit. But I always when the guys have the GoPros now on their helmets, I'm kind of bummed because the new camera's like, it was not that smooth. There was no way. Those were really rough. They were rocks. I was all over the place.
It's more.
Yeah, I remember
chasing Bryce.
Racing this course in a limited truck was so brutal. The 7SX class. Oh my gosh, I was ready to get out at 100 miles.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking when you were talking about trophy trucks. I think probably in a lot of ways they're easier to drive than some of the others with limited travel and limited capabilities.
Sure.
So the tough thing is to go fast. How fast can you go in that trophy truck against the competition? Because the the capabilities are so amazing. I used to say that with a motorcycle, you're looking at how deep are the whoops.
Okay.
The trucks just eat up the whoops. You don't even have to look at them.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at the rises and the falls so that you don't catch something like Cameron caught, where you caught a big ditch at speed, and now you're hitting the wall of a wash because you're going too fast. So it's what you're looking at is way different.
Well, we are looking at in-car with Robbie Cochran here, the GOAT. He is at a nice clip, moving through. And there you go, John, to your point, you know, you're seeing, we can tell they're bouncing around in there, but the camera is stabilized, and shout out to our score crew,
I'm
production
excited
team for a
to
great
watch.
setup.
I'm excited to watch Rob this year because he really had a tough season last
He
year.
did. A lot of mechanical issues.
Yeah, they have the new Jimco truck and they were working out a lot of bugs. And in fact, at this time last year, he wasn't able to qualify for the San Felipe 250, so he had to take a rear start.
Yep.
And I think started 36, ultimately having more mechanical issues. But
And sometimes, again, it's not even mechanical. It's the gas thing. We saw some competitors last year around race mile 170, somewhere in that pocket, run out of gas, having a great race, doing a great job, and then something goes sideways like that, and it just docks them. Oh, Robbie Gordon's now.
Okay, so now this
halting. See what's going on here.
That doesn't look like Robbie, right? Does that
Is
look
that Max?
like Max?
I think it's still Robbie.
It's got to be
Still
Robbie. I don't think
okay.
that they would switch this early. I think, though,
Is
that
he
he
stuck?
did say that Wes may have a video
He's
of
certainly not
interviewing
moving.
them that he's
Oh,
going
it
to
is
switch
Robbie.
at race mile 40.
Maybe this is where they're switching.
Yeah. So if he's around
No,
race
he's not
mile
getting
40,
out.
I'm
It's not
thinking
where
they
he's
got a
switching.
problem.
Yeah.
Max
Oh,
is-
that would be terrible.
Max
Can
is
you
getting out.
imagine if Max never had a chance at it?
Huh, interesting.
Maybe
Again,
something in his steering.
There's, and we can, oh, hold on a second.
Oh, flat tire, front.
Definitely.
I think if it was just a tire, he'd probably be hard at it. There must be something else
He'd be
going
out.
on that he's got to figure out what's going on. What do you want me to do? I think Wes had something on this truck being
So
unique,
Wes,
the
and
design
we
of the
can,
machine.
We'll get up to the action desk in a bit. This particular truck has 2 engines in it. It's giving it an extra 1,000 pounds. We'll get some more information on that, but it's kind of a amalgamation of technology, and maybe that's giving them an issue. I don't quite. Oh, he's pulling out the phone now, so this could be a bit more of a problem than we may know.
Yeah, San Felipe 250 will break anything. So if you bring something new to the table, chances are
Something
in Baja,
interesting?
you're going to break the first few times, or even a whole season like Rob Mack was experiencing last year with a different vehicle.
This is a perfect opportunity, for them to get some information up to Wes. All right, let's go to Wes at the action desk. Wes, what's going on?
All right, so we're sitting here looking at Robbie stop right there. When I was down there for qualifying on the parade lap, Robbie actually overheated. So they were scrambling to add coolant to the car. So I'm kind of wondering if they're having a potential overheating issue. With the in-car here with Robbie, we could hear a little bit of his voice. So I think let's kind of stay on this and see what happened. But they didn't have a lot of testing with that truck. And like Robbie and Max got down, qualifying was on Thursday. They got down there on Wednesday. So not a lot of time to pre-run and not a lot of testing with this truck. It was kind of, something they threw together, I think, a little, I don't want to say last minute, but they didn't have the amount of testing of the other top trophy truck teams. And this is such a one-off vehicle.
Right.
It sucks to see him after qualifying 5th, which was really great in that truck.
For sure.
To be sitting there right now.
So Wes, you talked about some of the technicality of this truck. Do they have the 2 engines in there? Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so Robbie and Max were giving me the lowdown on that truck. It's 2 engines. You've got 700 horsepower front and rear. So the front engine is powering the front wheels of the vehicle. The rear engine is powering the back. They can actually control how much power is going to the front and the rear of that vehicle.
Okay.
And he said, power to weight ratio, it's about 1,000 pounds heavier. But the big difference, Robbie said, is the amount of torque that this truck has versus a conventional trophy truck.
Well, so far it does not seem to be playing in their advantage. Hopefully they'll get back out there. But we will check back with you in a little while for some more breaking news. Thanks. That was your first Action Desk post. Very exciting. It's great to see you, everybody.
Look forward to keeping you guys updated.
All right. Thanks, Wes. And for you in the field, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys got some great footage that you want to share with us, please tag Score International on Instagram. We would love to see you. Here we are at Race Mile 30 with some drone action. And we are chasing Rob McCachran in the 11 truck. He's off and running, kicking dust. Oh,
look at that line.
Look at that one. Interesting.
Yeah. Anytime you can straighten out a line like that,
take it.
Or if the line has a little bit less whoops, it will give you an advantage. Rob is notorious for great lines.
Well, that's why they call him the GOAT. One of the reasons.
Whenever we'd bump into him pre-running, in my race days, it was always kind of like, oh, we're not really looking at anything, and trying to.
Follow him.
There's a short line.
So we got the in-car and we got the above-car
See
here.
the zigging, zagging, going
flipping back,
in and out. So you didn't want to pretend, you were trying to pretend that you weren't copying his lines? Is that what you're saying, Heidi? Sure.
Like, there's probably a good reason he stopped right here. Let's figure out what we need to figure out.
Put your own tracker on him. Look at that, Jimco. Pedal down.
Yeah, his truck sounds good.
Here we go. Tim Herbst in the 19 truck. And that's what it looks like from the rear. Look at that. Threading the needle through all those people, too. As always, safety first, folks. Please be careful out there. I know you want to get the great footage, but please keep your eyes up. And from their point of view, and from the sky.
Yep, crossing Morelia Road.
There we go.
The Zoo Road crossing, call it.
Yeah, look at everybody down there.
And that's a speed zone, so he's still under the speed zone. And
So
then
why did they select 37 miles? Why is 37 miles the speed zone limit?
I think it's more the kilometers. So I think it's like
Kilometers?
60 kilometers an hour is probably the 37 miles per hour. So I think that's kind of where they roll with something.
Copy. All right. Tim, picking up the speed now. You see him just gliding over the whoops. Ding, 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 ding.
It's pretty nerve-wracking when you're a trophy truck driver and you are, in areas that are congested like this with people on both sides.
I bet. Here we are at race mile 42, dust in the air. We got a truck coming through. We will see in just a moment here what we got.
So yeah, that's 60 kilometers an
there's
hour.
Tavo.
60
That's our
kilometers
race
an
leader
hour,
for now.
Yeah, so in setting, in setting the pace, he's the first one through, so you can see the people running off
Holy
the course,
moly.
right?
Look at this. Now it's a great perspective. Get off the get off.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And they just move like a big accordion that just kind of spreads out the wave.
That's a great shot. It really nails your point about how nerve-wracking that's got to be.
Yes.
As if it wasn't difficult enough.
Yeah, and so it's hard for him to set the pace he wants because there's probably something holding him back a little bit here. I'm
Right.
sure he's lifted a little more than he'd want to. Or maybe he hasn't, and they just have to run faster. I'm not sure.
There's a lot of them that just, I've heard Rob Mack talk about, the crowd splitting as the wave in front of him and just relying on that they're going to get out of the way because he wasn't lifting off, which sounds crazy and wild.
Yeah.
All right, race mile 30. Some in-car with Adam Householder. engine.
Looks like a nice day to be down at San Felipe.
I
Out
guess
there
so.
as a fan out there watching the trucks go by and camp out.
Yeah, when the weather's cooperating, so to speak, it really makes for an exciting race day and an opportunity for even more people to show up, participate, get involved.
Yeah.
Make some memories.
Adam's had some real good races recently.
Here's a different.
There's Bryce.
There's Bryce. Okay. So is this a different line? Is Bryce staying away from the pedestrians? Is that a different line?
Yep.
It looks a little different.
He's choosing differently. So okay.
Yeah, and that will confuse the spectators. But one thing about San Felipe is there are a lot of different line choices.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And he's back on.
So I always told our motorcycle team guys that don't get offline when it's near a popular spot. So if the fans are going to be there, they might have a great line that they pre-run. And all week long, the line to the left or whatever, when they come across the road, they hop to the left. I said, guys, on race morning, that is going to be full of trucks and easy ups and everything else.
Yeah.
You will not be able to use it, and if you try to use it, you're going to be hitting fans or running into it. You know, years past, we saw someone running over an easy up, but this line that they're taking on the left, boy, you know, the first time
Look at
through.
this.
Oh, wow.
Look at this.
So you see people
Race
not
mount
knowing
42.
where to run, so they run out of the lane of one truck and
Wow.
run into the lane of another. So I'm
my
a fan
gosh,
for
look
staying
at
on the
this.
course.
So look at where
Oh my
it's going to
God.
come back together. Like,
Yeah.
I think
is that Alan on the left or that's
I'm sorry, Alan on the
Alan on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, we're losing the.
And it looks like he's trying to pass Luke right now, if I'm
Let's see
not
if we can-
mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be. Oh,
See,
they
if I'm in
blasted
a truck
through-
with all that suspension, I'm just staying straight on the course.
Yeah. So.
Same.
Gosh.
They're
I mean,
tough
if-
enough to
okay, here we go.
deal with it. I would worry
Coming
more
back
about
in.
hitting somebody in hitting a car or a
Is
fan.
Is that blue? Is that blue? Shoot.
It must.
I
it
mean,
must
did
be.
Alan overtake in that moment?
I think so.
So
Okay.
right now I'm showing
We'll see.
Tavo still leading on the tracking, and then we've got
Yeah.
Bryce, and then Luke was showing in third with Alan right behind, but I think that was Alan making the
All right.
pass.
Well, plenty action down on the course. Let's go up to the action desk with Wes right now. Wes, what's going on?
All right, Brandon. So a couple things. I'm sitting here watching that pass right there by Allen and watching Tavo and all the leaders come through there. So that section, the course where all the spectators are lined up is really whooped out, and there's a faster line that's off to the driver's left. And that's what happened there. Is it looked to me like Luke was trying to be on what I would consider the faster line. And then, there's kind of spectators, you got to weave in and out of that. So just like Andy was saying, you got to really be aware of that type of stuff.
Right.
And I think they probably weren't anticipating that many spectators being there.
Right.
But Alan was able to make that pass. A couple other things I saw, we were on, we're with Householder right here. He is our lead two-wheel drive trophy truck. And in qualifying, Ryan Daniels was the fastest qualifier in two-wheel drive. But I was speaking with that team, and they blew a main seal right at the finish of qualifying, and it blowing a motor, so they didn't even start the race. So our fastest qualifier in two-wheel drive didn't even start.
Wow.
Which handed the second fastest qualifier was Householder, so he is our lead two-wheel drive.
Good to know.
And then, one other thing that I think we want to watch here is Toby Price. He ended up qualifying 26th. And what happened there, in the split, he actually had the fastest time in the first part of the course, but a rock came up and split the serpentine belt, and they ended up losing power steering and the water pump for like 3/4 of the race.
Wow.
So Toby is going to be on a terror coming through the pack. That's something we're definitely going to want to watch.
Yep. So you don't think that, and Toby is by far one of the most aggressive, exciting, exhilarating drivers that I love to watch too. Because of that, what happened, it's not going to make him tentative, Wes. He's still going to be pushing no matter what.
Yeah, and we talked about our picks. Toby was my pick all of us did that before qualifying. So I think I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage here with you guys, but you know, Toby is one heck of a driver. So if anyone is going to be able to work through the pack, I think Toby's one of the people that can do it. And you know, who knows? Maybe he can sneak up on adjusted time. Yeah. Because with 1 minute intervals, he started 26 minutes behind Tavo. So I mean, it could get a little interesting at the end on adjusted time.
Good stuff. Awesome. Thanks, Wes. Alrighty, so there you have it. Sometimes Baja wins. Sometimes you can't even get off the start because you're having mechanical problems. You can't plan for that. It's just life, right?
Yeah, that's unfortunate though.
It is. That's brutal. It's really tough. But Householder is in the lead, doing well, you know, and we'll see how the rest of our competition plays out. But for right now, for what we can see on live tracking, it does look like Tavo's still in the lead, doing well. And here we are at race mile 26.
Looks like.
And who we have. Is this the new, I know that, you know, we're talking about Toby Price. He's got a new truck now, so he looks different. That's not him, but he's in a new kind of black, it's all black truck. And all ready? We got some drone chasing here.
I think the qualifying for this last race, San Felipe 250 especially, watching the course, watching some of that video, it was really rough.
Yeah.
And I always am wondering, as the drivers,
Is that Cameron?
Yep, that's Cameron.
There's Cameron.
You want to be in clean air for the race. You want to start in front of the other guys because dust is a huge disadvantage.
For sure.
But how badly do you want to tear up your truck or not? And these guys that blow a motor in qualifying, several of them that ruin their equipment just 2 days before the race.
Sure.
There's not a lot of time to do repairs, so they've asked in the past about motorcycle qualifying and whether we should be out there. And there was a year that we actually did it.
Yeah.
But since I was wrenching on the bike, I was like, no, let's not do this because now I have to reset the whole thing up again, or at least go over all these potential things that might have just broken because we were trying to get this qualifying spot. So it's a challenge. How hard do you push?
It is a strange mixture of strategy, of safety, of experience, of a magnitude of different things. But, you know, one thing that Cameron always hits on is safety. He's like, you just got to be safe no matter what.
Yeah.
And,
he's all about safety. I mean, he does the motorcycle rides down in Baja, and then we do the racing, and he's always incorporating safety into his logic and thinking.
Sure.
It's part of the plan.
Sure. Well, so far so good.
His power steering must be working because he's still using one hand for steering, so that's nice.
He's just trying to look cool right now.
All right, we're going to go to the starting lineup for the spec trucks.
Hey,
here we go. Rat, take it away.
The bike's
Up next now, in a Geisers Brothers truck.
Close to finish.
I believe that's number 214. Looks to be, I don't know, it says Sender on the front though. I'm not sure. Try to catch the number as it goes by here. Yeah, I missed it. We'll see what comes up next here in line. 211? Yeah, 211, there we go. That's Tim Wilson on it right here in San Felipe, Baja, California. It's Pat Sims' truck, I believe. Mike Jones, Jeff Wilson, ES Motorsports, Lone Coyote, ES Motorsports, City Light Shine, Justice Brothers, Baja Designs, among many sponsors on this truck. Truck number 211.
Hailing from Highland, Utah, driving for FX Construction, teaming up with Cody Reed in that 19 Industries trophy truck spec number 282, Brent Fox. This guy's a ride. You must have got his interview yesterday because he is always a good time to chat up, and we'll get to the finish line this afternoon. But right now it is go time. Brent Fox, green.
And another one of these 19 Industries trucks. The red plate, that's the defending series champion, and that's none other than Thor Herbst out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Pierce Herbst sharing the duties along Jeremy Munyon's in there as well. Terrible Herbst Motorsports, Monster Energy, 19 Industries, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, VP Racing Fools, and Borea Exhaust. But I tell you what, again, these guys are awesome. He won the series last year.
Mic drop. What was the sponsors again?
Yeah, exactly.
Out of Mexicali. driving for Fabricación Amela, Guterres Gomez Trucking, LLC, AG Warehouse and Custom House Packaging, and the Monkey Business Workshop of one of our teammates, number 264, Armando Guterres Jr.
Trucks have entered the conversation. We're going to check in with Wes up at the action desk. What's the latest, Wes?
All right, so just been following the tracker here, and our motorcycle overall leader, the team of Tyler Lynn, Ryan Surratt, and Carter Klein, they are less than 5 miles from the finish. So it's looking like they're gonna finish in a little under 5 hours, which will put them just over a 50-mile-an-hour average. You know, I believe Ryan Surratt is on the bike right now. Tyler Lynn started, handed it to Carter, and now Ryan is on. And they've got a big lead over the rest of the field, so they're looking really good. One thing that's going to be interesting here is how is Score going to handle the start, because we've got trophy specs. We're like in the middle of the class starting, so we're going to have incoming and outgoing traffic.
Yeah, Wes, can you go back to your map for a second? How are the bikes going to finish with all of those trucks?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to end up doing here is Score is going to have to move the finish line up a little bit.
Okay.
I can remember them doing this in the past, but I think that's what we're going to end up having to do here.
Got you. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for that update, Wes. We will see. John, the bikes are coming in, buddy.
That's right. Yeah, so the 7X team has stayed strong all day long. Looks like the 1X is still in second, so I see them probably looks maybe 5 miles, 6 miles behind the 7X team, and then the 13X and 15X are still battling it out back there. So the transponders are popping through. It looks like we got some cool footage.
Live.
But
this is from actually a little earlier today. We got some helicopter footage, some aerial shots. Going through there so far, looking smooth.
And then when we showed that map, when Wes was showing the map, there's a little blue line that goes around the red line. Yeah. So they did plan for the motos to do a different little circle coming into town.
For the start-finish,
So, but they do join at some point when they get to that start-finish. So it is possible that they may just have to have a Score official that just says, checkered flags here today, son.
Got you.
So sorry, your race is over.
Yep.
Yeah, in one of the years past, they actually had a spot outside of town where they just stopped the riders there, and then they stopped their time. And then they, once all the cars were done with the start, then they restarted the time, so the guys got a chance to rest and get a water or something like that.
Say, do you get a build-up though? At that point, could you potentially get a build-up?
They did, and then they basically
Pro Moto Unlimited.
Yeah, they restarted based on their time. So if you were 30 seconds behind, then they let the other guy go 30 seconds first, and then they waited. But there was a build-up of riders there, so it was quite a challenge for Score. They like to try and start the trucks many hours behind the bikes so that they don't catch up to and run over the bikes.
Sure.
But when you do start them so far behind, then they're still on the line when the bikes are finishing.
Sure.
So
damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, back to West of the Action Desk. What's up?
Okay, so I just got news on Robbie Gordon and what's going on.
Great.
We saw him from that in-car. He was pulled over. Apparently, they had a steering issue and something broke in the steering on that truck. Okay. So they are working on getting parts to them. They're going to try and fix it. They're sitting at race mile 25.
Yikes.
Big disappointment for those guys. I think everybody was really excited to see Robbie and Max out here. And unfortunately, this is not how we wanted to see Robbie and Max.
No, clearly an empty seat on both sides of that truck. Thanks, Wes. We'll see how things go, and hopefully Robbie Gordon and Max will get back out competing in the San Felipe 250. So things are moving along.
So I just heard from Fish. He said that the scoring stops at the mini dunes.
Okay, thanks, Fish.
And Score planned ahead. This is what was supposed to happen.
Okay.
So they're all going to stop their bikes and stop the timing loop right there at the mini dunes.
Very good. Appreciate that. Toby Price in his new New truck, number 46, making his way through. Here we go. Race mile 42. Less people out there. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see. Look, they're
At least they
definitely
look like they're
scattering
on the
a bit.
sides now. There's enough traffic that they better stay on the sides.
Yeah. You can see that line that Wes was speaking about earlier, and we saw Bryce take that line as well on the left there.
Yep.
Potentially a faster line, less pedestrians, who knows. But I see your point. You know, if you got the power of a trophy truck hammered down straight through, just go. Obviously, we don't want anyone to get hurt, but
yeah, and that's one of the areas where the trucks, there was a time in SCORE for probably 40 years, maybe even more, where the motorcycles were almost always faster than all the cars and trucks.
Yeah.
And the courses have gotten way more beat up and way deeper whoops and stuff, but the trucks have just gotten better. They went from a foot of travel to 2 feet of travel
Sure.
to 3 feet of travel to from 300 horsepower to 1,200 horsepower.
Yeah.
But the straight lines is the other thing. And when you see long straight lines, they can just pin it.
Yep.
But if there's constant lefts and rights and hills and ups and downs, then they have to stop and start, and the bikes can kind of keep some momentum, shorten the course by going from left to right and avoid some rocks and things.
Got you.
But those long straight lines, boy, those trucks eat them up.
it's Min car with Roberto Romero Jr. They're doing their thing. So you talked a lot about some of the improvements we've seen over the years for the trucks, but what are some of the new improvements that we've been seeing in bikes over the last few years? Anything you can speak of?
Pretty much nothing.
Well, can you change that? Get on that.
Well, so, you know, the people ask me about, you know, motorcycles. In 1988, 89, you know, that we were riding a KX 500, and that had 12 to 13 inches of travel, had 60 horsepower, the bike weighed about 230 pounds. So now the bikes, almost everyone runs 4 strokes. We're still right around that 60 horsepower range. We're still right around 230 pounds. We're still around the same amount of travel, because on a bike, if you made 20 or 30 inches of travel, you couldn't stand and get on the bike because it would just be too tall.
Gotcha.
So there's limits on the motorcycle, and then how much power can you put to the ground? You know, there are some bikes that, you know, twin cylinders and so forth that make 100 horsepower.
Sure.
But then they end up weighing a lot, and it's just too much to handle. So here's a hot line that turned into a disaster.
So much for those chairs.
Which again is back to my plan, which is don't plan on cheater lines, because they never pan out when you're going to have fans everywhere on race day. And San Felipe 250 is notorious for having fans everywhere.
Yeah.
So you just got to stay on the course.
He's trying to get back on track.
It's like, well, it was an awesome line 3 days ago.
Yeah, exactly. Surprise.
I saved 3 seconds on when I was pre-running this.
Yeah, not anymore. But he's on that left line.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge too, like I say, for the fans to know where is the course, where isn't the course,
Sure.
where can I park my truck, and so forth. So
yeah. Maybe there's a way to
and SCORE has a real challenge
it.
because, you know, for the racers, they want to be able to take different lines so that they can pass somebody.
Sure.
And it's fantastic to be able to open up the desert floor, but at the same time, you're trying to figure out how to keep everyone, you know, safe.
Yeah.
So,
but look at them all. Everyone kind of just piles back on. Everybody waiting to get that shot.
One thing that's kind of neat too is, as a fan, a lot of times there's camaraderie. So people will whistle to each other when the car's coming.
Gotcha.
They'll whistle, and if they see people in the wrong area, they'll be yelling at them or honking their horns to say get in the right spot.
Well, there's a perspective Steve Strobel wasn't hoping to have.
Yeah.
Trophy truck passing him off to the side. We'll wait to see if Wes gets some information here in a little bit. But the 94 truck off to the side. Steve Strobel in some trouble. We'll see what's going on there.
Sounds like it's running. Or something's running.
Maybe a flat? I don't know. It seems level. Doesn't seem like they're raising the truck and trying to change a tire. Oh, all right. We'll move on to race mile 30 here. Even from up in the sky, you can hear that engine roaring. Okay, back to Householder. Some in-truck here. See if we can listen in and hear what they're saying.
izquierda 3 minutos y medio y nadie atrás de ti. Nadie atrás de ti. Derecho. Cambiado.
Do you see how his GPS is flashing? Mm-hmm. It almost looks like he has a problem with his GPS. I don't think
That's just not the way the video's capturing it?
I think it's the video capturing it.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
the fill rate of the video makes it look bad.
Okay.
We're hoping he's got it dialed in there. I would guess that's the case.
It sounded a little tense there for a moment, or was that just me? Or is that just the thrill of the chase?
It can get that intense, but there was definitely something going on, and I wasn't able to fully understand
there
it.
goes a nice branch.
Now, Heidi, how much comms did you have with not just between your co-driver and yourself, but from someone above, like someone that's telling you how far back you are? Do you guys do that very much in your truck?
So we didn't, no.
Yeah.
We didn't, no.
Probably didn't have that kind of technology, kind of for communication like that.
Yeah.
Like the teams that have helicopters, for instance, they can communicate all the time and potentially say, hey, Tavo, you're now 3 seconds ahead. You're now 30 seconds ahead, or you're getting caught. And the drivers may want to know that.
Also have that, as the crow flies perspective, where they can say, this is what's coming up, or watch out for this, or this is who's behind you, or blah, 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 blah. There's all those options too, if you have that.
Yep.
Yeah, we actually didn't, but I'm sure some of these teams do have that, so.
Cool. All right, we're gonna transition out of householders' perspective and we'll go to your perspective with some social media footage. Take a look. Woo. There's Robbie. He just got passed by someone, it looks like.
That's when he broke the steering rack, right?
It's a race mile 20. Up 7 going through. Nice. Oh, here we go.
That's not where it's supposed to be. Yeah, when the both wheels are pointing at each other, that's not a good sign. That's where it's supposed to bolt onto the chassis there.
Okay, so we talked about Robbie having that steering issue. You can see, obviously, that part's broken right there. Like we said, he's working on getting parts out there, so hopefully they can get it fixed, and he and Max can get some seat time. But this is obviously disappointing. We saw him getting passed in the clip prior to that, so I think he was probably starting to feel something was going on and there was a problem with his truck.
Got it. Hey, Wes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, Wes,
so what's going on, Brandon?
with the repair like that, how much time are we talking about? Robbie's not too far into the course. Is there time? Can they get to him quickly? Can they make the repair quick and get him back going?
Yeah, I mean,
what are we looking at?
He's at race mile 25. I mean, if you are going to have a mechanical problem like that, he's not in the worst spot. It's pretty easy access, so they should be able to get a chase truck to him fairly quickly. I think the main thing is do they have all of the exact parts that you need to change this out? I would think that they probably would have a spare steering rack or the bar that broke there. I think probably less than an hour they could have that thing fixed.
Okay, cool. Robbie's probably trying to calm down Max a bit and just go, well, bud, trial by fire. This is what it's all about. Get ready, because Baja will throw you a curveball every so often.
They're there, and he might as well just run it now, you know?
This is the opportunity for him to get behind the wheel once that's fixed.
Yeah, get some seat time.
Seat time.
The race for you as far as winning or something is over, but you've spent all this money to get down there and the time and effort, so you're going to make the most of it, try to get together, and like you said, get the seat time to go out and have some fun, and might as well. So just trying to bring it into the finish and learn for the next one.
Yeah, the experience is everything.
Adam's
now we got householder. who was our spec leader, he's over on the side. Text is going. We'll see what kind of communication is happening there.
When the cell phones come out, that's not usually a good sign.
It's not ever a good sign, no. It is not.
And your co-driver's not moving around very quickly either.
And when the speedometer says 0. All right, here we
All
go.
bad
Back to
signs.
that line, that other left line, and then we're hooking back into the main straightaway here.
With the herbs or somebody, so let me...
Let's see what we got there, which truck that might be. Got a clear path this time. All right, Adam Householder starting to get things moving, so that's a good sign. Still texting though. Don't text and drive, ladies and gentlemen, even in the desert. All right, well, while Householder is sending in his grub hub for some grub, we're going to take a quick break, pay some bills. We'll be right back with more San Felipe 250 right after this.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
I got a straight over open. Straight up.
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Straight over open. Open. Open straight. Tight 45, even open. Coming up. Right left into a 90 left by a 45 right over by a 90. Attaboy. Open. Flight right open, nothing big. Open, nothing big. Open straight over. We're gonna come straight up and over, and then we're gonna go 45 left, up and over, 45 left. This is going to be a 90, tight 90 coming around. Caution, tight, 45 left coming up. Straight. Straight mile 5.
Welcome back to the King Sharks. 38 score, San Felipe 250. To my right, we've got a newie, but not newie, to the desk here. We got Ryan Thomas, the general manager from Polaris Factory as well. But in 1994, this guy won the San Felipe. Is that correct?
I did.
Tell us about
You've
your
done
experience.
Your homework. Wow.
a little bit. But
I won San Felipe 250 in '94 in Class 10.
Right.
And it was actually 4th overall.
Yeah.
So we had, that was right at the advent of the trophy truck. So there was 4 trucks in front of me.
Very cool.
Or 3 trucks in front of me, actually, yeah.
Amazing.
4th overall.
And the 1,000 too at one point too, right?
Won the 1,000 in different classes, 5 different times, yeah.
Fantastic, man. Well, great to have you here. Very excited.
Yeah, happy to be here. Not usual for me to be in town when the race team's down there racing, but we've had a busy last couple of months, and it made sense for me to stay here stateside and keep my head down last week. And got the phone call from Bud yesterday asking me where I was in San Felipe, and I said, well, I'm actually in El Cajon. So
very cool.
Yeah, it's worked out great, and looking forward to getting a front row seat and how our team's doing down there.
Well,
and
you
watching
got
the
it,
rest
buddy.
Of it. Yeah.
Here we are. Right now, we're taking a look at Justin Lofton in the 41 truck, making his way through.
Check out that steering wheel.
Right. Go America.
Justin is a second generation racer. You know, a lot of times people always talk about the generations of families, right? And Justin's father, Bobby, was a real competitive guy back in the 90s with Mike Jolson from Jimco.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, we're going to jump up to Wes at the action desk. Wes, what is going on?
Okay, so our lead trophy trucks are coming, they're almost into Morelia Junction. Through race mile 75, Tavo came through at about a 60-mile-an-hour average, and I think the speeds are actually going to kind of pick up a little bit. So we're looking really good at our prediction of that 60 to 65-mile-an-hour average.
Right.
Also, we've got a 5-truck breakaway with Tavo, Bryce, Alan Impudia, Luke, and Justin Lofton right now.
Yeah.
So those guys are all looking really good. There's a little bit of a gap from them to Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner, and then the rest of the field.
Is
so
that
shaping up to be kind of a 5-truck race right now?
Okay.
So, yep.
Very
so
cool.
we'll throw it back to you, Brandon.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Wes. So we got some splits here for the Score Trophy trucks. And this is coming to you from race mile 71. So far, those top 5, no issues there, but looks like we got a flat issue here, race mile 42, and that's 26 truck.
Yeah, it's something you never like to see, especially early on in a race like this, flat tires. With a short race like this, you get a flat like that unless you can change it quick. It's an unfortunate situation.
Yep. But back in the pack, so to speak, Dave Taylor on his way. Again, another solid turnout for the San Felipe. Got our drone following him off. Hopefully
something to point out to the people watching, that T designation there after the first 2 digits of his car number. That's something new for Score this year, where they divided up the 4-wheel drive trucks and the 2-wheel drive trucks.
Got it.
And
got it.
I think a lot of people were wanting that to happen, and I think there's some people that were not wanting it to
Yeah,
happen.
well, it's been it's something new, and it's something that has been hit with mixed feelings a little bit. Do you have a preference on that or opinion on it?
I don't have a solid opinion on it.
Yeah.
In most other forms of motorsports, 4-wheel drive cars are separated from 2-wheel drive cars, so it makes sense on that front, and it certainly makes sense. Let's face it, the 4-wheel drive trucks are faster than the 2-wheel drive trucks.
Yeah.
And so to have 2 separate classes, sure, it's frustrating from a viewer standpoint. How do you keep track of all these different classes?
Right.
But it's just like baseball. You have to understand the rules and the way it's laid out to really get the most out of watching baseball, and it's the same for watching off-road racing.
So just enhancing the IQ a little bit more.
Yeah.
Got you. Here's Brandon Walsh, 1870. So what's the latest with Polaris? We've got.
Ironically,
this is it.
Brandon Walsh. He is a proud new owner of. He hasn't taken possession of yet, but he bought a Polaris Factory Pro R Razor, to
yeah.
be racing. He may race the 1,000 in it, but
very cool.
Yeah, that's the big thing with Polaris. You know, this program was started. The factory race team was started. The idea was spawned about 4 or 5 years ago. The first race season was in 2023, and the whole premise was to build some cars that were based off the Pro R, the production-built Pro R, and then field those cars with the factory team and make them available for sale shortly after that. And we're on track for that. We opened up sales in February.
Yeah.
And sold the first production run was capped at 29 units, and we sold those first 29 units within the first 30 days. So.
Crushed it. That's great. Congrats.
It's a new paradigm for the sport, honestly.
Yeah.
There hasn't been, you know, in other forms of motorsports, OEMs will, they produce a factory-built race car. Ferrari, Porsche, Ford, they all do that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that in, well, Ford has dabbled a bit with it in the Bronco space, but definitely a first of its kind in the UTV space. So, man, look at that dust.
Very cool.
It does not look like there's much
There's not
much
wind.
wind.
It
man.
ain't moving.
Yeah.
Here they are next to the highway there. Got all that traffic building up on the left. New lines here.
Yeah.
Coming through. Yeah. Excuse me. Forgot. And
who do we got here? Who is that?
That's 37 truck. Wait.
Oh,
see
man,
here.
look at
that was close.
Yeah.
Might be Headland. Yep. It's Rolf Headland. Yeah, he was coming in there hot.
So I think I was hearing Wes was saying that the bikes look like they're averaging around 50 miles an hour, and and I thought I just heard some scuttlebutt around closer to 60 mile an hour average with the trucks so far.
Okay.
Which
Yep.
not a fair. I mean, they're only 40 something miles in, 50 miles in. So, but that's interesting because lots of times the bikes are faster than the trucks.
Sure, sure. Well, not quite the pace that we had last year. Again, that was a record-setting historic experience. But nonetheless, these guys, if there is an opportunity to put the hammer down, they will. Guaranteed.
Oh yeah, yeah, and you know I think Heidi was talking about earlier about line choice and straightening out.
Yes.
You know, let's face it, going straight is fast. The straighter you can make the race course, the faster you're going to go.
Yep.
So that always makes it interesting when you're pre-running. You know, the searching for those lines and staying within the VCPs.
Sure.
The guys got to do their homework.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, you certainly want to have your strategy while you're pre-running. This is what we're going to do, but you must be able to adapt in the moment because we're seeing what's happening now with the spectators, just how the course can sometimes change. Sometimes the weather will play a factor as well. The weather didn't play too crazy. A little rain came through before, but again, Baja's always keeping you on your toes, keeping you honest.
Yeah, that's the phrase we live by is expect the unexpected down here.
Right. So here's a drone shot at race mile 30. And that's probably some specs coming through here. Let's see if we'll take a look. We can get an idea. Look at that dust. Dusty, dusty, dusty. Oof. Want to get stuck behind that.
Yeah, that's one thing that you know we've had quite a few drivers from different disciplines participate throughout the decades, and I'll tell you, the guys that come from IndyCar or different sports car racing,
yeah,
that's the biggest struggle they have is getting used to the dust and realizing that that's a big problem.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't see, you really should not be pushing too hard in the dust. And a lot of times, those guys that don't have that experience, they suffer some pretty severe consequences because of not being able to see.
Can't see anything, man. Well, we've been talking a lot about this course and some of the challenges that it may present. Wes has got a great video here about the course and its challenges. Let's take a look.
This year's King Shock San Felipe 250 is a very unique course. It is the southernmost San Felipe 250 that I've ever seen. It's running through all of the southern washes. So I talked to a bunch of the different racers to hear what they had to say about this year's race course.
Oh man, this year's race course is definitely different. Lots more south than what we're used to, which is really fun. A lot of washes, very high speed. I don't think we're going to get as fast as last year, the average speed, but it'll be up there for sure. A little bit of rock climbing too, which keeps it interesting and slows the pace down a little bit. But I think Score did a great job and super excited to go out Saturday and put on a heater.
Yeah, this year's race course is quite a bit different. You know, a lot of new sections. Usually we're running north of 3 poles, which we're not even going near this year. A lot of fast washes, a lot of fast sections where I'm excited. A lot of new stuff that we haven't ran in a long, long time, where Watamote, I believe, is where the wash got washed out, and it's insane the rock crawling that we have to go through. We got there yesterday to see it for the first time, and I'm like, where do we even go? How do we get through this? So it's cool that Score is really trying to change up the courses, make it a lot more fun for us, not the same course every single year.
My thoughts on this year's San Felipe race course is awesome. Typically we start off, we come all the way across Zoo Road, then out here, then out the highway. So it's typically like 25 miles of just pounding whoops. And with so many, 6100s and trophy trucks running race trucks, and they actually pre-race, they're out there all the time, the course gets rougher and rougher and rougher. If you run it one direction and then you come back the other way, the whoops are rounder on the back side. They're square on the facing edge. So they're getting more and more square, and we still have 2 more days of pre-running. So the course that they've done, I think, is great. They break us off right before Zoo Road. We do the qualifying course from 2 years ago. So it throws some racing into it, some rally type driving. And then they've also put us in some new washes and some stuff. So it's not the same old San Felipe. So I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I think it's 5 washes. Matomi, the furthest south, and then it's Azufre, Watamote, Shinate, and then Amarelius. And Matomi is usually the hardest one, and it's still difficult, especially up at the beginning when we drop in. A lot of waters come through there. It's mind-blowing to me. As many years, I think my first time through there is probably 86, 88, around there. And that whole Matomi wash used to have big trees in it, and the waters come through and washed all that out. But it's going to be key to get through Matomi and Watamote with no flat tires.
San Felipe more than any other race that we've ever done. This is my favorite race because I think it's a racer's race, and there's lots and lots that go into it. It's not just racing fast on one line. There's just tons of stuff going on at all times.
So always a unique race, San Felipe 250, and we're talking a little bit about how there's certain areas that it's hard to believe that there are certain areas that they still haven't even touched yet, but maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But the race coordinators, oh, hold on, let me pause here. This does not look good.
No, the hand on the forehead.
Hand on the forehead, frustration.
Sign. That looks like it's.
That's Roberto Romero Jr. Oh, that is. Wow, that's really despondent. He looked like he was emotional there too.
Yeah, the amount of effort and resources that go into putting a vehicle on the starting line, to not get even to the finish line is regardless of whether you win or not, just to not get to the finish line, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, because you're still getting points if you cross the finish line regardless. But I mean, and you always want to cross that finish line. I don't even know what's more heartbreaking, to break down in the beginning or break down at the end, but you just never, ever, ever want to break down.
Yeah, well, the only positive to breaking down at the beginning is that you haven't beat your truck up.
That's true. You have an opportunity for repair and to get back out there. But gosh, hats off to Roberto Romero. We're hoping that it's not too devastating. Let's go up to Wes, the action desk. What's up, Wes?
All right, I've got quite a few different things to talk to. Just got news. Householder was pitting with the Herps team, and some people were speculating he was stuck in 4th gear. He's not stuck in 4th gear. He's got a blown motor, so he is out of the race.
Householder's out?
Yeah, Householder's out. So he was our lead 2-wheel drive trophy truck. Then Roberto Romo Jr. took over the lead, and we just saw him pulled over. So now Heidi should be happy that Cameron Steele is now our 2-wheel drive trophy truck leader, although it seems like being the leader in that class might be a little bit of a curse right now.
Yeah.
Our leader in Trophy Legend is Ricky Johnson and Gus Vildasola.
Of course.
But the thing that I'm kind of watching here is Larry Rossler is teamed up with David Payne. And what's cool here is Rossler is kind of finally in a Mason all-wheel drive. And when I spoke with Larry at qualifying, I mean, he was literally giddy. He was just smiling ear to ear that he was finally able to bring a gun to the gunfight.
Yeah.
So I really want to watch that of can Larry give RJ and Gus a little bit of a run for their money.
Cool.
Jason McNeil is our leader. He qualified first in Trophy Spec. He's still leading. He's got EJ Herbst with Ryan Millina is actually behind the wheel right now. Right behind him. The one that I was watching was Abdali Lopez, though, because Abdali Lopez had qualified first. He got penalized for cutting a corner and moved to second in Trophy Spec. But Abdali is stopped at race mile 15, and that is, I mean, basically the start of, he hasn't even crossed Zoo Road yet.
Right.
And the tracker's showing him stop. So I think Abdali is obviously having some sort of problem there, and he was one of the fast guys in that class. So, I mean, that's kind of some of the news we got going on. We'll keep you guys updated as I hear more things from all the teams.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Wes. Yeah, I mean, if you watched a little bit of the qualifying and that situation that happened with Abdali there, you know, you do wonder, though, if it was not qualifying and cameras weren't on him, if it was just in the middle of the race. You know, we're watching people deviate, choosing different lines would have been an issue, maybe just because it was qualifying. There was some words said about that.
Yeah,
you know,
certain people will know. I don't know. I will say that for the normal race course, you know, the virtual checkpoints are what you get penalized for.
Yes,
And as long as you hit those, then from my understanding, you're not being penalized. There's some speed penalties that you're potentially vulnerable to, but you got to hit those VCPs.
The VCPs, and if there's a difference between the numbered VCPs and the lettered, the numbered ones you got to come within 120 feet. The letters you got to come within 40 feet. And sometimes when you're out there and you're blasting and you're in the dust and gosh, you know, who knows, pedestrians, whatever, you take a different line, shoot, you could miss that checkpoint. So.
There's a lot going on for sure, but that's, you know, when you talk about all the effort that goes into, you know, showing up to the starting line, part of that is the homework and knowing where those, you know, every sport has its the components to the discipline, and knowing where you're supposed to be is one of the primary ones in off-road racing, especially these days.
Especially your co-driver too, right? That's a lot of responsibility, and that's a big one.
It definitely is, and I'll tell you, the last 15, 20 years, the value of the Navigator has increased in orders of magnitude, really. You know, back in the day, before GPSs, you know, you drove what you could see and you knew the general direction. And you looked for the little ribbons in the bushes, but you weren't. There was no such thing as virtual checkpoints. There was no such thing as speed zones.
Yeah, you were putting a ticket in a, you know.
Yeah, you'd come to a checkpoint and they'd put a stub in your stub cam.
That's what it was, right?
Yeah.
Stub cam, sure.
So
yes.
We've
got much
got,
different race in 2025. What you got, Ryan?
Yeah, I was just looking here. The cars that are making their way up through the pack, looks like Mr. Brock Hager is leading.
Now that was my choice for the UTVs.
For the win?
Pro. Yeah, that's who I chose.
I can't imagine why you picked him.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, until somebody can really come after him, he is just dominating. He's a tough one to beat.
Yeah, you know, he's one of those kids that's just got like raw natural talent, you know, and it's obvious, you know, we're seeing that over the last 2 or 3 months here. But don't want to take anything away from all the rest of the UTV drivers out there. You know, I mean, especially the guys that are on the Polaris Factory Race Team, Caden McCachran, Max Eddy, and this race is a new one. We've got Justin Morgan is driving one of the cars, which he's no stranger to this area, and honestly, I'm expecting to see him lay down a burner today. This is familiar territory from him. He's got some seat time in the car, and really looking forward to seeing how he stacks up with the rest of the guys.
Love that. All right, here we go. We've got 2 camera, 2 aerial shots for your viewing pleasure.
I tell you, that's something else that's different between now and 30 years ago.
Right?
Being able to watch this real time from the other side of the border, really got to give hats off to the crew at SCORE and everybody here putting this broadcast on. You know, it's definitely elevated the visibility of the sport to the general public, which is nice.
1000%. Yeah, for sure. The technology just keeps getting better and better. We are very lucky and grateful to.
Into the bushes.
Took out that bush. Took out that tree. to have the technology available to us and to be able to bring views, perspectives that you just could never see before. And now you're really getting that front row seat, visceral experience of what these competitors are doing out there. And again, to your point, growing the sport. We're getting it out to not only within Mexico and the United States, but globally, all over the place.
Yeah, you know, it's hard for people to wrap, you know, somebody that hasn't spent a lot of time in the culture to wrap your head around really what's going on here. And even this doesn't do it justice. You really can't get a feel for how rough the race course is, especially when you're watching trucks like this, because they make it look so smooth.
Right. Yeah, that definitely seems. Here's Mario Fuentes. A little in-car, you can hear engine making its way. Oh, we've got something over here. We got a pit action here, or what's happening here on the right? I'm trying to take a look at who that is exactly. That looks like it's just a pit. Is it a tire? Pulling a spare out the back. Can't really see.
Nobody's moving very fast, it doesn't look like.
Look
Yeah,
too
it looks like they're
frantic.
doing a re-rack.
Okay, there it is. And they're back.
Yeah, that's one of the Herbst trucks.
Huh. Was that, could it be Thor? No, okay, might have been Tim then. So here's some in-car.
Yeah, so this is an example here. I mean, that is not smooth terrain.
No.
But you're watching it from the driver's perspective here. I mean, it's like driving a boat almost. You're just kind of
hitting the
slowly
wakes.
moving up and down.
You're
yeah.
right. Yeah, they do make it look easy.
Yeah,
it
and
is
you
far
kind
from
of
that.
put it in perspective too. If you can read the speed there on the GPS, what does it say?
Yeah, he's 59
Yeah.
right now. You know, just shy of 60 miles an hour.
And if you were, even if you were in a Raptor, Ford Raptor, you'd probably be going at least half the speed of that.
Sure.
You wouldn't be, you know, you'd tear a vehicle apart.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk often about having the driver IQ and the ability to control that beast and knowing when to push, when not.
Yeah, I mean, it's racecraft, you know, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's understanding where you are in the race in relationship to your competitors, understanding what the terrain is like ahead of you, and, you know, what kind of abuse that's going to
making
induce
sure
on the
too
vehicle.
on that course when you're in certain areas that is like hard to get to, right?
Yeah.
You can't break down here. We've got to
Yeah.
be very careful at this point. I still can't lose my pace, but I've got to be heads up.
Yeah.
Back to Brandon Walsh too on the left. They're doing great.
Well, hopefully your whole section isn't all like this, you know? Yeah, damn. After this, it flattens out for a bit. Sweet.
Okay. You can hear some in-car communication between Brandon, co-driver. It's got a nice ring to it. That Brandon.
The reason I know this is kind of gnarly is because, like, really no one's even passed this yet. I'm sure someone's going to, but, like, it's just a section where you just can't go that fast. You know what I mean? Especially in Army, maybe in a trophy truck, but not in our cars, you know?
Yeah.
Race mile 20.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You got guys racing in a more limited class with aspirations of being in a less hostile environment.
More horsepower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you though, I think somebody was talking about this yesterday during qualifying. You know, the guys that are ultimately end up being the fastest in the unlimited classes, many of them, if not most of them, cut their teeth in a limited class.
That's where they start.
Yeah,
Right.
and it stands to reason. You know, the horsepower can be your friend, and it can really
It can also
so can
take
the wheel
you out.
travel. Oh, for sure.
For sure.
But learning how to carry momentum in a limited car truly helps you once you get into a car with more horsepower and wheel
Sure.
travel. Look at that shot.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, what a
This
great...
might be this might be our leader here. This could be possibly Tavo. Race mile 107. Let's see if we can get a little tighter in a minute here. It might be. Gonna thread this needle here. Sandy, whoop, silty. Yep, that's Tavo. Okay. Poof. Big plumes. Dust there. So far, he's doing well. Out in front.
So
no flats.
He is getting close to.
He's at 107.
107. So, yeah, there's not too far out from the drop down into Matomi, about 20 miles or so. That's when the pace is going to change a bit. You know, the sand down in Matomi and the rest of those washes is going to slow the pace down a bit. So these guys are probably they're foot to the floor right now, trying to, the guys that are out front,
knowing what's to come.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Not to mention, you know, the rocks that are hidden in the sand.
Yes. Yeah. John was speaking to that earlier too. And maybe that's something. Well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe that was something that affected Robbie Gordon's truck. He hit something. I don't know. Whatever it was.
Yeah, I saw a picture of a broken, looked like a pitman arm or a steering arm or something.
And they had a steering issue there. All righty, then back to race mile 107 here. So this should probably be Bryce. Let's see. This is our second trophy truck coming through. Or, wait a second, is that Impudia? That's Alan.
I think it is, yeah.
So either we missed Bryce or Alan has gone from 4th to 2nd. That's Alan Impudia. That's my man. Come on, Alan.
Tight little squeeze there.
Something went down with Luke and with Bryce potentially.
Yeah, you know, and shouldn't be surprising that Alan's up front there. No. You know, I mean, the reigning champion.
Yep.
It's been fun to watch those kids kind of move their way up through the sport. I used to race against their dad back in the day.
Yeah. Is there a little bit of that? There must be built in. There's so many generations, legacy families in the sport. And as that next generation comes up, are they, you know, is there a little bit of, I wouldn't say puff in the chest, but I mean.
Rivalry?
Rivalry, yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
I
On
mean,
the
that
brakes
is
hard into the
beautiful.
stones. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Brush your teeth after that
I think
one.
in
So that's Bryce. It'll be Bryce in 3rd.
In some ways, there's you know, it's aspirational for the younger generations. You know, I mean, a guy like Luke, whose father won the Baja 1000 overall many times.
For sure.
I think there's a point where, when they're getting started, they're aspiring to something, and then once they surpass their fathers or their grandfathers' records, then there's probably a little bit of that chest pumping.
We got a battle going on here. These guys are all coming through really close to each other. And take a look. That's the 41 truck. That's
Justin.
Lofton. Yeah, Justin Lofton coming through. Race mile 40. You know, we saw right before that, I'm not sure I was engaged in conversation with you, but there's that area with the gate, the fence they've got to come through. And if you've got the truck before you comes through creates that massive plume, boy, I can't believe that last truck, Justin coming through, he didn't take that whole thing out.
Yeah, you know, the consistency of the dirt, you know, the more you pound those grains of sand into smaller and smaller pieces, it eventually becomes what we call silt.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't compact it actually creates more of it.
It floats, it becomes lighter than the air, yeah.
Right. Listen in here to some in-car with Justin Lofton.
See that button on his steering wheel there? That looks very similar to what we use in the Polaris factory cars. That is a Bluetooth push-to-talk button. And my guess is that he is using a voice over IP communication system through an iPhone or an iPad that's located in the car somewhere. So yeah, the days of using VHF radios are long gone. And yeah, the VoIP stuff through the internet is amazing. It's crystal clear.
Watching this from this perspective, as opposed to being, are you itching to get back in behind a wheel a little bit ever? You ever find yourself back?
You know what? I don't.
No, you've been there, done that.
It's one of those things where I had a great time when I was doing them, and I still love to go out to the desert and you know, enjoy the dirt. But I can't lie to myself and say that I still have that competitive drive to go out there and be the best anymore in this place.
I got you. Kevin Thompson in the 70 truck. He's out there. Drone will spin around, see who's right behind him. Lots of dust in the distance, so we've got competition on its way. Nice 360 pan. Let's just see how far they're out there. Grateful for good weather, clear skies, good connection here.
Yeah, you know, this San Felipe race is always a welcome first event in the Score Series here recently. Just to get away from the gloom of the northern areas and get down into the blue sunny skies and warm weather. I know it's an event that I've always looked forward to.
Wes, let's go to you in the action desk. What you got?
All right, couple things here. One, we saw coming through that section there right around race mile 110. They're getting close to checkpoint 1, BFG 1 at race mile 2 or 115. But we saw that Bryce had been passed by Allen, and what I'm hearing is Bryce has a broken CV in the front end. And he is two-wheel drive only right now.
Wow.
So that's got to be disappointing for Bryce, especially after what happened to Bryce at the 1000.
Right.
I spoke with him in qualifying, and we talked about how the 1000 last year was probably the most heart-wrenching moment in his racing career. To qualify first, have that solid program and team with Polvarde, and then 35 miles in break. So now for him to have another mechanical problem, that's really tough for Bryce. The other thing I've been watching is we talked about how Toby Price in qualifying was laying down a heater and then lost a serpentine belt and had to do over half of that qualifying lap with no power steering and no water pump. Well, he started 26th, and right now I believe he's 10th physical, and he is right on Troy Herbst and Jordan Brenthal in the 27.
Wow.
So he's close to moving into like 7th, 8th overall, and he started 26 minutes behind these guys. So we're going to want to watch this on adjusted time. Toby Price can be a dark horse in this race.
Fantastic. Yeah, great point, Wes. You know, you never know. Again, that adjusted time, just because you physically crossed the line doesn't mean you won.
Oh yeah, that's something else that requires a little bit of education when you're starting to watch.
Sure.
Who do we got here?
We are also really close, so they're almost to race mile 115.
Yeah.
Well, at race mile 125 is the entrance to Matomi Wash, and everybody talked about this race, how it was such a southern-based race. Most of the race course is south of the town of San Felipe, and it's running all of the major southern washes. A lot of the drivers I talked to were saying that they wanted to get clean to the entrance to Matomi, and they really felt like the race was going to be won or lost going through those 5 washes of Matomi, Azufre, Huatamote, Chinate, and Amarillas.
Yeah.
So, really, I think they're getting to that point. So let's see what happens. And I'm really curious to see what happens with Toby Price here, man, because he's charging through the pack.
Fantastic. Great. Thanks. Thank you, Wes. Yeah, I mean, things can change once they start to really dive into those washes. That could be an equalizer.
Yeah, and to consider Toby a dark horse.
It's crazy.
Certainly because of where he had to start, but that guy, I mean, he's had some tough breaks over the last couple years. But once they kind of put all those pieces together, he's going to be a guy to beat for sure.
Yeah, he was. I was really rooting for him last year too, and unfortunately, some of these mechanical breaks.
Is that Rodrigo Ampudia?
Let's see. That's
back in. Yeah, that was a UTV.
Yep, we're back at. Oh, okay. Jump from race mile 30, and now we jump back up to.
Look
at that.
The
that
silt
whole
there.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fence is gonna just get.
So that's a cattle guard.
Cattle guard, yeah. And he's taking a new line here. Back to Wes, action desk. What you got?
All right, so Paul Wheel, who is Toby's teammate and co-driver, actually owns that truck. he just messaged me and said that Toby just got by Tim Herbst. So
Oh, wow.
just like I was saying, he's charging through the pack, and I haven't seen adjusted time. Maybe next time they come through a timing, well, they're about to go through one at race mile 115, which is checkpoint 1.
Okay.
So yeah, Toby is sitting 8th physical, and I'm going to say adjusted. He's got to be right there battling for the lead.
Wow, he is charging.
So I'll work on trying to get adjusted times on this and
Very
see if
good.
I can give you guys an update.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Wes. All righty. Wow. Well, Toby Price making himself known.
Yeah,
He is
well,
not
I
out
think
of it
he's
by-
known, but he's
Yeah, he's clearly known.
He's going to remind people who he is here.
He's going to
potentially.
underline in bold caps, I am here. I am here to compete.
You know, something worthy of mentioning here is I think Wes was referring to the timing loops, and that's something that is new as well. To have timing loops out in the desert
Yeah, it's
that
huge.
give you the ability to get true, accurate split times.
Correct.
Which then you can do the math and figure out where on adjusted time each of the cars are as they go through those areas, which again makes watching a lot more interesting because you can actually figure
for
out,
sure.
like, hey, really who is winning?
Yeah, shout out to Optimum Batteries for making that happen too. All right, we're going to go down to the race start line down here in San Felipe. As you can see, there are vehicles about to head out. Now, we already have bikes that are there, but they can't come in yet because we got to get these four-wheeled vehicles off and into the race. So there are some bikes that have already obviously come into San Felipe. We're just waiting to get these other vehicles, different classes out, and then we'll see where we're at once we get all the times adjusted and
It's a
everything.
good problem for SCORE to have. More
Could be
racers
worse.
than they can get off the starting
Yeah,
line
right?
before they can finish.
Yeah, again, you know, safety being a big reason why they manipulated the course differently this year, and we'll make it happen. They are making it happen.
Yeah, keeping the trucks and the heavier vehicles away from the motorcycles and quads, that was a huge move on Rodgers'
You got
part.
any scary moments you can tell us about? Some moments where you checking your pulse a bit?
No, not necessarily with the bikes. I've had plenty of scary moments on my own, but thankfully never tangled up with any motorcycles or quads. I could not imagine having to deal with that, number one, and then ultimately, you know, to think that you could end up hurting somebody when you're all out trying to have a good time is a horrible thought. So kudos to SCORE for working to continually keep the big heavy trucks and cars away from the motorcycles, because you know who's going to lose in a confrontation there.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of big heavy trucks, we have been seeing these trucks pound that cattle crossing area. Let's take a look at some video of that happening over and over again. You see the line coming in, and then all of a sudden, kaboom. There's your Baja car wash for you. Looks like that was Bryce.
That was Bryce, and I'll tell you, once you get a cab full of silt like that, you know, it doesn't just go away instantly, and even once he's poked out of it, he's still dealing with it inside. There's Rob McCackern, I'm pretty sure.
That's 41 truck.
Is it 41?
Might have been.
Oh, yeah.
A little more gentle coming through there. Let's see who we got here. Slowing it down. Still, is that the one? That wasn't Gus, was it? The 1L truck? No. Back to Steve
Steve's
Strobel.
back on the road. He
There
was
we
stopped
go.
a little while ago,
He was,
wasn't he?
that's right, yeah. So he got that issue taken care of. You got the 94 two-wheel drive back in it.
Yeah, you know, Steve is one of the nice guys in the sport. You know, you've always got the villains and you've got the good guys. Steve in my book has always been one of the good guys.
Well, hopefully the nice guys. What is it? The nice guys finish.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah,
usually.
I wasn't going to say it. You say it. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen to Steve. We'll see how he does here, but we're happy that he's back out there. Issue taken care of. Chasing some dust here.
Yeah, and while you hate the dust, it's always, as a driver, getting those little puffs of dust in front of you, especially in a longer race where you're kind of maybe getting bored or tired, it gives you an adrenaline surge.
Gotcha.
You know, there's somebody up there, I can catch him.
Yeah.
Or I'm catching him.
We will see who he's after. listen in here to Steve's in-car.
Looking for somebody. There you go.
There you go.
Yep.
Pit time. See if it's a fuel update or... So far looks like everything's all right though. Everything's looking clear.
So it looked like they had the pressure pro hose out, which means they probably are fueling.
Yep.
And
Somebody
pretty pretty amazing how quickly they dump fuel in these race cars these
Blast
days.
it in.
Yeah, we don't carry as much fuel in the Razors,
right?
But we can do a full fill in about 14 seconds, which is about 32 or 33 gallons.
That's
and,
nothing. Snuff at. That's fast. All right, off goes Steve.
Yeah, somebody got by him when he was stopped.
Yeah,
there.
while he was paused there, somebody overtook.
That is one of the most frustrating things that you can do or be involved with as a driver, is to be stopped in a pit and watch somebody go by you.
Well, we just saw Steve pit. Let's go check out a video that Wes did on pit in general.
He's coming to a stop.
All of the events in the SCORE Off-Road Desert Racing Series are longer than the fuel capacity of most race vehicles. Therefore, teams need to stop and do pits, take fuel, change tires, etc. I spoke with several of our top racers about their pit strategy for this year's King Shocks San Felipe 250 and what they do in their pits.
Yeah, we'll 250 miles, most all trucks can, split that in half, which we're doing something similar to that. And all we're gonna do, we'll change rear tires and fill it full of gas, hopefully do that in about 20 seconds and get on the road again. Obviously, if there's anything else that needs to be done, they'll do that in. We'll radio ahead, say, hey, we need this or that, and go from there. But the pitting is a key. I mean, now races are won sometimes by pit strategy. So there's many people have different strategies. Some people pit early, some people go as far as they can, different scenarios. So we're going to pit one time. I'm not saying where, but we're going to pit one time and, hope for the best.
We actually have the option to do multiple plans. We'll have multiple service vehicles with fuel on board, so we can actually make a determination in the race if we want to stop at a different point than when we had planned. So we have a couple different opportunities to do that. And, planning on the fly with our engineer, Mike Kraft, he can make those decisions and make the call. And the pits can let us know when they want us to come in. So we'll listen to the pit if they ask us to come in.
We want to know if someone's really, really tight behind us, then we're not stopping at 100. We're going to 130. And if they're still there, then we're going to 160. And at that point, well, you're screwed. You have to stop, right? But if you're running up on someone's dust, then you want to stop at 100, to get them to kind of get you some breathing room. So it's all about strategy. It's all about having options. It's all about communicating with the boys on the ground, and then letting us know exactly where we're at. And then we make a decision.
Yeah, most teams do this with one driver, but Harley and I, we're a team. He's been on since 2016 or 17, like that. So, and we just had incredible time, experience. Again, our driving styles are pretty close. He does all the tuning on the shock, so and most of the testing, and it works out for both of us. As far as advantage or disadvantage, here it's probably weighs a little bit more on a disadvantage. We might lose 10 seconds, maybe doing a driver change in the pit. But pre-running, I think we're able to pre-run a little bit more on our sections than the others and tie a lot of lines in. This place is really busy out there with lines, pretty open. So I think tying them all in together is going to be critical.
The other guys, they don't do a driver change, so they're not, they're limiting some little mistakes and errors, but I feel like we can do a pretty good job of it. And last year we proved that we were running near the front, and it's possible to do. So yeah, as long as we keep the wheels turning, I think we're in a pretty good spot.
Oh,
Okay, so that's pit strategy. We have our teams. Most of the teams I spoke with talked about pitting at race mile 160, but you could hear in that piece, like Tavo, he was planning on being able to adjust what was going on. He felt like if he was out front, he would try to go as far as he could. So I think he's going to go all the way to 160. If he was in dust, he was going to maybe pit earlier. Right now, looks like Bryce is still holding pretty good with even just being in two-wheel drive. It's a battle now with Tavo, Bryce, Luke, Allen, and then you have the Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner Concrete Motorsports truck, as well as Justin Lofton. And then even Rob Mack is kind of hanging in there. This is his second year in the Jimco all-wheel drive. They had a few bugs last year, but I know they did a ton of testing, and they were telling me that they had that truck really figured out, and they were very excited coming into this race. So let's see what happens. They are at the entrance to Matomi now. You know, historically, Matomi has been known as one of the toughest washes in San Felipe. I felt like in pre-running, it had really kind of cleaned out. There was a couple narrow spots, but I didn't see anything that would really create a bottleneck or be too difficult for people to get through. The wash that I think is going to be the key here, and that a lot of drivers spoke about, is Huatamote. Huatamote is really rocky, and there's a pretty gnarly rock crawling section in that part of the race course. So let's see what happens. So Brandon, you guys want to take that?
Wash to go through as well. So we'll see. You know, we can see right now Alan's going through some stuff as well from his in-car.
I lost audio on there.
Making his way.
Yeah, you know, looking back at the pit stop little segment we watched, that the ability to call an audible based on where you are on the racetrack and in traffic goes back to what I was talking about earlier from a racecraft standpoint. You know, that's some collaboration between whoever on the team is kind of watching the field and the driver making those calls. And that's something else that's changed. You know, the ability to be able to communicate, track, and understand where everybody is, and then make those audible calls
in the moment.
In the moment,
right.
Is really, it's changed an aspect of our sport for sure.
Yeah.
It's something, ironically, that we talked about on the Polaris Factory team. The challenge for us is we're multiplied times 4. So to have, if you just think about the math, the different scenarios that could play out for all 4 cars, we had to abandon any thoughts of an audible pit stop program. So, and I was just checking on the tracker here. It's looking like Justin Morgan is running pretty strong up front with the rest of these guys, which I'm really happy to see. Who do we got here? This
267. We got a little pit action happening here. Is that Leon? Jose Leon, perhaps?
I don't see any fuel, and I don't see any tires being changed. This is a...
Let's see. Speaking to the driver, it looks like there's crew communicating in some way. Oh, I see a tank.
Well, I tell you what I do notice is the tents and the canopies are starting to move with the wind, which that's a good sign for guys that are having to battle the dust.
See EJ Herbst on the left here, and he's chasing dust as well. We'll pull back, get a view of what's to come, and POV of EJ as he battles San Felipe. Some other classes coming through now too. It'll be interesting to see once all those vehicles are off. We'll get an idea of where our Pro Moto ended up. and get those adjusted times and finishes to you guys. As always, if you're capturing footage, you want to send it to @TaxScore International on Instagram. We'd love to see it. Send it our way. We got a drone chasing somebody. Got some straight lines here for this moment. And through the cattle guard. Gift of silt. And
is that Toby? I think that is.
46 truck at the 107 mark. So yeah, that was Toby. You can't
we
see
should
it,
be
but
getting some timing loop updates here pretty quick.
Yeah,
and,
maybe
and
we'll get
have
some
an idea
adjusted
of where he
time
actually
stuff.
sits.
Justin Davis here. His POV.
He's got some clean air.
Yeah, he does. Somebody right there.
Uh-oh.
What's he doing? All right. Guiding him that way.
That's a lot of conversation going on inside
Yeah, they're
the
going
cab
back
of
and
that
forth.
truck.
You can hear him saying, I want to just power through that. So he's itching to get going. And then going back here, we see some in-car of Allen. He's chasing down, you know. That's got to be Tavo in front of him. And then right behind him, Bryce. We'll see.
Ooh.
That
like he was getting stuck
almost. Just for a moment there.
He
That's
hit the
Herbst.
post. Look at it, he tore the fender off the truck.
19 truck, yeah. So that was Tim. Excuse me. Coming through. Yeah, the Herbst trucks always have a way of kind of looking a little different when they finish. But they finish nonetheless, and that's the most important thing.
I'm trying to see.
All right,
here.
well, I've been talking about social media, and you guys answered the call. Let's take a look at what you got. It's coming in from Patriot Games TV. All righty. Patriot Campers truck. Some footage there. Some of those ruts getting ruddy. I think that's 290. That might be Ochoa. That's 280. Okay.
It's pretty cool that we can be collaborating with spectators on the production of a show around off-road racing.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, it's always, it's really amazing to get some of those special clips, you know, because look, we've got drone footage, we've got in-car, we've got some static car, we've got cameras in different areas, but we can't be everywhere all the time. And so that's why one of the gifts of this option of getting the fans incorporated with the coverage is kind of fun.
100%, and why shouldn't it be?
Absolutely.
You know?
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Holy smokes, what was that? That's coming in from Fish. Sirens going. So watch that one more time here.
Whoever it was, they couldn't have been very far into the race, unfortunately. Oh, man.
Just picked two different. Oof,
Yeah,
that
they
looked pretty
came
brutal
into each
though.
other. Yeah, that's a bad deal.
That was bad. Yikes. Oh, geez. All right, well, back to the action. We'll send light ahead to that. Those people out there, we hope that they are okay. Maybe a little bit from the action desk. Wes will have a report on that. Until then, we are inside the truck of Alan Apudia as he makes his way through. and then we'll go to Cameron as well. Cameron out there battling away, full throttle, obviously, from this POV. His back not being a factor, again, it can't be, that's got to limit your confidence just a little bit, you know? I mean, I've always thought, I just didn't know how these guys can pound away like they do on this terrain and just not have vertebrae issues, you know? But
yeah, you know, I mean,
the shocks
unless
are
you make the mistake, it's a pretty smooth ride. It
Yeah.
sounds like he might have pile drove
Just an
into
issue.
something.
All right, here's a battle at the cattle crossing.
Oh, and just
and then
roosted the guy
welcome
behind
to
him.
Silt City. Ugh. Well, that'll slow him down. Could be, nope.
Not too much.
Not too much, though, yeah. I think it's one of those things where you close your eyes and just put the hammer down and blast through. But it did affect the line. He's not sure where he's going, getting back on track there.
Yeah, you know, back
All right,
to Cam.
we're going to go back to the first bike at San Felipe. Take it away.
How close were they behind you? Do you know how far the second place bike was?
I'm not sure. I think 9. Finish, something like that.
On fire though. Tell me about your day. It must have been a smooth day. The bike looks good. The gear's good. You guys all stayed on the bike. No issues at all.
Tyler got off to a good start and capped him slowly, but he got him and pulled a good lead. And then I think 15X had a gas problem, and then 1X had a little bit of a problem. They handed me fresh, filled her up, and my way. And I rode smooth, had a little tip over in a wash, and
Are you bringing him in right now?
on and handed the bike to Ryan to
Oh, really?
bring it in.
Do you want to wait for a commercial break to do
Yeah, I
it?
actually did see. Now I see you do have a little. Because he's got a little hole in there, but it doesn't matter as long as you're first to the finish line. And I know you guys put together just an amazing program this year. This whole team, you guys got some great people backing up. You want to give a shout out and thank some people that helped you get down here and go racing?
Yeah, I want to thank Mark Samuels for giving me the opportunity, him and the whole SLR Honda Monster Energy team. And yeah, everybody else that helps us get down here. Bobby built us a super good bike, super fast, and Joe has our suspension working really good.
Great work out there. I know you guys need to go celebrate. You came here, you did your job, and right now unofficially first place, round number 1 on your way. I think that number 1 X plate is what you guys are definitely looking for this year.
Yeah, we definitely have our eyes on that. Just got to keep it steady and smooth all year and get to the 1,000.
Plug away one at a time for sure. Well, congratulations, Carter. You guys absolutely killed it today. Go enjoy it. Hopefully the team is all going to make it back here and you guys can celebrate, pop some champagne, and have some tacos. I know you're probably hungry. You guys started.
Yeah, actually, Tyler and Ryan are in Mesquite right now. PC tomorrow. That on their hands.
That's why you guys are so badass. There's no rest. It's like maybe bike and they're heading to Mesquite, Nevada to go do another race. That's why you guys are champions here unofficially. So great work, and looking forward to seeing you guys come up next round, round number 2, the Score Baja 500 coming up in June.
Yeah, we're excited for it. We'll be there.
And I'm looking forward to it, buddy. Enjoy that. Second place, last year's Score World Desert Pro Moto Unlimited Division. Arturo Salas is right at record, but we got Shane Logan coming in hot. Let's let him get his helmet off here. Bike's all looking good. Doesn't look like there was any stacks out there, but you never know. It is Baja for sure. How you doing, brother? Good to have you here at the finish line. Congrats, unofficially second place, but you know when we get down here, it's all unofficial at this point. There's lots of things, the speed infractions, you know, the VCPs, a lot of things that go down, but you're right where you guys want to be. I mean, you're on the box unofficially. That's good stuff. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Happy to come to the finish. I don't think any of us crashed today, so really didn't have any issues that way. Super happy with how I rode, and I had a little bit of a mishap earlier in the week, so I was able to pull through for the boys, and hurt my ankle earlier, and it was just fine for today. So I'm stoked for that. Had a good finish. Ended up second. Not too bad.
Not too bad. And unofficially, you never know. Like I said, I want to go over here. We got Arturo Salas and Kieran Neeren over here. These guys, what a team you guys put together. I know you wanted to come out, you went on top of the box, obviously, but it's still unofficial, right? And points are point. Oh, you got off too. How you doing?
No, I did not have a get off. I just hit a tree pretty hard.
Did a little landscaping out there, huh?
Yeah.
So you got to be stoked with the team. I mean, Giovanni, kind of the hero. Together, you got some huge sponsors on this bike this year. Just it's a cocktail for success to have good chase people, and it shows right now. You guys are second place right up here on the ramp.
Yeah, we can't thank enough everyone that's been helping us to get even get up here. You know, it was a long race, short at the end of the day. Shane had a good ride. Kieran had a good ride. We're just excited to be out here. Still unofficial, but we're gonna put in a lot of work for the rest of the year. And thanks to all our sponsors that got us here. Kieran, what do you want to say?
I know you got a few words to say. You guys got it done. Always good to see you up here. Seems like I always run into you on a podium or the top of the rest. All good. How was your section out there?
Arturo handed me the bike right off the start line, and I did the first 93 miles, which a little disappointed in my performance, but I got the bike off the ground and did my job, so I'm happy with that. You know, so being a little nitpicking, but yeah, I know what I need to work on, and that's just building speed. And yeah, we're gonna back stateside and start.
Well, one of the world's best. You got one of the top teams. Everybody in the world wants to be. We got Giovanni over here. He's a racing. I don't know where Paul's probably down here, but it's just good. You guys got definitely a good pro. You want to actually call out some of your sponsors and thank them. I know it's very important on the side. I could do it. You could do it. You got this.
Yeah, I want to first of all Optima. You know, a huge part of the program. Malcolm Smith Motorsports, Baja Bound, Moto Cuts, making all their graphics look pretty and nice and clean. Trail Tech, FMF, Nitro Moose, Dunlop, O'Neill. Hero, everyone at Hero Racing, especially Tony Hammers, you know, he's been for the last 2 weeks, breakfast, getting up us, and everything. So TV, ODI, BNS, Wave, IMS. There's a lot more sponsors that I'd like to thank. All of them right now, but yeah. Grateful to be here safe and sound. We had a good day. We could have done better. We're going to work hard. We're going to work very hard.
We got plenty of time with 3 more. I know you want to keep that red plate.
Oh yeah, we're going to push hard.
You're not here for great job. I love it, Tony, and the lifestyle. They just all people I know. This is a tight knit. You guys having a tight team, and that's what it takes. You guys definitely came out not where you wanted to be, but hey, second place, the world's best. You guys are right there. It's going to be a long season.
Yes, it is, and we're just very thankful we have one big family together. You know, it's cool to have Karen and Shane as teammates. We have a lot of camaraderie. Is that that's it? Camaraderie. It's very cool, and we're just having fun, you know. But yeah, we're gonna work hard. We want to defend this 1X and bring it into 2026.
Es familia. ¿Te gustaría decir algo en español?
Claro que sí. No le quiero dar las gracias a todos los que nos apoyaron, nos creen en nosotros. Giovanni, la verdad, Giovanni pues, cree en nosotros, tuvo esta visión con nosotros, se rajó. Vamos a seguir dando para poder ganar el campeonato otra vez.
Congratulations, you guys. Felicidades. We'll see you guys. We'll see you probably, I guess, tomorrow. We'll give you some hardware. Looking forward to it. Great job, Arturo.
Well, congratulations to Tyler Lynn and the 7X team. And, you know, we're seeing Arturo Salas a little disappointed, but nonetheless, second place ain't so bad. Welcoming back John Griffin. John, how are you feeling about things playing out here at the Promoto?
Well, I think it, you know, went probably plan, or a lot of times, the teams are thinking that the 7X was going to be the one to beat along with the 1X. So they had a great race. Looks like they rode clean, got the lead early, held it to the finish. The 1X rode strong. At least for the riders, usually if you're in one piece and standing there, that's always a good thing.
Yeah.
So you can celebrate that night and you can live for another day.
Yeah.
If your teammates get down and they're hurt, even if they're like kind of mobile, you're feeling kind of bummed about it. Like, how are you going to be okay? And hey, the Baja 500 is coming up here in June, and that's not really all that long.
Okay.
So, you just go back to the drawing board and think what you can do. So it looks like they brought it all in one piece. I noticed that Arturo had his shoulder all, roughed up.
That was all ripped up a bit?
Yep. So basically, usually on the course, there's lots of the cholla trees, cactus and so forth that are, the trucks try to go as close as they can through them.
Yeah.
And then there's usually 2 tracks. And so a lot of times you're trying to take the inside track, and when you go for the inside track, that's when you catch the bush. And then, of course, there's left and rights, and so you're going back. But yeah, you're almost always getting a rip in your bicep and stuff, so you're bleeding a little bit after the race and so forth. But you got to get those lines when you can.
Amen. Well, looks like we've got somebody off to the side here at race mile 26. Some other 4-wheels coming through.
And I think you had an update on UTV classes.
Well, yeah, I had a
lean into
note
that.
From our operations director down in San Felipe, and so we run our own time splits with people placed around the race course. And at race mile 35, we're showing Justin Morgan in first on corrected time, Brock Hager second, Caden McCachran third, and Max Eddy fourth, with Ethan Groom rounding out the top 5 there. Well, and then Wayne Matlock in the 6th position. But
and where's Kristen?
I don't see Kristen on the list here. That doesn't mean she's not close by.
No,
but
she's usually keeping them honest.
Oh yeah. Great racing family there.
See, I'm going to claim Justin Morgan as my own.
Well, I was going to ask
because he's a moto guy,
Yeah,
So
you're going to go for
I'm always
Justin.
and then Max Eddy too, So all these guys going from 2 to 4 is always cool.
This is cool, yeah.
Yep. And Toby Price, another guy that us moto guys are
no shortage of
going to claim them as ours still.
Jack
and,
Johnson.
Yeah, Larry Roser's still out there.
Ricky.
So, Yep. RJ. So that's cool. Root for those guys.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious from a bike standpoint. There's in the 4-wheel side of things, there's guys that love the San Felipe bumps and there's guys that hate them. Where does riding the bumps fit into your general like or dislike on a motorcycle?
I do think that there's, like, later in my career, I actually think I got better at racing whoops in my
we got
career.
somebody stopped here.
He got stuck on the cattle guard.
He's spinning.
No. Must be the
He's
two-wheel
spinning.
drive.
Yeah.
It was getting deeper and deeper. Those guys are throwing their brakes on and just completely locking it up and then making the ditch deeper.
Someone's going to make a new gate here real quick, I bet.
Yeah, he's going to get pushed across in just a moment.
He'll get nerfed out of there. Let's see.
Oh, I wonder if he's high-centered on
Two-wheel
it.
drives are
That's
a bummer.
26. So, let's see. Let me just.
Dave Taylor.
Yeah, it's Dave Taylor.
Yeah, and
Stuck
I saw
at the cattle
with the
guard.
wider shot, there's a line that comes in from the left of our, looking at the screen anyway, which was kind of cool that some people were
There we
taking a
go.
different line coming in.
But all lines lead to that.
Yeah, you got to go
So-
through the hole in the fence.
Get him. Okay, so what do you do in a situation like this? What do you do?
I would have my co-driver get out and open up that gate right next to him.
Well, that's not
and-
going to
and-
help
and,
him.
Can you
He's
put-
stuck right
But
now.
I mean, if it's two-wheel drive, can you put
No,
something?
I'm talking if I came in from behind, in the truck behind, going, hey, get either that or yeah. If
You
you're in
gotta
the truck,
grab
you
a
just
plank of
I'd
wood
be
or something.
hollering at these guys. There we go.
Yeah, here
we got
go.
some helpers coming in.
Get some wood under that rear right tire.
I'm surprised the co-driver hasn't jumped out myself.
Oh.
He's got the steering going. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
but you can see-
high-centered. The tires are just spinning.
Yeah, I'm gonna put something underneath there, give him some traction, some grip, and clear that area as fast as possible. Wouldn't want to
you
be
can
that
bet
guy either.
that other gate there to the right is going to get opened here real quick.
Yeah, here
we
comes
go.
the truck.
All right, moment of truth. Why would? Okay, is he trying to go around all this? Okay, got it.
Now there's
Oh,
another
geez.
truck.
Now,
Is that Gus
Oh
Senior's
man,
coming?
what do we got going on here?
Gus Senior's coming. He's gonna.
Cue Benny Hill theme. This guy's going the other way.
How can we go around this fence?
Look at this. Problem solving, right? We were just talking about that.
And they don't give that time back. You know, so if you're stuck behind something like this, it happens, or someone that falls on a cliff or whatever gets stuck, in many cases, SCORE is not going to give you some time back.
Yeah.
You know, hats off to the guys so far for not plowing the fence. I know that's a no-no with ranchers and the private property that we get to drive and race on. But
I'm plowing it.
In the heat of the moment.
All right, Wes, what you got?
Well, I was just watching this here. So this is kind of coming into 115. It's in El Peral Wash.
Yep.
And it's where you're running next to Morelia Road, kind of heading down towards the entrance to Matomi.
Just
and there is that that fence with the cattle guard. I don't know. You know, when we were pre-running, we just went straight through there, but it's gotten a lot siltier. Obviously, we've got a truck with Taylor there stuck right in the middle of the gate. I'm thinking if they go west, like so, to what would be the driver right, that you can probably get through the fence there. Morelia Road isn't that far over there.
Right.
He's removing the cord right now, the barbed wire.
I was just going to say, do you...
And that looks like Ricky Johnson in the 1L that's like doing circles trying to figure out where to go.
Yeah. Looks like potentially problem solved here.
There goes an extra post for you.
Yeah, that's the 37L truck. So
it's time to remove a few more posts.
Well, it looks like there's some spectators there. I think that's actually one of the photographers' bink with that Easy Up. I'm wondering if somebody's got a truck there, you know, just off screen that they could put a tow strap to that guy and get Taylor out of the way.
Pull him out, right?
I don't think it's an issue anymore. Looks like there's an opening to the left.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get him out of there, wouldn't it? That other guy's been circling too.
You know, let's see if they know to adjust this oncoming truck. What if they can't see it yet? Do they go around it? So he doesn't even know it exists. He's taking a different line.
The thing that's interesting there is if that slowed up RJ and in the 1L, and if Rosser was able to make some time, but I'm looking at tracking, and I'm actually showing the 1L further down course.
So look at this. They just knew. So Wes, when you're pre-running and you know you're going to come up against this, and like, when you pre-ran it, was it as silty in this area as cattle cross? Like, do you say, okay, well, in case somebody gets stuck here, I'm going to already have a second line in my back pocket just in case?
Or that would be the last place you would think that there was somebody who was going to get stuck.
Yeah,
honestly.
right.
Yeah. So I went through there on Monday.
Yeah.
And it wasn't bad at all. That whole area, the sand is really soft.
Yeah.
And it really really draws down on the motor. Like back in the day when we would race through there in the NA UTVs, you had to really watch your belt in this section. So you can see we got somebody connecting to truck. They're going to get him out of the way, which I think is a good thing, just so it's not so sketchy trying to do a turn in that silt around that parked truck.
Right.
So we should have that cleared, but I think most people, when you looked at this, you're not really going to anticipate there being a truck stuck on that gate.
Yeah.
Most people would carry momentum into that and just get over it.
Blast through it.
So it's not something that you would really have a backup line in your back pocket. You know, most silt beds, you know that there might be an issue, so you would be looking at alternate lines. That might be Toby right there.
Nope. It's a car.
I believe this is around where he would be on the tracker, or is that no, that was a buggy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's buggy.
Yeah.
Like 891.
Sorry, I have a smaller
All right,
screen
let's
up
see if
here,
we
so
get
it's
something.
hard
Here
to
we
see
go.
what that was. Okay, well, we got the truck clear.
Good. But look at all that.
Let's hope he remembers to take the tow strap off before he drags that big 4x4 around with him.
Exactly. He's all fired up, ready to go. He doesn't. realize he's connected.
But it's a perfect example of Baja racing and Score Baja
There you
racing,
go.
which is things happen, and then how can the drivers react and use their brains to go, do I just go out and keep doing loops? And you saw either Gus Sr. or Ricky out there like, is there another way around? Is there another way around?
Problem
And then
solved,
the other
problem
drivers are driving around, and another person might have just thought, I'm going to stop, I'm going to get out. Maybe my co-driver gets out. So, like, what was the right decision?
We saw a couple of them just not even blink, just go just right through. Like, thankfully, that whole side they somehow knew that the barbed wire was removed. But yeah, to your point, everyone's zigzagging all over the place.
Yep, and probably the drivers that have the best, plus co-pilot, keep their brains amongst them to kind of go, you know what, we should pop out and just ask these guys to get this guy off the course, or do we nerf the guy? But all those decisions, that could be winning or losing the race.
For sure.
I think I said it earlier. Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected. Well, expecting the unexpected. Here's Blake Wilkie. This is his first San Felipe 250. He's in it in this position, going for it. So far, so good for him.
So, he shows a little bit more of how rough the course is.
Yeah,
you see the
as
heads
opposed
bobbing.
to Tim Herbst.
Yeah. But like I say, these cameras, they hide it all.
Yeah.
Paul Wheels ready to do
But
a
he's
Zoom
having a
call
good
pretty
time.
soon. That's Toby Price's. He said about 3 minutes. He'll be ready for a Zoom. So I just sent him the link. So if he comes on,
lots of
you want to have me
rocks.
talk to
Herbst
him.
is going up Matomi Wash.
I can talk to
there
Paul.
You go. Tim Herbst coming through.
It's pretty interesting too
Look at
how
those
these
boulders.
washes change over time. It takes a year or
Hurricanes come
so,
through
a couple different storms, and then the entire
push the
geography of
rocks.
those washes
Right.
changes.
Yeah, I like it because then it washes them flat again for the bikes. So a lot of times it can become fun again.
Yeah. But just climbing. There's a narrow stretch here. Squeaking through.
I spent the night in that wash one time years ago.
Yeah?
Pre-running, broken axle, didn't have any spares, didn't have a chase car, didn't have anything, and slept out there in the wash.
Do you have food and water with you?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we used to camp when we pre-ran.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can see people out there. Easy ups and vehicles. This is really cool. Oh, we got another victim.
Is that Rosler and Price?
Let's see. Let's see if we can somehow get just a little
They made it
closer.
past the fence.
Oh, they got stuck though.
Yeah, but
geez.
they got past the fence, but then they got stuck again.
Watch
boy.
out, we're going to get
Heads up.
nerfed here.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
watch
man.
out. Get out of there.
And then you stop because you don't want to hit the guy.
And then he gets
and
stuck.
then you get stuck.
That's exact. Oh, boy.
And here comes a truck from behind.
Oh, boy.
Now he'll
All
probably
right,
go
let's-
to the left, but these people that are outside their cabs have got
Oh, dear
to.
God. Oh, my God.
And now he's
Here we
stuck.
go. Looked like oil coming up there.
Hey, Score, if you can hear us, you better get
Taking
that,
the hood off.
Open up
Oh,
that
this is-
fence.
Oh, boy.
Open up the fence next to him.
We
tear
have
it
got
down
an
and
interesting, that's Jason McNeil.
rebuild it later.
Well, that
We've
makes
got
sense.
a bottleneck happening here.
Guys wouldn't normally just throw their hoods off, $5,000 or $6,000 hood, but
Nope.
Jason makes them so.
Wow.
The
Yeah,
air
this is,
filter
Four
was clean
vehicles.
before this, boss. I don't know what happened.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, normally you see
Here
these
we go
bottlenecks in terrain that's a little more
Yeah. Maybe
severe
in a mountain or
or
summit of something.
No other
Someone's
alternative.
coming
Go
in hot
trail.
here.
Look at this. He's
Someone's-
backing out.
someone's-
Bam.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Contact
God,
through.
this is like-
He just
This
went
guy's
through the
going
fence.
through the fence. Look at that.
Now I'm surprised that other guys
Jesus.
didn't do that earlier. And this, 6,000-pound trophy truck just.
All
take
right,
on the
let's go up
fence.
to Action Desk. Wes, give us your take.
Well, this looks
There's
like a mess. I think we can't even really see what's going on because there's so much silt
They're getting
right there
buried. I think
blocking
that
it.
truck made it
I
through.
There's a
believe
new line.
McNeil was our leader right there. And then I saw Justin Davis in the Green Army spec come in there. Looked like there was another spec truck, and then we've got a buggy in the mix, which I believe is the Wilson 1 car.
Okay.
So, yeah, that looks like that's just going to continue to get worse and worse. And the more these guys are getting stuck and then backing up and going forward, it's just going to keep digging that deeper and deeper.
Crazy, crazy. All right, well,
Meanwhile-
we'll see how that plays out. Meanwhile, we got Tava Vidosola, our leader in the trophy truck at race mile 210. He's out in front. Got clean air for him.
And so he's doing his pit right here. They really extended that out because he was saying that he was going to try to pit at the most at like 190. So the fact that he just went to 210, that's really, you know, he was probably kind of pushing. Well, okay, so I'm showing on the tracker 160, and I think this is 160. So I think that graphic is potentially wrong because I don't think there's any way they could go 210, and they're definitely not at 210.
Got you.
So we are at 160.
Okay.
This is they come out of Matomi, they head north through a pretty kind of harder packed desert section, and then they get onto Old Puertecitas Road for just a short little bit, and then they turn and head up Azufre Wash.
All right, we're going to go back to the cattle crossing here. We'll also take a look at our leader.
Yeah, you've got Alan. Alan
leaders,
is right there. You know, we've got a close race with Alan and Tavo, and
Looks
then
like,
and then that silt area is a mess now.
Complete.
And what's going to happen is this thing's just going to bottleneck and keep getting worse and worse. And if you can't carry momentum into that silt, all these two-wheel drive, like these heavier two-wheel drive trophy specs, they're going to be getting stuck all over the place.
And you can see in the distance there that there's dust, so there's more coming. And we're going to see how this next situation plays out.
Well, this is the lead pack of the trophy specs. So, I mean, these guys are battling, and, I mean, it's going to get real interesting watching this.
And
there you go. So, somebody just...
Yeah, the Green Army guys like the hot line. Just go through the fence.
Yeah, I thought that fence might not be long for
I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did, man. The guys are being pretty respectful there.
I thought, exactly. I would have just gone for it.
Thankfully, this spectator or this person out there is saving all these competitors here, pulling them out.
So just an update for you on the tracking. So Tavo looks like he's still in the lead, but now I show McMillan and Ampudia are both within the same striking distance. I mean, within the minute. And since, you know, Ampudia started 2 minutes behind.
Right.
Who was second off the line? Menzies. And McMillan was, I think, fourth off the line.
Third.
So really,
was fourth.
So the race on time, adjusted for time, is incredibly tight. In fact, I would guess Tavo might not even be in the lead.
Interesting.
So it's time to get your popcorn out and really have a good time with this, folks.
Yeah. Never a dull moment.
Ricky.
And we got EJ Herbston. He seems to be pulled over.
Was he one of those?
I think
he's one of those that are stuck in that.
That might be him, yeah.
Their trucks all became brown pretty quick.
Yeah, they're getting buried. And then to the left, looks like Menzies pitted quick and back in the mix.
So
off he goes.
Similar to that 160 area, it looks like.
That seems to be where they're fueling up. I don't know why I keep saying 210, but yeah, it does appear to be around the 160.
I don't know if anybody's
He should have been running second behind McNeil. So, you know, like we were saying, this is all the lead specs in a mess in that silt bed there.
Hey, Wes, do you have any info on the 1L, how far back they started? Because he's not too far off the trophy truck guys. And that's Rick driving, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, RJ's is driving right now, and he qualified 9th. You know, so 9 minutes.
Okay.
How many miles back?
We should have them. They'll be coming through. Well, at 160, they came through a timing loop. So let me see if we have an update from that.
Okay.
He's in it.
Okay, so we've got Paul Wheel, which is the owner of the truck Toby Price is driving right now, the number 46 trophy truck. So, Paul, how's it going? You know, you guys had a little bit of a tough time in qualifying, but Toby looks like he's charging through the pack.
Rocket stuck in the serpentine belt, which is probably the size of, you know, 2 inches wide. The gap is the only place where it can go into. So he lost power steering, and also we lost the water pump. But unfortunately, didn't do any major damage to the truck. But it put us back in like 23rd position. We've got through pretty much as far as I saw Tim Herbst I think he's got about probably maybe about a 10-minute gap of air in front of him. So that's quite handy. Yeah, as you said, he's hauling ass. So yeah, basically, I'm sitting out here waiting for him to give a truck here, and we'll jump in and run to the end.
Well, I'm sitting here staring at the tracker, so I can give you an update on where Toby is at. Looks to me like he just came out of Matomi, and so he's heading north. I'm assuming you're sitting at 160 right at Old Porcitas Road there. That's what it looks like?
A little bit further than 160. We're the only ones out here, put it that way.
Okay, all right. So yeah. a little strategy on your part there.
Yeah, we just wanted to get off sequence to everyone, basically we're pretty far out, and the guys, our chase guys, Mo and the Jimco boys, who are doing our fuels and pits for this year, have done a pretty good job getting out here, and hopefully if we can get a little bit off sequence, we can get more clean air for him. And he can drive like a madman, and give me some clean air, and we'll make up some time.
So is Rob Mack in the pit that you're in right now?
I'm not in that pit, but as I'm watching on my screen, I can just see he was leaving. So we're probably about let's just call about 30 miles further along.
All right, I got a pretty good idea of where you're at. So the other thing that's looking good for you guys is there's a pretty big gap. You've got Rossler in that David Payne all-wheel drive, and then RJ in the 1L with Gus. But Toby doesn't have a lot of trucks that he's got to work through, so he's going to have some clean air. If he can make a pass on Rossler, then he'll have clean air for quite a while, and it looks like you might have some clean air, so that should be good news for you.
Yeah, which would be good. We saw Rossler's truck at about mile 70, and it didn't really sound that good. So I think they were doing a driver change when I spoke to Larry yesterday. I think they were doing a driver change at 165. So hopefully we can get by him there if we're close enough. And from 165 to where we are, I'm sure Toby will pull a fair bit of the gap there for us to be able to get in and get out in front of them.
How were the other trucks looking that came through? You got boots on the ground. How did Tavo, Luke, Bryce, Alan, how did those guys all look coming through where you were at?
Basically all really on top of each other. And, Tavo and Bryce, and then Alan got around Luke, which I was surprised. And I thought maybe Luke had a flat, but he still had two new tyres in the back in crack. So Alan just must have got him on a line or whatever, but they were right on top of each other. And then there was a bit of a gap back to Lofton, and he stopped there at 70. So for fuel, which was a pretty long stop. So it'll be interesting with everything. We're fortunate with Joe Gibbs' engine that we can run a lot further than what the guys with the Chev engines can. Probably around about another 20 miles, close to 20 miles longer with our truck. And we made a call at mile 95. We had a fuel mileage that we could run to. And we're well within that, so we didn't even bother doing a splash because we were going to do a splash at the BFG Pit 1 there, but we didn't even bother doing a splash there. So they'll be getting low on fuel by the time they get to us, but we'll be in and out pretty quick.
Okay, well, thank you for giving us the update. Good luck to you guys, and I hope to see you guys at the finish.
Yeah, no problem. I gotta get changed, get ready, get in that beast.
All right, man. Have some fun. Take care.
Yeah.
So it's tough for me to kind of tell, but I think that might be the 70. Or no, that's Gus and RJ in the pit right here. So they're, I believe that's at 160. And they're, according to the tracker, they should be kind of right with Lofton right now.
Okay.
So that should be a kind of a battle for track position. The 1L, they have a pretty good lead for the Trophy Legends, and they're doing really well overall on top of that.
Yeah.
You know, they're, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th or 8th physical, depending on who comes out of this pit. Like Lofton has an update on the tracker in 9 minutes, so I'm not sure exactly what he's got going there. But, you know, there's somewhere in that area. But we've got a really solid lead pack. I feel like a lot of times in a race like this, you'll have, you know, 3 to 5 trucks that have really pulled away. But we've got more than that in the mix right now. At, you know, I'd say we're, well, they're cruising up Azufre Wash, which is a pretty fast wash. Out of the washes out there, I felt like Azufre and Amarias were 2 of the faster washes. But what will be fun to see here is that as everyone gets into Guatemote, how do things play out in Guatemote? There's a lot of areas where you can get a flat, and you know, or tear something up on your truck in some of those big rocks in there.
Yeah, Guatemote could be the equalizer. We'll see. Off goes Gus.
Hey, Wes.
Gustavo. Oh,
I've got a question for Wes.
Yeah,
so
go for it.
You said that Toby Price was 23rd off the line. Is that right?
26.
I believe it was 26.
Okay, so 26 off the line. Right now I have him about 21 miles behind the leaders, which is either Luke McMillan or Alan Impudia, right in that range. So he is on adjusted time. Now, if you averaged exactly 60 miles an hour, which it's not because some sections are fast and some sections are slow, but he's definitely on pace for a potential victory, even if he's not the first guy physically on the course. So that's super exciting to, again, continue to watch your screens.
Well, definitely, and I'm showing that he got past Rossler. So if he did, he's got clean air all the way to RJ. Well, and I guess depending on what happens with Lofton here, but you know, Lofton hasn't updated in 11 minutes, so we don't know exactly what's going on with him. But anyways, Toby's going to have clean air, and then even when Paul gets in, he should have a fair amount of clean air. So they're going to be able to make up ground, and that was from the very get-go. I said, when you have a 26-minute gap, that you can kind of creep up on people, you know. So all of these lead guys are worried about each other, but Toby can definitely get into the mix here. So it's going to be fun to watch, but you know, at the same time, we've got a heck of a battle going on up front.
Yeah, if anybody can do it, it's Paul and Toby for sure. Awesome. Well, thanks a lot, Wes. We appreciate that, and we will see how things unfold. But so far, so good.
Yeah, you know, with this grouping of 5 or 6 trucks up towards the front like that and getting closer or beyond the halfway point, I think you're going to see some guys start to push pretty hard.
Yeah.
Which, you know, who knows what can happen. Somebody might make up some time. Somebody might make a mistake.
Right. Well, once they get into that wash there and they're on top of each other, anything could happen. We'll see if Toby Wash, what it does.
Yeah, and it's looking like McMillan is in the lead now. So I'm seeing the number 1 of Ampudia in second. Now the trackers keep pinging back and forth between when they refresh, but pretty much too close to call. So, and you don't know if someone just did a pit, like it sounded like Toby was going to pit further out where these leaders are right now, and some others might have done that. So you know if maybe McMillan hasn't pitted or maybe he has, but definitely some leapfrogging and excitement.
For sure. And we're seeing here in the trophy trucks, right around race mile 160, the splits. And we'll see again, you know, just how adjusted time will play a factor, how physically is much different. Whether you finish first can be impacted by your adjusted time. We just got done talking too about Toby and Paul and what they've accomplished already, and what Toby's really been doing is pretty phenomenal. And I will say, how cool is that we can to have a conversation with Paul in the middle of the field. I mean, that's pretty fantastic.
Yeah,
to
we need
patch
more
in
of
like
that. That's cool.
That's
Live
really,
on the spot action.
I love that. So shout out to whole team making that possible.
And I liked how he tried to keep his pit location secret. Like all the other guys are going to somehow pit up, lift up their trucks and trailers and bring all the tires somewhere else.
A secret location.
Although I guess there were some teams that said they could pit at 3 different locations that they were prepared. So maybe they could change on the fly. But that's always fun to have the coy team managers trying to play some games there.
Right. Alrighty.
How good does that truck look?
Rear view.
I think there's some people that would have loved to have those max tracks back at that cattle garden debacle.
I think they wanted someone to just get out and put them under their tires for them so they didn't have to get out.
Yeah. And what a great young kid Jack is. Gotten to spend time around him, actually when he was a lot younger, on some of Cameron Steele's truck trips. And have been watching him come through the ranks here. Good kid, good family, and appears to be a pretty good driver.
All right, back to Wes at the action desk.
Okay, a couple other things that I've been monitoring is the 70 of Concrete Motorsports. Those guys, they haven't really been in the mix up front in a score race, but Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner, I mean, there's some fast drivers. I think Harley Lettner, a lot of races in the U.S., he'll be the fastest qualifier. Harley, I believe, got in at 160 at their pit there. So, he right now, according to the tracker, we're showing Luke, Tavo, Bryce, and then Alan, and then Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner. One of the things that we talked about at qualifying with those guys was all these other drivers in the trophy truck class, they're doing it with one driver. So that one driver had to learn the 250 miles.
Right.
With Kevin and Harley splitting it up, they're able to be specialists, kind of, is what I would call it, in their section. So Harley might be able to really throw down a sprint because all he had to do pre-running is focus on 160 to the finish. So you got 90 miles or so to really nail every line, get them all to flow together. So that's going to be a truck to watch. And then Rob Mack is just kind of hanging in there in that Jimco all-wheel drive. So we've got a really good race. You've right now Luke, Tavo, Bryce, I think it's Alan, then the Kevin Thompson, Lettner, and Rob Mack, and then Lofton is right there in the mix as well. And then, like we were saying, Toby, he's got 2 legends, I think, between him and Lofton, but there's a fair amount of clean air.
Yeah.
So he might be able to make a run.
Great points, Wes. Thanks for that. And as you can see right now, we've got that in-car Rob Mack, and so far, really no mechanical issues this race so far. He's doing well. He hasn't had any issues, so that's great to see.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx him.
Yeah, sorry, Rob.
But no, they're looking good. I could see during their pit stop, there were some people kind of in the way, and he was like wanting to get out of the way because his pit was almost done and stuff. So the competitive juices are flowing
for sure,
and he's feeling it. And like Wes was just saying, it's really anybody's battle. There's maybe 7 or 8 trophy trucks that all still have a shot.
It's getting interesting. There's a little more compression starting to happen now as these guys are getting closer and closer and moving in, and different drivers are coming into getting behind the wheel. So there's a new jolt of adrenaline, perhaps. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I always enjoyed when you're in the battle. There's some races where you have, you get a flat tire, or for us, you have a spill, you get off the bike, and you're now 15 minutes down, and you're getting on knowing that you're probably not going to make up 15 minutes.
Right.
So it's a bit boring. But when you're in the thick of it and anything can happen, boy, everybody's on edge.
It's exhilarating.
It's exhilarating. It's also a little bit nervous, so all your pit crew knows that, man, they can't blow it. Your chase driver, your co-pilot's trying to give you the directions because he knows that he needs to help.
Yep.
So everything's to lose, everything's to gain.
Love that. All right, back inside with Brandon Walsh. Having a great San Felipe so far.
Yeah, no, they're more in that desert floor area, kind of where the Cal Guard probably. They're still a little bit north of that, would be my guess.
Yeah.
Around Morelia Junction.
Let's see.
Now listen to that thing, yeah.
Yeah. Different sounding engine.
Straight. Yep. L3 coming up.
Okay.
L3. Right here.
And the 3 would be how hard of a, or sharp of a turn it would be my guess.
Right.
Whatever communications they've got going on.
Coming up R3.
You got a straightaway shot as well on your right.
R3, L3.
And hard left there. Off they go.
R4, L3.
Looks like that truck's making a pit there.
L4.
So as they're pitting over there, you know, earlier we saw a little bit of Brandon Walsh and his co-driver going back and forth. Wes had created a great video about the importance of the communication between the co-driver and the driver. So get a moment, we'll run that clip for you guys.
Communication amongst a driver and co-driver is crucial in a desert racing series like SCORE. I spoke with some of our top teams to get some insight into the technology and techniques that they use.
That relationship I have with my boy Kyle is super great, and you know, we just put in the time, and the notes is, I don't know, kind of a mix of everything. It's kind of my own language at the end of the day. What I understand, I have some weird notes out there, but in my head it all makes sense. And you know, when he first started hopping in with me, he'd be like, why this? Why am I gonna say this? I'm like, just trust me, dude. And then now he understands how I'm working, so it's a lot easier pre-running. I don't have to be telling him exactly what I want.
Yeah, so I've got Brent riding with me in the trophy truck, and all we use is a low range screen. So the guys look after us with some screens for the truck, and we just basically take rally pace notes. And yeah, there's some sections where we just got to mark our rocks and our dangers and some of the corners that could probably catch us out. But yeah, all in all, it's a pretty basic, simple system, but it really is efficient and works well for us.
The notes are so particular that I think that if I grab my GPS and give it to, you know, Bryce Menzies or to Luke McMillan, they won't understand anything, and vice versa, right? I mean, we might understand 30% of what it says there. So that's what's cool, I think, about how everyone marks. It's so unique to the team.
We keep it pretty simple. We don't use rally notes. I think it's too much. I think the navigator has to be involved with the race more than just looking at full notes. They're managing the truck, they're managing the communications, they're managing the driver, and they're managing the navigation. So they have more work to do over there than the driver does. And for me, I think the rally notes are, for us, is a little too intense.
I use a different system for notes. I use lead nav. So I end up, you know, I ride pre-running for the most part. This week I've been driving myself and doing my notes. So all my notes are called back to me directly. I don't have to rely on a navigator to tell me those. So it's pretty cool. And it also frees up the navigator to look at other things, pay attention to gauges, monitor the radio, you know, get the scenarios from the chase crews and stuff like that. And then add in when we're in the dust, and, you know, if they see anything, you know, outside of what my notes are already calling, you know, they gotta pay attention to that and help out there.
So I've been with Oren for a long time. He's great. He can change a tire insanely fast, but the biggest thing is having that connection with him. When he knows he needs to be a therapist to calm me down, when he knows he needs to have motivation to pick me up, push me through, and those are the things that you really need to look forward to. Have trust in both of you, knowing that you can get the truck to the finish line, but also during those extreme times in the desert when no one's around, you're 6 hours into a race, and you need that little bit of a motivation. It's awesome to have a guy like that know what to say at the right time to pick you up and push that much harder to get to the finish line.
So here we go back to Brandon Walsh, and really, really cool to see how every team has got their own way of doing it. And part therapist, part navigator, everybody's got their own system involved. And as Tavo was saying, my notes wouldn't match your notes, but we find a way to make it through. And even Rob's got his own way of doing it. But incredibly, incredibly crucial to the success of every team out there, the co-driver and driver relationship.
Yeah, and interesting to hear like Cameron talking about how he didn't want to have necessarily the track notes and whatever. Yeah. So the lead nav and what Rob Mack was talking about is basically with the technology now, they can record the notes and it will link up with your sat tracker, so it knows what race mile you are. So potentially it could be in your ear saying, and it would be possibly yourself recording the notes.
Sure.
Like, hey, there's a cattle guard coming up here in about a half mile, be careful for that. And it could track with you.
That's wild.
Of course, you might get just annoyed at hearing your own voice for 4.5 hours, but it could provide some assistance.
Mm-hmm. There's Cameron. Looks like he got a new tire put on.
That means he probably had to use one, huh?
He had a flat around race mile 140-ish and then got back going, so.
Is he still leading this class?
I think so. I think so. It does look like there's been a lot of movement, though, in the trophy truck class. I think that has to do
Heidi Steele's back, ladies and gentlemen. You just somehow just replaced Ryan Thomas to the magic of Baja, but welcome back. And yes, glad to see that Cameron got that issue resolved. And I think just a minute here, he'll get back out there. His crew frantically working fast to make that happen.
Yeah, there's so much consequences of like leaving when you have a problem, making sure you don't have the problem, especially when you're leading. It's like you don't want to throw it away. Yeah. You don't want to burn up extra time. Yes. But if he says that he hit something hard like that cattle guard, you're going, well, we better check the bottom of the truck to make sure it's not got a problem, because you're not going to last in San Felipe.
And it's so hard because you start hearing things in the truck, or whatever you're racing, buggy, whatever it is, you start hearing things as you're going through the race, and you're saying to yourself, this is okay, right? This is how it's supposed to sound. Yeah. So you start second guessing things.
But then in a situation like this, you get there, you're immediately telling your crew, guys, I'm hearing this. What is this? This is, check it out. Because once I leave here, I'm going to enter an area where you can't get to me.
And there's still someone underneath the back. Yeah. And then as the mechanic guy climbing around, whether it be the motorcycle or the truck, you're just looking for, is there a huge gash out of something? Is there a case that's snapped? Is there fluid that's, you got a trail of fluid underneath it?
There's two guys down there.
What do we try to mess with and fix here? Or is it going to be okay? Do you roll the dice? Lots of decisions.
I wonder what it could be. Yeah, that is tough. Every second crucial.
Now, is that a driver outside the back with a hat on?
No, I think it was just...
is that one of the crew members?
One of the crew members, and they usually wear a race suit when they're fueling, just for safety.
For safety, sure.
And Cameron's going to drive the whole way, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Someone's frantically running out there. Maybe we'll get an update from Weston a little bit. Maybe he can get some intel as to what is happening with Cameron.
Oh,
co-driver's
Cody's getting out. That's not good.
All right. So.
Okay, so. Yeah, so I know that they're checking the rear brakes right now. But I'm not sure why the co-driver had to get out.
Yeah.
He must be has some technical capabilities. Wanted his expertise.
What's Cameron doing
stuff.
with his thumb there on the steering wheel? Is he pressing something? Are they testing something?
Maybe a push to talk.
Is that what it is? Okay.
I think he's saying, why in the heck can't we get going?
Let's get going.
Yes.
Yeah, screaming.
Are we about ready?
I don't need any brakes.
Yeah. Nobody uses brakes.
Yes, we don't need no sticking
badges. Not in this situation. All right, looks like they have backed away a bit, and the 16 truck is back in the San Felipe 250. So
Let's
off
go.
goes Cameron. But right behind him, is that a Herbst?
And moving pretty quickly.
Yeah, we had a fine clip there.
Yeah.
He's got to come right out of that, and he's got Herbst on his tail.
Yeah. Hopefully the team radioed him to give
Yeah.
him a heads up and get him moving.
FYI, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, and here's EJ in car. Plenty
Yeah.
of rocks in front of him.
My guess is that Tim would probably need to be pitting, if they're going to pit at that same 160 location, he's going to have to pit too. So maybe Cameron will get back out in time to have a little bit of a break. But if he's got trouble, boy, he's going to have somebody on his tail quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for the overall truck, I'm still seeing the 21 truck of Tavo intermixing with Alan Impudia, and then it's looking like McMillan hasn't registered a reflash in the last 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
it's anybody's guess who's
Yep.
up at that lead. There's a great race, and then Menzies is still in it. And as Wes pointed out, Kevin Thompson, that truck is in the mix.
It is.
They're right up there.
It absolutely is. All right, here's a really cool side-by-side. I think of the battle that we're looking at. Tim's perspective, probably Cameron's dust in front of him. And Cameron got the pedal down. You can hear those engines going. These are two-wheel drive trucks going at it.
The sound of the engine is just always so exciting.
Yeah. Baja soundtrack. Let's see. How far away?
Also, it does look
Tim
like
is.
Toby Price has passed the Larry Rosler, David Payne truck, so he's continuing his march to the front.
Wow!
And
He's just knocking them down.
He's coming. He's coming for those leaders.
Jeez.
So they're going to have to do that driver change. And were you guessing that they're about doing that at about race mile 180, 190? That was my guess.
I can't recall Paul and Toby.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't recall.
I think it was like 190 because he
Was it?
said he was like 30 miles up the road.
He was
So-
still being a little vague as to where he was.
Yeah,
exactly, right?
basically, and right now they're at 164.
Okay,
so
so
it's
coming
still whoever's the original driver. I don't know if Toby was the original driver or not, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It does seem like Alan's out in front, though, doesn't it? Doesn't seem like he got
Again,
past Tavo.
Well, yeah. I just refreshed Alan so far. Justin refreshed.
Yep,
Tavo's-
he's like 3 miles ahead of the last time that Tavo, and Tavo hasn't flashed for a minute.
Tavo's
roughly 60 miles an hour, so looks like he's got a 1.5 mile lead maybe.
Yeah, we shall see. And then behind Tavo is Bryce, followed by Kevin Thompson.
But McMillan's has not flashed for 8 minutes, which you
So
put them
there
8
you
miles
go.
ahead, and he's at 190 and would be leading.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
it's anybody's game here. That's why you have to keep hitting refresh on your screen.
only refresh so many times
Watch
like
the
this.
action.
Alrighty. So.
And if you were a fan like I was, 20, 30, whatever years ago, all you could do was just stand alongside on a hill somewhere, just waiting for the trucks to come by, and you saw them once, and they were gone.
And that's it.
Or wait at the finish line.
Oh, here we go.
And now this is cool. We get to see these guys in action.
You get to ride along with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Pit opportunity. Race mile 160. That might be.
That truck is pretty nondescript. I'm not seeing any logos on it.
Well, yeah. Trying to see. I know Toby's got a new truck. It's black. It's got some interesting Aboriginal artwork if you get up close to it, which is kind of fun. Little nod to Australia. And let's see who we have here. Hard to make out what number that is.
42T could it be?
Let's see.
Mavic.
Nonetheless,
Gaunt.
off they go.
Chad
All right,
Broughton,
there you go.
2T.
That's 2T, yeah. That's Chad.
Okay, I did see it too.
Your eyes did not deceive
I
you.
immediately thought of Pistol, and so that's cool that Chad's racing in his honor, of course.
Off he goes.
For Pistol Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. Pistol Pete lineage. Back to Cameron and Tim. Some in-car volume. Spectators out there, middle of nowhere. How incredible it is to be able to have this kind of access, this in-car stuff, and just the footage and all of that. And Wes has put together a great package of the technology, Starstream, that makes it all possible. Let's take a look.
One of the biggest advances in bringing the action to our fans at home in the SCORE Desert Racing Series is live streaming video from in the vehicles. So let's have a look at the technology we're using to bring this action to your home.
For years, you haven't been able to see what's happening inside these race trucks in the remote locations in Baja. Now, with technology, you can. You can ride along with drivers like Alan Ampudia, the #1 SCORE champion from last year, and you can do it with technology. Technology from a Starlink and a Starstream box attached to a GoPro camera. A lot of these guys have them on their cars already. And it's really easy because you can just pick which camera you want. The SCORE guys can show you guys all these fantastic images on their live broadcast. Let's check out Alan's truck and see what he's got going on that truck. In Alan's car, we have the stream box mounted to the underside of the roof. And then we have the Starlink mounted to the top of the truck so it can see the satellites in the sky. And it allows him to be able to communicate from anywhere on the planet. And you have 2 GoPros attached to the Starstream system, and those GoPros you can connect to the audio inside the car and hear what the driver and co-driver and team are saying at any time.
Absolutely phenomenal. And to that point, everything they're discussing, I mean, look at this. Like, now you're really getting this vantage point of inside Alan Pudia's truck. And he had to make some little course corrections here as he makes his way around. But again, you know, it is unparalleled. Look at these rocks, these boulders, these guys chewing up.
Time to get out your Land Cruiser and see if you can race with them on this little rock crawling section.
I think so, yeah. But again, the picture is clear. The signal is stabilized. So amazing shout out to Starstream. So grateful for this technology. Look at those rocks. I mean,
this is what really gives their drive lines a really good, a tough
run for the money, so to speak.
Yes, because they get spinning aggressively on the throttle in the sand, and then they catch a rock that's totally implanted, get 100% traction, and then you get a load and you snap a CV joint like Bryce Menzies did earlier.
Yeah.
And so the completely on-off is what really gets them.
Well, you really have to strategize through here and really put your truck, there's only like certain ways to get your truck through, you know?
I mean, are you sweating that you're just going to pop a tire at any point?
I think just in these areas, all of my muscles are just completely tense.
Yeah.
I just, you know, want to be on the other side of it.
But look at the dust in front of him. So Alan's chasing. I mean, he's not far away from somebody. And there's that pressure too, right? So
yes.
You don't want to pop, you don't want to do anything egregious and put yourself at risk, but at the same time, you're so close.
Well, you hear how much easier he is on the throttle.
Yeah, you can hear the
engine. So you don't want to be revving too much to hit one of these rocks. Again, the traction to the untraction, so they're kind of like up, 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 really easy so that it doesn't load. That would be smarter to take care of your drive line.
For sure.
And then get on the gas later when you don't have to worry about that.
Let's go up to the action desk. Wes, what's your take on this area? You know it well.
Yeah, so this is that area that was really rocky in Watamote that I was talking about previously. And I think this is going to be a really critical point in the race. You can see Alan is in some dust right there. If the tracker is correct, that would be Luke's dust.
Okay.
And there's just a lot of buried rocks in this whole section, so you've got to be really careful. It's going to be crucial for these guys to get through Watamote with them stacked this close together with no flats. And there's gotchas all over the place, so it'll be fun to watch to see who can get through here clean.
Now this is a tough area too if something does go sideways, right? Is it very difficult for the teams the crew to get there and help repair?
Yeah, let's say you tagged a rock and took a corner off the car or something, you're not getting a chase truck in there. The access, you'd have to come from the Morelia roadside and then go down race course. I mean, it would be a major issue if you had a mechanical problem in this part of the course in Watamote.
Noted. Thank you, Wes. So far, Alan is doing a good job, navigating all right. Looks like he's right behind Luke as well. So far, nobody's pulled off to the side yet. No reports have come in for any blown tires. The race is on.
And I think Luke started behind Alan, right?
He did.
So he's got the minute plus whatever he's got in front of Alan. So, but still tight.
That's true.
And I'm showing on tracking right now that Bryce and Tavo are both still like too close to call there. And then Rob Mack now is in the picture, just popping in that same minute. So we've got like 5 trophy trucks within about 4 miles of action. There's Kristen.
All right,
friend of yours, huh?
Yeah, we're I would say acquaintances. We're not friends,
okay.
But I have a high degree of respect for her. I think she's doing phenomenal in the sport. So happy to see her and her husband racing. It's just awesome.
You really get a sense of them just bouncing. Look at those.
Yeah.
How sore is your neck after something like this? Even with the stabilization that you got built in, you're still feeling that.
Yeah, well, when I first was racing San Felipe in probably about 2006, I was in a limited truck. And so, I was so sore, and that was before neck restraints.
Yeah.
Fortunately, a few years later, neck restraints started to become popular, and that just was a lifesaver.
Game changer for you, sure.
Yeah, so for the fans at home, the neck restraint basically connects your helmet to something that rests on your shoulders and a strap that keeps it from flopping too far forward or too far back and kind of saves you a little bit. It's looking like the passenger does not have one of those possibly.
Yikes.
Or it's pretty loose.
Yeah.
One or the other. Nonetheless,
looks like she's got the donut maybe underneath.
Yeah.
All right, back to the action desk with Wes. What you got, Wes?
All right, so back where we saw the bottleneck there at the fence where they were stuck, I got some pretty cool news. So, everybody at SCORE works as a team together, and we've got people out there with drones and camera guys all over the race course, as well as course workers. And so what happened here, we saw that tent there and the Raptor pulling the truck out. That was actually a SCORE drone operator, John Kilmore.
Wow.
And he just kept his drone in the air, so we were able to get the shot, and then he drove his truck down there and connected it and actually pulled him out.
That is wild.
Another thing that was cool here too is this was our lead trophy specs, and you had Jason McNeil, EJ Herbst teamed with Ryan Millen, and then Justin Davis all coming in here. And we had the pass for the lead on camera with Justin Davis getting through there and getting ahead of McNeil and EJ.
So wild.
One other thing too, I talked about the Concrete Motorsports truck. I got news from their team. Harley got in at race mile 115, so I'm going to say that they pit. So there's the shot right there of the pass for the lead. You got McNeil with his hood off, EJ stuck, and Justin Davis just came blasting through there.
Just rip the front end right off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're stuck like that, that's kind of what it takes.
Yeah.
Well, showing what it takes is that drone operator. Man, talk about multitasking. That's amazing.
Yeah,
He's got a stellar shot, plus he's helping out the entire race.
Yeah, it's pretty talented when you can be live streaming your drone shot to us for the show and be pulling people out of the course.
Nice.
Throw in an extra six-pack for him.
Right.
Man, that's fantastic. Well, great job, Wes. Really appreciate that update.
Yep, back to you guys.
Cool. All right, back to Kristen. They are in it to win it. And we continue to move through this competition, and we will see where our trophy trucks are working out as the dance between Impudia, Tavo, McMillan, Bryce. Bryce unfortunately suffered that issue with his vehicle, so that's putting him in a disadvantaged spot, but nonetheless makes room for other competitors to come up. Justin Lofton, and of course Rob McCachran nipping away too. All right, POV of Kristen from her perspective. She's moving along at a nice clip. Nice straightaway here. Brandon Walsh fueling up.
If I had to guess, I would guess that Kristen's coming up to that section where that cattle guard is. That's kind of about the time that she would probably be going down there. That's kind of what the desert train looked like to me.
Got you. And we'll see how she navigates through that.
What are these guys doing?
Brandon's saying, let's get that gas in, let's go.
No, it needs to be a microfiber, not a cloth. This isn't going to work.
Yeah, I know.
That's not going to work. I need a real microfiber. There you go. Thank you.
Get this man a microfiber.
Oh, my bad.
Oh my God, there it goes.
Do they have some grape?
He just threw it out the window.
It's all good. All right, you guys ready to go?
I wanted flavored water, not regular water. Hold on a second.
I want it
wow.
now.
This is a new young crowd, I guess.
Thank you guys. Good job. Thank you.
I get it. I get it. You want to be able, I mean, look, you got to see where you're going. You got to see where you're going. It's important.
Yeah.
Right? So come on, guys. We need that microfiber.
Yeah, he's had about 120 miles of dust and he's over it.
Sure.
Let's get this fixed.
Front end feels a little like loopy. I don't know. It could just be the shocks too. I mean, don't get me wrong. The shocks are better than they were when we ever had them, right?
To the left.
But it's just not. It's not working for me right now.
To the right. To the left.
There we go. Now we're moving.
To the left.
Big rock.
Yep.
Where am I going? Left or right?
Straight.
It's cool to, not only do we get to see, but we can hear. And you really hear the banter in real time, what's going on and what these guys are, what's going through their minds, you know?
Well, and then the big impact of the rock that they just hit to their skid plate down below.
And you heard him say, big rock coming. All of a sudden, bam.
What do you think caused that to happen?
You hope that you enjoy each other's company because that's a long time in the saddle, side by side. How did that work for you, Heidi, with all of the co-pilots you had through the years?
So I had just like a handful of them, and probably a couple guys were really core for quite a while. So you really have to have that bond. You have to trust them. Mm-hmm. They're trusting you,
for sure.
And I think your camaraderie and that vibe in the car is so important. So.
Anybody ever get on anyone's nerves? Like, just drive. Hey, princess.
Oh, I'm sure there's. I mean, we've
heard
that before, where sometimes the drivers don't want to hear. They don't want to hear from the coach. You know.
Yeah.
I think for probably the 500 and the 1,000, these longer ones, these longer journeys, sometimes your emotions, you're so gassed out on so many levels. Sometimes you just want to hear a little bit of peace. But it's vital to know where you're going and have somebody there for support.
Yeah, I actually love a lot of conversation in the car, like a lot of direction, because I figure that two minds are better than one, and I can make my own choice, but I want to hear what they're saying, and that way I can make my own choice, you know.
Sure. Got to hear what you're saying. And to that point, that's a great segue, because we've got a nice we've got a lot of advances that have happened right now through that communication. We've been talking a lot about the Bluetooth and how that can move back and forth and between not only your driver and stuff, but you can make notes. Rob has these pre-notes. So, I mean, these advancements just keep coming. And we do have a video package about the advancements of communication. Let's take a look.
With the Score Desert Racing Series being around for over 6 decades, technology has changed tremendously. And one of the things that has been affected the most is communication. I talked to some of our racers to figure out what are they using for new technology and how things have changed from two-way radios to now the use of Starlink.
Yeah, I mean, technology, you say thank you, Uncle Elon, for, Starlink and making all this possible for sure. I think it's a step in the right way for the sport, since it's so hard for us to, having fans or, we're covering thousands of miles some races, so it's super hard for spectators. So this gives, a different, route, evolving the sport into better ways so people at home, like you say, can watch it and enjoy it. And, we have our Star Stream, and we have our link to our friends, family at home, and they can be watching me race the whole time. At the 1,000, we streamed 16 hours, or I don't know, and you could, hop in any moment and see how I'm doing. So
the technology at off-road racing is extremely different from when I first started. When we first were coming down here, we had a sat phone in the bag in case anything bad happened. And if you were 10 miles away from a pit, you could not contact them from the race truck. Where then it turned into you have sat, but that went through the truck, MSAT, and then you could actually talk to the pits from anywhere, where now you have Starlink with live camera, so anybody anywhere could watch live what the truck's doing at that time. You could text from your phone, you could text into the GPS.
I have to tell you, I can barely turn on a computer. My kids operate my iPhone better than I can, so I can remember the stub cans back in the day, and just, basically there was one road you followed and went south to La Paz, so yeah, it's changed a lot.
For the mechanics to be watching inside the truck to know exactly what's going on. A lot of other things, on top of the communication, but one thing that stands out to me in the communication is the ability to Bluetooth the helmets now. So when Jason Duncan's out changing a tire, I can continue to talk to him, and he can radio into the guys what he sees out there and what he needs. So that's that's a big advantage right there, I think, is the Bluetooth in the helmets. Just for when and if Duncan has to get out of the truck, we can still at least talk, because sometimes it gets, even though we're changing a tire in 30 or 40 seconds, it kind of gets lonely in there. You're sitting there thinking, what's going on? But you can, he can communicate to me how it's going out there. The team can see on the Star Stream with the, Starlink what's going on, and that just keeps everyone more in the loop. And then on top of that, I think it's great for the family and friends at home.
The technology with the tracking, with the video, with the radio type different apps that there are out there now, it's mind-blowing what we have today. For me, it's like crazy. And when I started racing, I had no radio, no spare tire, no power steering, and we just went for it. So it's definitely changed. Now we have air conditioner units, powered drinker systems, electric seats, heated. Some people have heated seats, adjustable seats. It's just off the hook now. So technology is mind-blowing what's happened.
It's such a trip to hear Rossler and McCachran talk about what it was like, and then juxtapose that with Menzies and Ampudia. All right, so here's our leaderboard right now for the trophy trucks. Here's the splits so far. Kevin Thompson, Ampudia, Lofton, Price, McMillan, McCachran, Vidosla, and Menzies.
And look, that's on adjusted time. So at race mile 160, Wes was right. The Thompson number 70 in the lead overall on time. So
and then here's our legend class.
Amazing.
Yep, Vidosla and Payne. And
yeah, and when Rossler mentioned
here's a two-wheel drive.
Stub cans, what that was for all the folks at home, they used to have a can. It would almost be like a soda can. You cut the lid off, and then you put tape over the top. And at each pit stop at each stage, so there would be a checkpoint, and they would put in like a poker chip.
Yeah.
And so you had one for this is pit 1, pit 2, pit 3, and at the end of the race, they had to open that can and make sure that you would hit every one of these various stage points.
Right.
So that was what the stub can was.
Times have changed.
And if you fell off your dirt bike and your stub can got broken off, you better go back and find that thing and put it back on your bike and tuck it into your kidney belt or something like that, so you could bring it with you.
Yeah. Wow. All right, so we got people pitting, we got people passing. All sorts of stuff happening down there at Race Mile 160.
Looked like the Green Army truck that
Yep.
just went by.
Yep.
Guy that blew the hole in the fence. Nice for him.
He's not taking no for anything. Yeah, it is. Again, we just continue to improve, and it's really making the sport so much more exciting.
Yeah, the decision making for that Green Army truck was pretty instant. There was no turning around.
No.
There was no looping back. It was just.
That
Very
seems
cool.
to be the MO for this entire race. Every time he comes on camera, he's just bam, hammered down. And
Yeah.
that's what Cameron says. If you're not, committed 120%, then you probably won't win.
Yeah.
And he's right now still out in front for the two-wheel drive, so that's looking good.
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like Herbst is really close behind him.
Mhm.
Chad Broughton's not too far back too. I mean,
Yep.
they're actually all pretty stacked up too. But
Nipping at each other's ankles.
I'm
yes.
guessing he's probably also never had to stop and untake the baling wire all off of the back of your truck
Yeah.
that got stuck, the barbed wire all around your axles and stuff.
There's
But
a Dear
looks
Diary
like he
moment.
made it clean.
All right, in car with EJ. They're bumping around. You see that nice and ruddy, chewing through that.
44 miles an hour there, 45 on the speedo to the
Yep.
right. That's cool.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Tavo.
Here comes Tavo screaming through. Race mile 210. All righty. Getting closer.
They are getting closer.
Yep.
With
And-
40 miles to go.
Yeah.
It's probably about 35, 40 more minutes.
About
That's
that. That's exciting. See some wind out there.
Yeah, I always loved when it was windy on race day because you could, the dust would clear.
helps,
It's just
yeah.
a little safer.
For sure. And got someone right behind Tavo, I think.
And on a motorcycle, I like the breeze, but if it was really windy, that wasn't so great
It'll
because it
knock
would
you
actually
over.
blow you to the side.
For sure.
So you're going through the whoops and then having to look at two lines of where you are and where you might blow into.
Right. All right. So behind Tavo, we have
Should be Bryce. Yeah.
Bryce. Wait
so,
a second.
So I'm showing we got Luke in first, or first physically, we should say that now.
There we go.
Ampudia second physically, Justin Lofton 41 third,
Yeah.
then Tavo and Bryce, and then Rob would be the next one in line, and then the 70 of Kevin Thompson truck.
Yep.
So again,
Ampudia,
this adjusted
Justin.
time is going to be the carrying
It's
message
gonna be the
of the
deciding
day.
factor,
Yeah,
for sure. No
it's gonna
doubt.
be exciting. Chances are the truck that finishes first across the line might not be the first truck to take the overall.
And again, like we, well, they're past it now, but we did see some situations around race mile 180, 190. Whoa, here we go. 1 second here.
Yeah,
Is that Justin Lofton
van
coming
needs
through?
to get out of the way. There's a truck coming.
But things can happen around this time.
Looks
Could
like-
be mechanical.
Looks like Kevin Thompson.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's Kevin Thompson, yep.
Yep. Still looking good. That truck
Yeah.
looks nice. Sounds
So-
good too.
Yeah, so these trackers are a little different then. Okay.
He's here.
Yeah, so he's
that's-
in the-
That's where the
that's the reason.
yeah,
Got
little spots right there.
Alrighty. So that is refreshing.
Here's another
Woo!
truck. This guy's not showing up on our tracker.
I dig this perspective. I mean, you really see him whipping around that side there, that corner. And so,
Let's say 55.
11.
Was it? Oh, that's Rob.
That's Rob. Yep.
Are you
That's
sure?
Rob.
Is that 11?
Oh, Romo Jr. He is in a valley, in a wash,
11?
off to the side, not moving.
That's 11.
So the technology's better now, but years ago, you would get into a situation like that where you have rocks on both sides and all you had was your radio. You didn't have Starlink and so you couldn't communicate to anybody
Yeah.
because the signal just wouldn't get to them. And you'd have to whip out a satellite phone if you had one.
If you had one, sure.
Yeah, he's having a tough day, though.
Yes, not the first time we've seen Romo Jr. off to the side. He just got passed as well.
Yep.
And it looks like they're out. They're walking around. They're not even in. More
out of the cab, anyway. Yeah.
Out of the cab. More vehicles passing.
They're in the rocks.
They sure are.
And you are right, looking at the tracker updated, and Rob is behind the 70 of Thompson. So that Thompson truck is really smoking it right now.
Our 11 class pulling away. VW.
That's the miracle class.
The miracle class.
It's a miracle that they get to the finish.
Amen.
I don't know how they do it.
Quick pit, hopefully. I got everybody placed. Our leaderboard for the Score Trophy truck, new splits. And Pudia, McMillan, Lofton, McCachran, Thompson, and Menzies, and Vidosela. Interesting. Very interesting.
So then you do have to look at the starting order, right?
Correct.
And factor in adjusted time.
Yep.
I think the splits are potentially
Are they
factoring
in
that
here?
in.
Corrected.
These are corrected.
times.
Okay.
Yeah. So Tavo is like second or third truck on the truck, but seventh overall based on time. But amazing, 7 trucks within
wild.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
And this is 210 miles in. You know, that's a good 3.5 hours of racing here.
Clipping through, yeah. But no real devastating flats or mechanicals so far for those guys. Well, while we kind of pause here, it looks like Jason McNeil is doing some more repairs. Oh, and just like that, he's off. So while Jason McNeil takes off, I will take off for a short break. I will leave you guys to it. We'll have Heidi and John leading the San Felipe 250 here. Don't go away. We're going to go to a commercial break, but we'll be right back with more San Felipe 250 right after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone,
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Hola, Tavo Vildósola aquí. La revista Sport Journal que sale cada mes. Hay que leerla para estar actualizados de todo lo que está pasando en nuestro deporte, el deporte que amamos y que queremos aquí de la Baja. Entonces, ahí nos vemos en la revista.
No se olviden de leer el Score Journal, la mejor revista para el off-road. Manténganse al tanto de todos los updates y todas las noticias por ahí. Saludos.
Revista Score Journal, muy interesante, muy buena y pues síganla. Ánimo.
All right, welcome back to the King Shocks San Felipe 250. The trophy truck battle is really shaping up. It's been neck and neck almost the whole race. They are right around race mile 220, so we have about 30 miles to go till one of these guys is going to take the checkered. Right now, we're showing Alan Impudia in the lead on adjusted time, followed by Luke McMillan, Justin Lofton, Rob McCachran, Kevin Thompson, Bryce Menzies, and Tavo Vidosola. With that, but we haven't had Toby Price come through the timing loop at race mile 211. So I'll be a little curious to see where he's at, because he was about 25 miles back from them. And if you look at through some of that stuff, he's actually going to average faster than 60 miles an hour. So it could be real close there. But we've got one heck of a battle. Tavo is still physically out front, I believe. And then, but the problem is at the 1 minute intervals, he might get beat on adjusted time. So be really interesting to watch. They're in Chinate Wash right now. It's a really high speed section that they're in. There's a little bit of technical stuff crossing over to Amarillas, but then Amarillas is fast. And then really all the way to the finish is really a fast section of the course. There's some silt right towards the end, which we've seen be a heartbreaker for some people before. I know Christopher Polvarde had a problem there, I believe it was 2 years ago. So hopefully nothing like that happens to these guys, but it's looking like we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 truck race right here, which is insane to me. That generally in these desert races you have like 2, 3, maybe 4 trucks that are kind of battling, but to have 8 that are in the hunt is really cool. And definitely this footage has been amazing. So I'll throw it back down to the main desk. Heidi, what do you guys got down there?
Hey Wes, so we were actually looking at the tracker and we're showing a little bit of a difference from what you had. Sometimes these screens are so challenging. Mine hasn't updated in a few minutes, but I have the lead trophy truck at race mile 227-ish right now. So, you know, these guys are like 23 miles to the finish. They have one more wash to get through, and then they'll be just, you know, heading out to the finish. This is where it really gets exciting and also a bit nerve-wracking, because you're wanting to ensure that you get all the way there.
Yeah, the little tight crossover canyon that you take from Chinate to Amarillas, they're already through that, or at least the lead trucks are. So it's coming down. Amarillas is really fast. I guess you could clip a rock and get a flat, but there's not a whole lot of technical terrain left. These guys are going to be probably averaging over 70 miles an hour through this last stretch. I think we just saw a shot of the Toby Price Paul Wheel truck, they're doing a pit. So Toby should have been getting out and Paul Wheel getting in. That was probably from a little while ago, because on the tracker I'm showing Paul in the middle of Guatemote. But yeah, it's going to be really fast. You know, Amarillas, they're going to be averaging over 70 through there, and then probably over 70 all the way to the very last maybe 5 miles or so, where it gets a little more twisty and technical coming into San Felipe. But you know, I would anticipate in the next 20 minutes we're going to see one of these trucks take the checkered, and we'll know who's going to win this year's King Shocks San Felipe 250.
Yeah, Wes, and I think your pick of...
Looking at the screen now, we have an update on the SCORE trophy trucks. And you can see Kevin Thompson is #1 right now. Alan Amputi is behind, and this is on corrected time. And then Justin Laughlin and Toby Price.
If you guys can hear me, though, that graphic is actually from race mile 160. Yeah. So that all changed at race mile 211.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we're going to get another update in just a little bit. So Wes, speaking to your point earlier, yeah, that's great to know that they're coming into that fast section. I know when I was racing, and you probably might have felt the same, that this is where I started to hear every rattle in my truck, you know, and I wanted to make sure I kept the truck together.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have a lead, you start hearing stuff. I think these guys are in such a heated battle. They're literally trying to nail every corner, every line, because this race is going to come down to seconds. I think at that last timing loop, our top 5 were less than 2 minutes apart on adjusted time. So there's no time to hear any sounds right now. They're basically, you know, hard on the skinny pedal and going to be trying to squeeze every second they can out of their trucks.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then here we have Tim Hertz, and he is right now in 2nd position on the race course in the new trophy truck 2-wheel drive category. I believe that he's behind Cameron, my husband. And these two have been, you know, racing pretty close together for the last hour or so here. So we have the trophy truck spec updated board right here. It shows the splits at race mile 160. San Pietro is in 1st on corrected time. Then we have Gutierrez in 2nd, Justin Davis in 3rd, Olagus in 4th. It's great to see him. He's having a great day for such a young guy. And then Swaim 5th. So McNeil not too far behind him, but we saw McNeil was one of those trucks that got caught at that bottleneck. So that's probably why Jason's behind.
Yeah, and it was like 8 trucks within 10 minutes. So very competitive class today.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course, Justin was the one who made his line through the fence. So, you know, he's got to be out ahead of them, I would think, right now. We can check on the leaderboard or on the live tracking. I mean, his run right there is looking pretty smooth.
And by the way, the update for your husband, for Cameron, going back and forth with Tim, those guys looks like Cameron's still ahead on the course. Now, how did they start? Which one was started before the other?
That's a good question. I'll look at that.
Because they're now within, looks like, a mile of each other, and I think that Cameron's first on course. So they're going to start having to calculate that in the trucks to figure out how hard do they have to push. And Wes, you were talking about the lead, and I was seeing, looks like Luke McMillan physically in the lead, and because he started behind Alan, he just needs to stay in front of Alan. If he does that, even if he finishes right on his tail, he would win. Of course, assuming they don't have any violations of VCPs or anything like that. But that would be a little bit more comfortable position to know that you just need to stay right around Alan to take the win.
So Tim actually started right behind Cameron. So that means he has to be less than a minute to beat him on time.
Yep.
That's going to push Cameron a bit.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep that in mind. If you can't just finish in front, you got to finish by over a minute.
So if you want to make me live again, I got some stuff to chime in on. All right, so Heidi, we have an update with Toby Price coming through the timing loop, and he is sitting 4th. That's actually, Paul is behind the wheel at this point, but both Paul and Toby can throw it down, and they were at 3:22.50 with Alan at 3:22.15. So I mean, it's less than a minute, and they've got clean air too, which I think is really important to factor into this. So you got Paul Wheel with clean air. He's kind of off on his own, and they had started so far back that they could creep in on this, and then these guys are going to be setting blazing speeds coming into San Felipe right now. This is going to be awesome to see, because we got about 5 trucks that all have a shot at this, and really 8 that are close. And looking at the tracker, it looks like Bryce Menzies and Rob Mack are neck and neck. If Rob can get past Bryce, Rob's got a shot at this, man. And Rob, I mean, I don't know, how many San Felipe 250s has Rob Mack won? I mean, he's pretty good down here, so that would be a huge, huge accomplishment for Rob to really be the first all-wheel drive non-Mason truck to pull off a win down here.
I think that Rob is past Bryce.
That's what it looks like to me.
So this will be interesting. It's getting pretty exciting. It's coming down to the wire.
So I mean, according to the tracker, Rob Mack is at 225, Luke is at 227.3, but Rob Mack started 8 minutes off of Tavo, so he started 5 minutes behind Luke. That's and he's. So I'm going to say that Rob has Luke on adjusted right now, and there's a little bit of a gap from him to Ampudia, so he should have clean air and be able to push. This would be pretty cool to see, I think what a lot of people consider the GOAT, if he could pull this off.
Well, coming off of his 2024 season and his run last San Felipe, I mean, that would feel really good for him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the funny thing is he teamed up with Luke at the 1000 and they won. And, so if they were able to get this, that would be huge.
Yeah, it would be.
And I've got Rob, looks like about 241 to 233. So I've got Rob about, just updated, so 234. So he's 8 miles behind, and figure it out, maybe 60 miles an hour, maybe a little bit faster there, but it's certainly tight. I think that McMillan might have this thing. It's going to be too close to call, which is fun to watch.
I'm wondering if that's Brad Wilson. I don't know if you know, Wes, who just pit in the Class 1.
Sorry, I was looking at some other stuff, so I didn't see who that was.
Brad Wilson, 138.
But, yeah, we saw him come through that bottleneck at the gate. He was in the mix there, so I think that they were running fairly up front in the ones, but I've been watching the trophy trucks. So I can't tell you exactly where our 1 cars are right now.
Yeah, that was him.
I'm back to EJ here. I haven't seen a lot on Thor today. Real curious.
There he is.
Oh, that's why.
That's kind of a bummer, huh?
Yeah.
I think I had picked Thor to win his class, but when you're stopped like that, doesn't look like your chances are good.
I've been talking with the Herps pit crew, so let me see if I can get an update on them.
Yeah, that doesn't look good, and he had a great season last year. With the championship, so that isn't good. I'm glad it looks like EJ's having a smooth run though.
Yeah, EJ's been running up front all day. remember seeing Thor up with the leaders in the spec class, so I'm curious to see what's going on with him, see if we can get an update here. And EJ should be behind the wheel. Like I was saying earlier, Ryan Millen started, and he actually qualified, and then I believe they were doing a driver change at 160, and EJ was hopping in.
And it looks like Luke McMillan's getting close to finishing. He's coming into not too far out from San Felipe, and still seems to be ahead of Alan Apudia, with Tavo in third physically on the course, and going to be a battle to the finish, but Luke's holding tough.
Yeah, this is the Almerias wash that I was saying is pretty wide open. So, I mean, these guys are going to be throwing it down in that wash.
Looks like we're looking at some of the maybe UTV racers. Backup course, yeah, race mile 85.
Yeah, this is a good example where you have parallel lines. You know, probably that line to the right that is more straight is what the trophy trucks would take, but you can see the rear end of that car kicking around, so it's more whooped out. I would think that that line to the left, even though that it curves around a little bit more, might be faster because it's probably more smooth.
Back to Kristen. We need to get we need to look at the UTVs and see how they're doing.
Pretty crazy to see the speeds that the UTVs are going right there with that in-car with Kristen.
Yeah, so it looks like in position, Brock's in first in the UTV class, followed by Wayne Matlock, then Caden, and then Kristen Matlock. So we're looking at her in-car footage right now. Looks like she's running about fourth in position. 2 spots behind her husband. And, you know, all of the, Brock is my pick of who I think is gonna win today. He's just had such a, you know, such strong races here in Baja and elsewhere. And, you know, he's super solid, so he's really hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty difficult to pick against Brock with the run that he's had. You know, I think in off-road racing, no one has put together the string of race wins that Brock has. Because to solo the 1000 and win it, to then go to Dakar, win Dakar as a rookie, go to King of the Hammers, win the rock race and the desert race, and then he actually just won another race out in Vegas too. So pretty impressive run by Brock. But it does look like Wayne Matlock is right on him and keeping him honest.
Back to Cameron. So he's about race mile 204-ish. You know, it's interesting how you can see the difference between the 4-wheel drives and the 2-wheel drives. And
what do you see different?
The spacing, the gapping.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think that there's just a lot more speed and momentum in the 4-wheel drives. And so that's why I think there's so many more miles ahead, you know, about 45 miles ahead right now on the race course. So.
Yeah, top teams, top dollar, top everything, they're going at it. Looks like we got Luke McMillan coming in to 245, still leading the brigade, getting really close to town.
Yeah.
And he knows the timing is close, so he's still very, very hot on the throttle.
Yeah,
I mean, this is right on the outskirts of town. He's on the absolute home stretch. You could see he was throwing it down. When I spoke with Luke leading up to the race, what was really cool is he talked about how he didn't like to qualify first. He felt like he wasn't really the fastest guy in qualifying, but how he had the ability to really pick up his pace as the race went on. So he felt like in the last 100 miles that he could be the fastest guy. And I mean, it looks like he is right there. And I can't wait to see these adjusted times once everyone comes in, because you've got Luke and Impudia, Rob Mack, Harley Letner in the Kevin Thompson truck, and Tavo, Justin Lofton, Bryce Menzies, and then you know, what's going to happen with Toby Price here? I think it's I think we're going to have the top 5 trucks within 2 minutes of each other, and probably our top 8 within less than 5 minutes of each other, which is amazing after 250 miles of grueling San Felipe. You can see right here at race mile 245, you're coming down a real high-speed road into basically into the south side of town. And I believe where we're at right here with the drone, you make a 90 right, and then you get into like some dunes that are a little whooped out. There's a little bit of silt in that area, and then you just go into town, cross into the bridge, and onto the Malecon and the checkers and the ramp. Now I'm gonna say our leader is got to be minutes away from finishing this race right now. So I'm hearing right now that our leaders are at the finish line. So we should be cutting to that fairly quickly. And let's see, I think Luke crossed physically first. He started behind Impudia, or no, actually Impudia started behind him. So depending on if Impudia was within a minute or not, you know, we're looking at Luke McMillan and Alan Impudia. So we can see here we're at the finish. Luke came in physical first, but Alan started a minute behind him. And then, you know, I think the other ones that are in the mix here would be Kevin Thompson and Rob Mack, because they started 7th and 8th. So this 1 minute differential off the start is going to be a huge factor into our adjusted time and seeing who our actual winner is. Also, you know, less than a minute there back at 2:10 was Toby Price and Paul Wheel, and he's got clean. Paul Wheel's in the truck. He's got clean air. Can he make up a little bit of time? If he makes up 50 seconds, he's going to take the overall, and we're not going to know for about another 20 minutes or so what happens there. So this is going to be real interesting. The guys sitting at the line, everybody's got to be counting seconds as everyone's coming into the finish. You can see we got some in-car with Cameron Steele. Looks like that's kind of froze up. And I'd like to get some news here at the finish as we're getting the trucks come in. Again, we can see Alan there. I think we got Brandon back at the desk. Brandon, can you hear me and you want to chime in on this?
We got you, Wes. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, like, candidly, I can't believe how fast those guys got in, and it's just a testament to how fast this race can be. And you know what? They navigated the challenges. They got through it. We definitely thought that there was going to be some opportunity where the washes may take people out, but it didn't seem to impair too many
Rob
people.
And
clearly, the trophy trucks are in San Felipe, so we're excited to see. But I think the big thing too is going to see how the adjusted time plays out and who the official winners will be. We're missing somebody. John had to take off really quick, but I'm great to be back and catch up with the action here. And Cameron Steele still looking good. So
yeah,
but we still have plenty of race left to go.
Yeah.
For some of the other vehicles. So
yeah, this is exciting. I think I heard predictions of a 5-hour race, and this was just over 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
So
there we go.
It'll be interesting to get the average mile per hour.
Yep. Yeah, well, the prediction was about 60, but you never know. Maybe we'll
Yeah.
We'll be surprised. But Luke McMillan physically being there, followed by Ampudia. Oh, we got Rat. He's trying to say something. Do we want to go down to Rat?
The first trophy trucks, and as you mentioned, Kevin, how fast the bikes were. I knew these guys were going to be fast, about 4 hours, right around 4 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got our third one coming in behind them now. Yeah, exactly, because it was a big field, and there were 2-minute intervals, whatever they were to start this morning.
1 minute.
1 minute intervals coming back, so it's going to add up. Big, if you're 24 back and a minute time, that all adds up. So like you said, the adjusted time will come into play here.
And then there's our third truck already coming in. These guys were stacked and racked out there. What a race. I can't wait to hear the stories, and I'm going to bring it all to you guys.
Here we come right now.
I want you to hear these stories, too. Unofficial champion here at this year's Scores San Felipe 250. As I mentioned, the beast has been unleashed once again, Luke. Congrats, right where you want to be. Last year you were going for that 4P, and maybe you'll just take a year off and get another one, but you're definitely on point for that. How you feeling? How to go out there? What a battle. It was great watching you guys come around. But wait till you see the footage that we got this time you guys ran. I mean, it was like real deal. We got to watch it go down. So how was it out there? You got to be pumped.
No, I'm very happy. It was fun days. Super, super fast. I mean, just wide open all day. A little bit quicker off the start than I wanted, and then it kind of got hairy and some of the spectators, and we got behind a couple on a bad line, and Alan went by us. Then we got shuffled back there, and then we got caught in some dust. Shuffled back to another position at our main pit. They did a great job, fast pit, but we were just all bunched up. It was just full, all dust, and we were just really bunched up, and it just felt like the physical lineup just wasn't in our favor the first half, so because we kind of shuffled back twice, and I said, all right, we'll just be patient. For a minute there, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work in our favor, but then we made it all the way up to first on the road, and we started pushing in, and just trying to be smart, but unfortunately we suffered a couple flat tires towards the end there that cost a little bit of time, but overall it was a really fun day. I'm glad to be here at the finish line, and the truck did great. I thank my team and everyone that puts in this effort, my co-rider Jason Duncan, my family. I see my wife, my baby down there. I can't wait to see them and go home. But it's been a great time. It's a lot of fun. I got to thank Monster Energy, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels. I mean, they're the best. This new Joe Gibbs racing engine ran just great today. It's a lot of fun. A little bit of learning to do with it, but overall it screams. And man, when you see a straightaway, you can just see us close in on the dust up in front of us when you can open this thing up. So that was a lot of fun. But it was a great day. I had a lot of fun. I thought the course was outstanding. I mean, all the washes. That's what San Felipe is about. This was a great race course. So thank you to Score, and thank you to everyone who helped us get here. We had a really fun day.
And the fastest San Felipe, I think I'm just going off just like kind of time, I don't know the exact time, but around 4 hours, fastest ever.
Yeah, that was really fast. I think, Duncan and I were guessing more like 4.5 hours, but it was wide open. But we did end up getting caught up in dust that slowed us down a little bit. And, we had some great battles out there. Passed a lot of people on the move, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. Very, very fast.
That's what it's all about. Yeah, doing work. If it was easy, you wouldn't even be coming down here and doing this. It would be a waste of time. So, well, congrats again. I'm super stoked. And great to have. So your daughter and your wife, they're all here too. That's something kind of special. Normally they're at home and you got to give them a shout out, but they're here.
Oh, absolutely. My wife, my daughter, and I see my mom walking up right now. So, and then I know my sister Macy's watching on the TV right now, and all my friends. Can't wait to come home and celebrate. So. I don't know where we placed. I don't know. Hopefully somewhere in the top 5, but it was a really fun day, and so that's all that counts. And we'll be back for the Baja 500.
Looking forward to it, man. Congratulations once again. Looking forward to the 500 and. Chat with you tomorrow. Sometimes. The award. And what is her name again?
This is Celine.
Celine. And what was your lovely wife's name? What was your name again?
I'm Jen.
Jen, we always hear about you. We always talk about you. He's always giving you a shot. Look at this cute little thing. Daddy just possibly won right here. Man. Well, you guys enjoy your celebration. Such a close race right here as Luke. Yeah, Allen right here, last year's champ right behind him, and they're stacking up.
So far for the trophy truck at the finish,
off the line,
Alan Impudia, followed by Luke McMillan, Rob McCachran, Kevin Thompson, Tavo Vidolsala, Justin Lofton, Bryce Menzies rounding out our top 7 so far. Again, we'll have to see how the adjusted times play out here. Can't leave out. I'm really curious to see what Toby Price and Paul Wheel do and where they end up here, because this is it. This is interesting.
Yeah, I am too, because he was coming from the back.
Yeah.
I think Wes has the split, so we just need to pull Wes into this because he's up there and in the action booth, and he is definitely. Toby was his pick, so he is definitely following
Alan
this
was
closely.
mine, but yeah, let's see how things play out here. All right, so hey, let's go to the action desk. Wes, let's get your take on everything right now.
Well, I mean, obviously it was a really close battle here with everyone being extremely close, and we still do have the wild card of where is the team of Toby Price and Paul Wheel going to finish. They should be getting pretty close here. Let me see if I can find them on the tracker. So we're going to go back to
Paul.
Rat right now.
We're going to go back down to Rat here with Alan Impudia.
Es loco correr, tiene limpio correr. You guys were back and forth.
Sí, no mames, güey. That was crazy. Sí, estuvo muy divertido, pero primero que nada le quiero dar gracias a mi papá, a todo el equipo, apoyo, Gael, que se pasaron hasta las 3 de la mañana arreglando el carro. Le cambiamos todo desde el diferencial de enfrente hasta la flecha de atrás y se pasaron toda la noche, todo el día arreglándolo. Sin ellos no pudiera estar aquí. También a todos los fans que nos apoyan siempre. Muchas gracias por todo su apoyo. A mi familia, a los patrocinadores, muchas gracias y ¡viva México, cabrones!
Ándale! Hey, but it's coming down to it. So where do you? I know you probably already got this figured out. So right now, where do you think you are? Because there was a mix-up, but this could be a #1 spot again.
It could be a back-to-back. Yo creo que vamos a estar en los primeros 2 entre yo y Luke y a ver cómo termina ahorita Toby, pero fue un día muy divertido. Kyle se la rifó también en las notas. También gracias a Neil Mason por ayudarnos también todo el día ayer. Y gracias a todos los aficionados, gracias todos a la verga, gracias. ¡Woo!
¿Tú correr solo igual?
Sí, güey.
Of course, pinche chingón.
Sí, a huevo. ¡Viva México, vamos!
Hey, let me get a quick pic. Can I get a pic?
Thanks, brother.
Riders in the mix.
Right here. Matias has now.
Matias on the 752 bike. Another Ironman. This is probably the only time I could ever beat him arm wrestling after he just rode the brutalist 250 miles. ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo está? ¿Tiene limpio correr?
Muy cansado, la verdad que muy dura la carrera, pero una mejor carrera que corrí en mi vida.
¿Estás listo para otra vez?
Listo para correr hasta la última milla.
Listo por dormir con tacos, ¿sí?
Sí.
Todo bien. muy loca la pista, ¿no?
Todo muy loco estuvo, la pista estuvo tremenda, muy difícil y bueno, dejamos todo.
¿Esta primera vez correr con Ironman?
Es la primera vez, sí, pienso hacer el campeonato completo, así que bueno, nos volveremos a ver.
Well, felicidades, ¿tiene patrocinadores? ¿Te gustaría decir gracias a ellos?
Sí, muchas gracias a 10 Pro, que me dio la moto acá en México, y bueno, a toda mi familia argentina.
And from Argentina, muy lejos, loco. Felicidades, saludos. ¿Tú corres la 500?
La 500, la 400, la 1000, todo.
Oh, todo baja. Well, felicidades, nos vemos, I guess sí, nos vemos la 500.
Nos vemos la 500.
Okay, felicidades otra vez. Oh, ¿todo bien? Oh, un chingazo poco, ¿no?
Par de chingazos.
Es puro baja, está bien, muy felicidades.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Bien.
Oh.
Doing well.
We've
feeling good. Good
Cooch
section.
in first, Mario Fuentes.
The guys,
Zaragoza
Andrew
in second, Brad Wilson in third, and Morgan Langley in fourth. So they are making their way through as well in Class 1s.
It's great to see Adam racing. There were years he didn't race, but he raced back when I was racing. So it's great to see him back in.
It's we've got a few of the OGs coming back from the Robbie Gordons, and we're seeing Jim O'Neill, and we're seeing some of these people that are coming back into the mix. It's exciting to see. Pro UTV Open Race Mile 160, Cade McCachran here, followed by Brock Hager and Brandon Sims. Those are your top three so far.
Wow, so
that's
Brock
interesting.
might be in first position, but Caden, unless that switched.
So we'll do a little diligence here, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so on corrected time, Caden's first.
Correct. Correct. So that'll be interesting.
Two teammates.
Going at it. But more.
And Brandon Sims is, of course, close. And
okay, here we go. Some unofficial results for the Score Trophy Truck two-wheel drive class, Race Mile 160, split times. The Hubs, Cameron Steele in first. Hold on a second. What was that sorcery that just happened?
I liked the screen before.
Okay, Race Mile 211, here's the splits. Tim Herbst, followed by Cameron Steele, Chad Broughton, and Sam Baldy in fourth. Still a little bit of race, though, to go.
Yeah.
So we shall see. But, yeah, it's been a bit of an arm wrestle between Tim and Cameron all race so far. So.
Yeah. And
all right, we're going to go back to San Felipe and Rat. Take it away, Rat.
We have another champ right here. Número 21, Tavo Vildosola. Tavo, congrats, man. Good finish. How was it out there? You guys, it was some battle, and this was not an easy race.
Sí, Rat, fue una carrera muy chingona, la verdad. Arrancamos en primer lugar y desafortunadamente en la milla 165 nos pasaron Luke y Alan y bueno, tuvimos ahí un par de problemas, pero mira, estamos en la playa, estamos en San Felipe, estamos todos bien y estamos en la meta.
Todo bien en la meta. Sí, ¿qué problema tiene?
Tuvimos 13 llantas ponchadas, desafortunadamente. Problemas yo creo que mentales míos, más que nada, pero todo bien, la verdad que todo bien. Estamos aquí, parece que un top 5 no es lo que queríamos, obviamente, no es lo que le queríamos dar a nuestra afición, a todos los que vienen a apoyarnos, pero pues ni modo, no siempre se puede, ¿verdad?
Aquí en San Felipe, felicidades. ¿Te gustaría decir gracias a los patrocinadores?
Bueno, gracias a todos los que nos apoyan, primero que nada a los fans, a todos los que están aquí del lado derecho. Ganar, perder, sea lo que sea, aquí están con nosotros y siempre se los agradezco. Arriba México, exactamente. La otra cosa es que ahí viene mi papá, viene otra vez ganando su categoría por una 13ª victoria consecutiva. Entonces, a esperarlo y a darle las gracias aquí a todos nuestros patrocinadores.
Ándale, nos vemos a 500.
Sí, señor.
Mejor mañana por los trofeos.
Mi papá va a ir. Mi embajador.
Well, you never know. This is all unofficial, as you know.
I understand, yeah. Well, we'll see. We finished. That's important.
Good job. Yeah, just starting off the year, some good points going in for sure. You're here not only to win a race, but it's all about that championship and the big Baja 1000 at the end.
Absolutely. Siempre hemos, la Baja 1000 es el objetivo número 1 y el campeonato el número 2, pero pues esto nos da un buen paso en la dirección correcta. Aprendimos mucho del carro el día de hoy. Vamos a mejorarlo y vamos a ir a ganar la Baja 500.
Que nos vemos. Felicidad otra vez. Otra vez. Arriba para Tavo Vildosola, el chingón. Number 11 in the fastball. Jimco bad boy right here. The GOAT, Mr. Rob McCackern, the winningest off-road racer on the planet. Rob, good to see you back up here at the finish. Awesome day out there. You guys, this was not an easy one. You guys were back and forth. Some good battles out there. I know you had a good time.
Yeah, no, it was really good. You know, I want to thank Bobby Patton, Fastball Racing, the guys at Jimco, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Vision Wheel, KC Lights, you know, everyone that supports us on this truck, you know, all the people at Jimco Racing that worked on this truck over the off season, did a couple test sessions with Fox and, you know, got the truck working better. So it's good to be up here battling with the boys. And, you know, we had a good, clean run. We didn't have any problems. We just, you know, I wanted to make sure we finished. That was the most important thing, you know, for me today, was to try to have a clean run and make sure we finished. And, you know, that happened. So, you know, I hope to be on the top 3. We'll see. I think, you know, some people had some issues today, but it was all in all, you know, good, strong day. Good.
Where were you off the line this morning? I forgot.
We started 8th, so I think we're on a podium position right now, but I don't know exactly where he's at. So other than that, I think, you know, just waiting for Toby. I think he was in the high 20s, so he probably started about 20 to 25 minutes behind me. So, you know, if we can sit here that long and he's not here yet, then we're good to go.
I bet you won't go anywhere for sure.
Well, you know, it's pretty hard to pass this up. You know, we got the nice Cia Cortez right here off to the right. You know, all the great fans. I mean, they're lined. You know, this whole Melicon is lined with fans. This morning coming into the start line, it was, you know, unbelievable how many people were coming into town, headed out to Zoo Road. And for the most part, everybody did really well, you know, spectating, trying to stay off the course and stuff. These trophy trucks are, you know, they're going so darn fast now, and the competition is so high, we have to push as hard as we can the whole way, pretty much. So, you know, just cautious to the fans. Please try to stand back. But thank you to Jim Racing, Bobby Patton. You guys are awesome, rooting us on, and doing this, and plan on continue doing it some time.
You better not leave us. And what about your navigator, Barry Carras over here, man? You get one of the best in the game. Not only an insane driver, but he definitely knows how to handle that seat. But he was there in a pinch if you needed him. But great to have such a great team come together.
Jimco with Fastball Racing last year at this race, and you know, that's happening. You know, we're working together, understanding each other, and to be running up front and winning these races, we just got to get it done. So we're chomping away at it, and so, you know, thanks to everyone at Jimco. There's a lot of people working a lot of tireless hours. The Navarros, you know, Pete's camp, Barry here, Barry Jr., his son, Dave, Mark, just everyone there at Jimco, all the pit people we had, the Baja Fools, you know, they do our fuel pits and stuff like that. They did awesome. And then I think we had 4 or 5 chase trucks out there today. So, you know, it's a lot of work, you know, and these, you know, it's mind-blowing the amount of work that goes into these trucks just to get to the dirt, and let alone the logistics. With all the team and pre-running and chasing, and just the preparation. It's mind-blowing, honestly.
Well, you did definitely pull it all together. Navarro's pulled it all together, and glad to have you on this team again this year. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing. And right now, unofficially on the box, and we don't know how high you're going to be, but good job today, and looking forward to more at the 500, and hopefully be handing you a trophy tomorrow.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you, Score.
Great job. Good to see you too, Barry.
Can get an update.
Everybody knows this truck. All the glass is intact. Number 7, Red Bull Toyo Tires machine, Mr. Bryce Menzies. What's up? How was it out there? What a day for you guys. It was insane. This is like for sure the fastest San Felipe 250 ever. You got it done. Where do you think you're going to end up right now? I know you guys got it figured out. Where are you thinking you're going to be on adjusted time?
Honestly, I'm not even sure. We lost a front drive race mile 30, so we kind of just were getting through the course. It was rough. It was brutal. A lot of fast guys. Probably the worst race I've had in a really long time, getting passed by these guys going by me. Usually it doesn't happen all the time, but just needed to make it to the finish. Well, it's so cool everywhere on the course. There were so many fans, spectators cheering us on, keeping us going. So had a good run. We had to make it here to the finish to keep this thing going, and we'll be on to the 500.
We're looking forward to it. I want to thank some people. I know you got some great people backing you up, great team, everything you ever need, you're here. And yeah, so you lost the front drive. That was a big issue?
Yeah, that was the main thing, was front drive. Once that was gone, it was a handful. But it's been a long time since I've driven a two-wheel drive. But it was fun, man. We were sliding around all over the place. Warren was like, that was a wild, crazy, slippery ride. But got to thank my family, my kids, my wife that are out in the desert still trying to get back. My mom at home, my dad up in the helicopter. Red Bull, I couldn't do without them. AM's oil, everybody helps me out. Toilet tires, we didn't have a flat all day long. Or never got out of the truck, so that helped us get here in time. But we want to figure out what happened to the front drive, why that let go, and we'll come back stronger.
And yeah, your trusty navigator's been with you. How many years has Oren been driving with you?
Man, I don't know. He's been bugging me for a long time now. But he kept me sane today. I was emotional. I was pissed off. These days don't happen many, but it humbles us. So he kept us in line, kept us going, and got us here to the finish. We almost front flipped this thing. But crazy day overall. Glad to be here.
That's why you come down for the crazy days. You almost did a big endo, big flying dove. You don't want to do that for sure. Well, good work, great job, and congrats, and looking forward to the 500. We got a long series ahead of us, and I know you want that #1 plate back.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Obviously, we're here because all the fans, we love Baja. It's our second home. Being down here with my dad, all my friends, Warren coming down, pre-running, man, no place like it in the world. So can't wait for the 500, and hopefully we're back on top.
We'll be hanging out waiting for you. Good job, Bryce.
Thank you.
Number 70, Concrete Motorsports rolling up to the ramp. Kevin Thompson is driver record, but we got Mr. Harley Lettner behind the wheel. Harley, what an insane day it was out there. We got to watch it all go down. You got to be pretty stoked. I mean, you definitely went out there and battled, and that's what it's all about, coming down here and having fun. You want to be on top, but you guys definitely put it down. And right now, unofficially, possibly right up in the mix, no doubt. Because you guys started what, like way in the 7th? Okay.
Yeah. Zero issues, zero flats. Kevin ran a phenomenal race. Only a couple minutes out of the lead. I think we were 6 physical. Steve was calling notes, calling lines. We didn't get a flat. Just started seeing dust and ended up catching Bryce. Got him in a big old fast section, and then we're moving up. Saw Luke's helicopter coming back, so I knew we were doing something right, and we just started pushing, and they're saying corrected time. We were up in the front a couple times, bouncing around, and race mile 245, lost the belt, and lost all my time, momentum, trying to drive it in with no power steering.
But no power steering. Your arms are pumped right now. You felt like you rode a dirt bike.
Well, even worse. I mean, the guy that Ironman, my arms probably feel the same. These all-wheel drives at 7,000 pounds do not move without power steering. So I wasn't going to stop and do it. I was going to see. Hopefully we pulled off a decent spot. Hopefully podium, not top 5. But for us and the team, we finally put together and had a clean run. And it's just momentum for us for the rest of the year. We got the truck styles. We got the team. We got the best team. We're going to be there, I promise.
Dude, I promise you'll be there too. Well, good job, Harley. Congrats. And we'll talk to Kevin Thompson right here. Driver record. You got to be pumped, the whole team. You guys are up here. Like Harley was saying, last year you guys had some issues. It was just always these stupid little things, and a little one this time. But you know where you should be, and you are gonna be not a bad position. Hopefully on the podium.
Yeah, I'm hoping like hell we're on the podium. Had a great run today. I think we're leading most of the time. I know it bounced back and forth. It was a really close race. But just like Harley said, it's a fucking best team out there and hardest working team, and couldn't be prouder of the guys. Unfortunately, a belt come off. I don't know if that cost us a win. I think it did. But we will be, if we're not on podium, we'll be on podium and definitely in victory circle here.
Why you're here for sure. And I was talking to your teammates over here, and I was like, where are they at? And they're like, oh, I think we're physically, like, first they were all fired up. So, and then we got to watch it. That's the cool part now, is actually we get to see what you're doing out there. And you guys were just on point. How many miles you did the start? How far did you go?
I went to 115, and it was my first ride with Kellen. Unbelievable job. I mean, he's just so incredible. Our 2 guys here, Steve, just amazing. Put in a lot of hard work this week. I think that's a big part of I think extremely competitive to do. But just proud of the team. Fortunately, I had a belt come off, but we know this is where we belong. We're first.
Absolutely, I love it. Well, congratulations to you guys, and looking forward to seeing that first out. You're good. We'll see. We're not done yet. This is all unofficial. So, well, great job. Congrats, and yeah, looking forward to seeing how it unfolds. And we'll talk. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. And we'll get to give you one of those amazing score trophies. So, good job. Always good to see you guys. You guys are such a class act. It's a pleasure having you. Honor for me to be able to hang out with you guys for the few minutes I get with you up here, and can't wait to do it more.
No. We can't. I just love it. I mean, this is just passion, our dreams, and you guys, the locals here, we love you.
Absolutely, we love you guys too. Go out there, go celebrate, and we'll see how it shakes out. Yeah, that's gonna be a little nail biter. You're just kind of waiting now. So. Great team right here, Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner, Concrete Motorsports on the gas. This was a new truck. I believe this is a 2-year-old truck, so they got it dialed in. They said they're ready. Oh, beef. Oh, yeah. Justin Lofton. Welcome back to San Felipe, my friend. So how was it out there? This is the craziest San Felipe I've seen, like the battles that went down out there and how fast you guys were going. How you feeling? Pretty good day. And you ran the whole thing.
Yeah, it was an amazing San Felipe. I mean, I knew from the minute the green flag dropped, it was game on at that point. And I don't know, I think we averaged like 61.5 miles an hour moving speed. So race was great. We had a little mishap at our pit at our first pit at 77, slowed us down, which would have changed the dynamic of the race for us. But really, other than that, we just ran a really solid day right up till the top of Shinate, and then I nosed it. All in all, it was a lot of fun. She did a great job. to race from inside the truck. So thanks for everyone for tuning in there. And I'm out there. I mean, there was a lot of people out there.
More than normal, you think?
Definitely more than normal. Unfortunately, I got two of them sitting at home that I'm on FaceTime and that didn't make it down. But you know, hi to them, hi to Liam and Lisa, and yeah, here we are.
Here, I know you got some people to thank. All Beef is in the house. You want to thank some of your sponsors and your team. You thank your navigator, but anybody else?
Yeah, we Derek and Todd work really hard on this truck, and Chris Muzio and all the guys at Mace and Method Race Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Factory. You know, the list goes on. This truck going at FK Rod Ends is rolling good, and DP Racing Fuel to keep this 900 horsepower truck alive. And it's a lot of fun to be here. It's a lot of fun to drive, and just feeling good. And I wish there was a few more miles left.
We're doing another loop. This is just round one. We're going to re-rack you.
Oh, that's perfect. Let's go backwards too, though, so the edges aren't so square.
Pretty gnarly this year. And lots of new sections too, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really cool how they crossed us over. You know, going from a course a couple years ago, or Baja 500, Baja 400, and they tied it all together. You know, big kudos to who laid out the track that way. It was a lot of fun. I think everyone really enjoyed it, and it was fast, so we really got to show what these trucks can do.
That's what you do. You're fast. Well, congrats. Great job. Good to see you here, and we'll continue this thing. We'll see you at the Baja 500.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Baja 500. I wish it was next week, but we'll give it a couple months.
Give it a couple. Well, you got to go wash this thing, a little prep. So you'll do a full teardown. People that don't race off-road, you know, you don't just like go wash these things. You'll go all the way down bare frame.
Yeah, it's you know, it's pretty crazy. We ran a 1,000-mile race just a couple months ago, and the truck was in pretty good shape. We actually came and put a couple hundred more miles on it after the 1,000, but after a race like this, because we just, I mean, if it's straight, you're wide open, and this race is harder. This 250-mile race is harder on a truck than a 1,100-mile race. So it's you know, just the dynamics, but yeah, it needs a lot of love.
Sure. Well, I know you got a good team, and they're going to give us some love. Well, good job, and we're looking forward to the 500. We'll see you there.
Yeah, big thank you again to all my crew and everyone that came down, and we'll see you down there.
Good job, you guys. Cheers, man. We'll see you.
Okay, we have another one of our Ironman coming in here. 798X, Eric Estrada. Ironman finisher, mission accomplished. Congratulations.
Aquí en la meta, gracias a Dios. En especial esta carrera se la quiero dedicar a mi familia, a mis amigos, en especial a mis padres, a mis tíos que vinieron a apoyar, a mis abuelos, a mi novia que están desde casa apoyándome. Y
You earned that.
Y en especial le quiero dar las gracias a mis patrocinadores, que sin ellos no estaría aquí logrando mi sueño.
In Tecate, Baja California, representing right here.
Representando Tecate y México. Le quiero dar gracias al Ismael Hernández y a Chicken por el apoyo en la pista. Fueron los que me inculcaron andar en baja. A Del Amo, a Rojas Inmobiliaria, Productor Super Gato, a Fresone Racing, para nada, PMX Off-Road Series, ICEM Ingeniería, Marisco Las Tostadota, a Hasafi Transport, que también me estuvo mucho apoyando, a Torp Racing y a Rhino Sport Bar y a Ambulancias EMT. Yo sé que se me olvidan a otros sponsors, pero son muchos, la verdad, los que me apoyaron. Y le quiero dar gracias a ellos. Y esta carrera es dedicada a todos ellos.
Sí, tú muy ocupado, Rita. Two gustos and saludos for tu familia that's in Tecate. Saludos a tu familia that's no aquí, the ones in Tecate, mira con la tele ahorita.
Sí, mi familia.
Todos aquí.
Todos aquí. Todos son, aquí se encuentran.
Sí. Well, felicidades, ¿habla más?
sería todo. Muchas gracias. Nos vemos en la 500.
Perfecto. Sí, regreso con la 500.
18 años recién cumplidos.
Another jovencito. 18 años. Good job.
Gracias.
Thank you. 790X Iron Man finisher. I got it. Another Ironman mission accomplished. Colorado Springs, Colorado. It's a long way. Casey O'Donnell, you look pretty pleased.
Yeah, glad to be back here. It's been a bit of a long day, but did some cross training, snowmobiling over the winter, so I'm not sure if that helped or not, but and I'm just glad to make it back. My family came down this time, first time ever. They're right over here somewhere. Right there.
Yep.
Right there.
Colorado Springs being represented.
Yeah, some from New York, some from Idaho, some from Colorado.
All the way around.
Yep.
What was your toughest part out there today?
There was like the 10,432nd whoop. There was a rock right behind it, and I didn't see it. It was tough.
Yeah, I imagine it is. Now, I know everyone thinks Ironman, there's no one behind the scenes, but I know there's a lot of people behind the scenes. I see some sponsors on your bike. Somebody else you want to give a mention to?
Yep, Baja Designs. Got my light, always works great. Steamboat Power Sports helps me out a bunch. Night Rider guy, he's always got the blinky light for me and a helmet light just in case this one quits. And just, yeah, my family and my buddies for coming down and supporting me.
Well, congratulations. You're now an official finisher of the Ironman. Put that medal on. You deserved it. Congratulations once again.
Yep, have a good one. Thank you.
704X, Casey O'Donnell. Great job.
But that guy wanted to know if you can bring his teammate up with the
They gotta be banded.
Okay.
Jorge. (106X). I'm here with Jorge Ramirez. Get that helmet off. Yeah. Get that finishing medal right there, too. Congratulations. You finished the San Felipe 250. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling it's so beat up. I started pretty well. And on the zoo road, I ran out of talent. I hit a rock, and the bike landed on my back and my neck, on my head. And thankfully, some spectators helped me to pick up the bike, and I could continue. I still, by mid race, I was battling for the top 3 on the class. I feel kind of disappointed because I wanted to win this thing. I know I can do it. I just need more prep time, and I need to work on logistics. But happy to be here. I think I'm gonna take the best out of this. And what I learned is not to give up. Not to give up. Even if everything looks so messed up, just continue. I ran out of fuel twice also. That's when the top 3 guys in my class ran away. And yeah, I lost a lot of time there. After that, I just cruised it. I was just having fun, and I'm here. And beautiful San Felipe, in front of San Felipe Beach, and with a lot of beautiful people. So yeah.
Perfect. Now you're in a class where you could have other riders, but you chose to go solo.
Yeah. I chose to ride solo because I wanted to prove something. But I think I'm gonna give it another try next year. I know I can do it, like, for real.
us know how your day went.
Arranqué bastante bien, pero en el Zero me caí. Estoy corriendo en una clase donde se corre en equipo, pero yo ahora no pude, solo me probé a mí mismo que no hay que rendirse, ¿no? Dos veces y pues continué, iba en tercero, me quedé sin gasolina y de ahí en adelante pues ya nomás se trató de divertirme y aquí estamos.
Awesome, great job. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Huh?
Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
I want to thank to my sponsors, especially my dad. Right now it's just my dad and me on this race. Yeah, my dad and my mom, she's at home. I know she's worried, but thanks to her, I'm here.
She's seeing you right now.
She's seeing me. Hola mamá, estoy bien. Me caí, pero estoy vivo. And I want to thank Baja Country Club, Shirami, Ablis Brothers, Olga Ramirez, Cuatro Cielos, Kuji Cacao, Vulcan Society, and Andre, JP Desert Graphics. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again. Great job.
Thank you very much.
106X. $600X here at the finish line. And the other riders are here. Perfect. Now, just so you know, everyone on this team is age 60 or older. How are you feeling?
I feel 60 something, yeah, for sure. And but no, we had a really good day. I rode the first 110, and then Jeff rode 110, Jeff Miller, and then Mike just rode the last 30 in there. And so it was fantastic. Mission accomplished. I said I don't want to make any mistakes, but of course I was the one right at race mile 20. I took a little tumble, and but we got her around.
Got a few abrasions, but other than that, you're okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. And but yeah, love the course. It was a lot of fun. I really loved the split. You know, when the motorcycles only and all that, and because I didn't feel any pressure at all down below, or the beginning about the trucks catching us or something. That's always makes you feel good. So
yeah, that's excellent to put that in for safety reasons, which is awesome.
So yeah, much thanks to Andy Kirker for doing that. And but yeah, fantastic. We've got another flag. So I mean, these things are hard to come by, and I really want to thank Mike and Jeff. Jeff's bike, Bill's a great bike, and he's a hell of a rider, and it's really nice to know he's back there, you know, gonna take up my mistakes and clean it up for me. So
awesome. It's good to see the flag on the bike, but before I let you go, I'm sure you got some people behind the scenes that aren't here, the sponsors on your bike.
Yeah, I'd really want to thank Fresno Roofing. He's been helping us out even last year, and I really appreciate it. Baja Bound, Jeff Hill, fantastic, and James Richard, yeah, with Intech, yeah, fantastic. We appreciate all the sponsors, and Guy Clausen's Motorcycles in Fresno helped me out with parts on my Honda, but I don't know where Jeff gets his Husky parts at, but yeah, thank you guys. So we'll be back. We'll be back for the 500 and see if we can get another one. So
and do it again.
Yeah, that's what we hope. We're going to try, give her a shot. So
awesome. I'll let you get down there and celebrate with everyone that's down there waiting for you. Get some refreshments. Great job. Congratulations.
All right. Thanks a bunch. Thank you.
Defending class champion 600X, first race, first place.
Here for months later, you know, that maybe I love that. That's one of my favorite parts, just hearing like what happened out there. Every off-road race down here with Score is just so many stories. It's like people live a lifetime and don't do half of what these guys did in one race.
In one race, exactly. It's like we got Gustavo coming up to see you next there, right?
Yeah, look at this. We got Vildosola coming up right behind him. Toby Price. I know he started back, I believe you were saying earlier, 26th position. So he could be a contender. Oh, yeah. 1L. Our Grand Marshal. 13 wins in a row. Like, you guys are unstoppable. Gus, great to see you, my friend. Ricky's he said he was a little worried. I'm sure you heard. He's like, yeah, that was my kind of unlucky number when he broke his wrist or had that all reconstructed. But you guys did it 13 in a row. And I was talking with him about that as well. Nobody's done that in a trophy truck. So, I mean, you're breaking records every race. How you feeling? How'd it go out there for you?
Oh, very excited, but yes, I've been thinking about that too. Whoever said 13 was unlucky, it's lucky 13. So we're very glad to be here and very excited. I'd like to thank Score for naming me the Grand Marshal of this race. That was fun, and the race was a lot of fun. And we have a team that has done a fantastic job. I want to thank Ricky, he's right behind you. Thank Nico, Victor, that was navigating for Ricky, the whole team. These guys just do an outstanding job, and I think it's noticeable. So I want to thank our sponsors also, Inter, Mexlog, Toyo Tires, Method Race Wheels, and our race sponsor, King Race Shocks. So those guys support us, and we like to support them with whatever we can do for them.
Well, I think 13 wins in a row. I think your job is done. Well, not done, but at this point, you're good.
Don't call it done. Let's go for another.
Yeah, I corrected myself, so now it's going to be lucky 14. And you know, you guys come down here. You know, the two-truck effort. It's always great to have you guys, and you're a legend. And also, I want to say it's an honor to have you as our Grand Marshal. So thank you for doing that. Like, you thank Score, but we thank you because it's people like you that really keeps all this going. I mean, you're a legend. You've been racing down here so long, you know, multi-generations of racers you brought to us. So we appreciate you guys, and we're looking forward to a lot more. Let's do it. Let's keep this red plate on. You don't even have another plate. You're not getting rid of that one.
No, that's the idea, not to get rid of it. So now quiero darle las gracias a nuestros aficionados mexicanos. Gracias por el apoyo. Gracias a mi equipo, a Ricky, a Nico y Víctor, que le navega a Ricky, realmente un trabajo fabuloso. Y a todos los que andan en la pista y nos soportan por todo el trayecto. Gracias al equipo y a los patrocinadores, a Mexlog, a Inter, Toyo Tires, a Method Race Wheels y el patrocinador de la carrera, King Racing Shocks. Arriba.
Arriba, Vildosola.
Gracias, Brad.
Congratulations. We got to talk to Ricky over here. Come on in. Man, so 13, we talked about it. Unlucky for you back in the day, but lucky today. Congratulations to you guys. You just a hell of a job. Like I was saying, I don't think anybody's even been close to 13 in a row in a trophy truck, for sure.
Well, that's just it goes for the team. You know, Luchero and everybody at Vildosola Racing, starting with Gus and Tavo and Fernanda, and the other Fernanda and Steve, and everybody there. They put the best vehicle underneath us, the Mason chassis, the Dugan motor, the King shocks, the Method wheels, the Toyo tires, everything is the perfect package. And then you put a team beside us like Victor with me and Nico with Gus. We're just doing our work. You know, it's I'll be honest with you, 13 scared me a little bit because I broke my wrist with it, and I finished my motocross career with it. So we got that hump off our back. So I want to thank Gus for help getting me past 13.
Somebody's got to do it, right? You got to get this guy. Well, great work. We're super stoked. Can't wait. It's going to be a great season. So right now, first, 3 more to go. Let's do this again. Keep that number 1 plate.
You got it. And I also want to, our competitors are back there. They're still running. David Payne and Larry Rossler were running strong all day, so I think they're running up there. Rolf and Rick had a little bit of a problem, so we can't count those guys out. They're going to be right there all the time. Rick and Larry did great qualifying, so we just got to keep taking care of us, and hopefully the wins keep falling into place.
Absolutely. But hey, don't put it out. Don't put out the monkey business workshop team. I'm going to be racing the 500 and the 1,000 this year. We'll try to give you guys hell, but you guys are just unstoppable. It's great to see it. And as you mentioned right there, you could have the fastest drivers in the world, but if you don't have the best truck, the best equipment, the best team, it takes that whole group, the whole army to come together and make it happen, as you know, in anything you've ever raced.
Absolutely. And also I want to say that this, Victor can testify, there were so many fans. I've never seen this many fans. I mean, Zoo Road was slammed, where we turned around slammed, South slammed, Matomi Wash, full of people. I mean, it was so awesome to see all the Mexican and American spectators come out and support the race. So congratulations to the score. Like I said, when we were coming in, Rob and I were talking about the traffic going to Zoo Road. We've never seen that before. So off-road racing is strong down here in Baja, and I'm honored to be here. So I want to end with one more thing. Hashtag Mr. Steph. I'm on my way home.
There you go. And the reason was we did a Facebook post that said you guys were going to be here going for 13. That's why it's so rowdy out there.
Yeah, thank you all for coming to watch us.
I did. I'm here, man. I'm out of here. Mic drop. We're out of here. Congratulations again, Gus. Good job over there. The guy that really works hard. He's like psychiatrist. He does all the notes. That's a hard job. Good job. Congrats to you guys, and looking forward to doing it again at the 500. But we got some awards to give you tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you guys make it out there. Great job, gents. And the man right here, the myth, the legend, Mr. People are really, you have a lot of disruption going on up over here, everybody, because you started 20 count, but that time gap, this could be a podium finish for sure again, and that's what you guys are here to do.
Exactly. Brent and Toby drove the shit out of the car, starting 26, and we all avoid dust and all those two-wheel drives and everything like that. Thursday really hurt us, which was unfortunate. Just a freak, one of those freak things of getting a little rock stuck into the serpentine belt and knocked the power. So no power steering, no cooling. But hey, luckily we had PWR radiators and I got two of the best guys in the business with Toby and Brent sitting next to us, and those boys done a great job today to get us to where we were. And it's. I believe it was pretty close. We made a couple of mistakes. I made a couple of mistakes, and that a couple of things we had some issues with, dealing with in the car. So, but the Mo and the Jimco guys who were doing our pits, we pitted out at 181 in the middle of nowhere, so we could get it off sequence and try to get a bit of an air gap and everything like that. So that worked, and we're just unfortunate what happened Thursday. But at the end of the day, I was just saying to someone before that this is the first time that we finished San Felipe.
Yeah, this is your first time. Yeah, but you guys are definitely here all seasons for sure. And I was wondering, because Toby normally does qualifying, and he'd top qualified, I think, almost every race last year. So that's what it was. You answered my question. So it was a rock in the serpentine belt. Yeah, things that all the effort you put in one little dumb rock, right? But hey, that's racing, and you guys came back and prevailed, and we'll see where you're gonna land, but it's definitely going to be on the box. I mean, we'll see what step you're going to be on.
Yeah, well, it was good. We didn't have a flat. We, BG, unbelievable tyre. We didn't have a flat all race. We probably didn't even need to change the tyres at the pit. We run on a new wheel, Australian wheel, ROH wheels, who provide us with a great wheel. So it's fantastic. Hopefully they break into the market over here in America and in Mexico and in off-road racing. And, everyone from Fox to SDG to K&M Filters to PWR, Alpine Stars, to my family and everything like that, who let me go away racing for so much of the year, and to this guy sitting next to us, Brent Bruman, is the best navigator in the world. So thank you.
Well done. Congratulations, and we're looking.
Important, but yeah. And fight for the championship this year would be great.
Let's keep it going. Safe trip back.
Thanks, mate.
Straight at it, Tecate. We got Martin on the bike. He looks too fresh. Looks like he just washed his gear before he got here. Martin, how you feeling?
I feel so good. I feel good right now, honestly. It was a good challenge today for us. Congrats to all my teammates. They do really good work today. We have an issue the first 30 miles. We dropped it to place 7, I think. And but we made it. We're here today.
How do you guys look so fresh? I swear these things look like you just went and picked them up, or they sent them to you, but they look not even dirty. That's how fast you guys were doing hovercraft style. I like it.
Yeah, everybody do a pretty excellent job today. So, congrats to everybody.
Who rode with you?
Huh?
Who rode with you?
With me, it was Cristobal, Isaac, Carlos, Marcos, and Ivan.
All the Mexicano locos.
Yeah, todos de Tecate.
So good job, and I know you got some great sponsors. Te gustó decir gracias a ellos?
Yeah, I want to thanks to all the sponsors, Maxima Oils, 100% Goggles, Rhino Power, JP T-shirt shots, JP Graphics, Baja Designs, Red House Construction, Superior Trucking, Thrifty Ice Cream, Tecate, RS Motorsports, Macias Racing, Jalin Photography, who else? I think that's all.
I think you nailed them. Good work. ¿Te gustaría decir algo en español?
Sí, le quiero a todos los personas que nos apoyaron, a todos los, al Pit, está por allá, a todos los tengo otro trayecto desde las 6 de la mañana. Fue un poco difícil, pero estamos aquí en la meta. Gracias a todos y nos vemos para la 500.
I don't know if you heard, but we got cervezas and tacos just right here. You guys go enjoy. Felicidades. We'll see you guys at the 500. Same team? Bringing them all, same guys out?
Yeah, same team.
A huevo, vámonos, listo para 500.
Yeah, and I want to thank Marco Moreno from M&M ATV Prep. He do a pretty good job. It's a nice bike, so you make a fresh bike to this race. So we hopefully have a new bike for the 500.
Fresh one, you get every time you guys just go fresh. I like it.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you at the 500. Good job. ¡Viva Tecate! $120. It looks like this thing just raced a Score Baja race or something. Oh, it did. We'll let it off. Ryan, we'll let you take your helmet off. What all is going on with this? How you doing, Ryan? What happened? Last time I saw this bike, it was brand new. Ish, what's up? I didn't know you were on the team. Hey, Ish is like, yeah, I borrowed the bike. Look how I brought it back. Unfortunately, I've done that before. It's no bueno. But how you doing? ¿Cómo está? Tiene loco correr.
Yeah, we're fighting third, fourth place the whole race, and so one of the tornillos came out of the engine, so that's took us way back. But we did good. There was no accidents, but the plastic came off. We shut everything down. But other than that, we had a good race, but it wasn't the results that we wanted. And we'll see tomorrow with the official results for tomorrow.
But the important part, you guys made it here. All these problems, everything, you got it done. So you had a screw come out of the motor? What was it? Oh, the main shaft.
Yeah, it was coming off. We had to replace it, and other than that, we did good. But this race was mostly for my mom. This for her right here. And yeah, I'm just grateful that we just made it for the finish line.
Yeah, we're grateful to have you. Yeah, for a great cause. And yeah, it's some plastics. You guys will be back. You guys
have really kind of fun new elements to our show every so often. And it just so happens that we've got kind of a guest star, if you will. Well, let's throw to him right now. Well, look who's here. Mr. Steele.
What's up?
How are you, sir? There she is.
Ah, got my babe
Hi,
on there.
babe.
Haven't seen her all week.
I wasn't
What's up,
sure
Felipe?
if that.
I love you.
I love you too. I wasn't sure if that was live.
It's live. We're next up on the stage. There's Cody. We're just talking a little bit about the race. We had a little bit of a tough go. We lost the brakes about 100 miles out, so we've been limping it. We were running pace. I think that maybe would have had us up there in the top 8 or so, but I don't know. Frustrating. But at the finish stop, we're just about to go up on the stage under the VP arch right now. Hopefully you guys are saying nice stuff about us.
It's looking like you had a great race. You sound like you're complaining. It's frozen.
No. Oh, we're freezing up. Well, he's got to get back up on the ramp anyway. But surprise! Congratulations to
cool.
Cameron Steele. That was, he was limping, but he still crossed the finish. So there's got to be something for that. I mean, he's a trooper. He perseveres no matter what. Bad back didn't stop him. You know, crushed through. You got to be proud.
Yeah, I got a text around race mile 140 that there was a brake issue, and then maybe they had to bleed the brakes.
Sorry to pause. We got to go down to Rat right now. Let's hear from Cameron.
Drive Cam. Always good to see you, brother. What do you think? How you feeling? Right now, top of the box. The T-Class ain't too bad now, huh?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Cody and I had a great first half of the race. We had a mechanical problem that cost us a ton of time, so we just had to slow down. And, we started racing for our class. We couldn't race forward anymore, so it was just a bummer. But the truck was unbelievable. It was awesome. Cody only had to yell at me like 4 or 5 times today. Maybe 5. But yeah, the Monster Energy Yokohama Fight Act number 16 just really nailed it. I think we had a truck that could have raced for the top 5 or the podium overall, but we actually had brake issues, which is really unusual for us. And we tried to figure it out and took apart, put back together. And somewhere along the line, it, just a bummer not to be able to keep racing as hard as we wanted to, but we had a great day. I want to, thank Mike Kraft, our race engineer, Fight Act. I want to thank my wife and family, tell them I love them. And I know that my wife's on the desk right now, so they're probably all watching. And Cody wants to say he loves you to his family too, I'm sure. But it's super fun. Yokohama's performed incredibly well today. We want to thank Raceline, Fox, Plot Designs, VP, FK Rod Ends, all the people that get us here, because without them, we wouldn't be racing. And of course, Monster Energy, who's been with us forever. It's nice to win, regardless of 2-wheel, all-wheel, whatever, but it was a little bit of a bittersweet day at the end there, but fun nonetheless.
Well, it's sweet here because you're here, brother. I'm glad to see you guys and on top of the podium. First, actually, 2-wheel drive trophy truck race. So you definitely you guys, you run with the boys. You beat the boys for sure.
Will be a trivia question someday. Who was the first wanker to win the two-wheel drive trophy truck class? Alex, I think that was Cameron Steele and Cody Stewart.
I know that wanka.
It was fun though. You know, we had a great time. Truck was amazing. Chris Allen, Jake, Motorsports did a phenomenal job. Guys, little Michael made it so pretty. I felt bad knocking pieces off of it, but it's just amazing what this truck does. I'm very honored to be able to drive it, spend the time in it. You know, life's good. You race trophy trucks for your job. It's hard to complain, and we're just having so much fun all the time.
And you're definitely living legend right here. You're definitely in that status. So let's talk to Cody real quick. So I know you want to give a shout out to some people too, Cody.
Yeah, I just want to thank my wife Nikki and my two kids, Luca and Nico, for letting me come down here and do what I love to do. They're sitting at home and watching, I think. So, but yeah, we just had a great day. A couple little hiccups, but you know, we just kept going and never gave up, and it's looking like first place here. So it's gonna be awesome to win the first ever two-wheel drive class.
Absolutely, going down in the books for sure.
I just want to say I love you to my kids, Kay and Grace. Thanks for putting up with Dad. Be home tonight to cuddle you guys. I'm looking forward to it. And love you, wife. And I just want to thank the Lord for keeping us safe, and hopefully everybody else is safe here at the race. And thanks, Score, for putting on another magical event right here on the Sea of Cortez. Just can't beat it.
Amen to that. It's always an honor to have you down here. Good job, and get home to that family. You're going to be leaving tonight? Maybe. No, maybe another night. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll rip it up a little bit. We always like to hang out at Manny's down there at Stella's, at the bar there at Manny's Bar. So, you know, it's a good excuse to hang out. We've been hanging out not in the bar all week, so maybe we'll take a night in the bar.
Maybe just a little down low. Well, you guys definitely earned it. Congratulations. Watch that bottle. It's ready to explode right now. So great job, though. Champagne. That's some champagne, you know. It's not the first time you had a bottle of that.
No, it's not. It's been a minute,
but you got another one. Great job, guys. Congrats, Cam. Cody, we'll see you guys at the 500. Or if you do stick around, stop by the awards ceremony. Come hang out. I'm all lonely over there waiting for you to crew. Don't forget that. Yeah, we're not mailing them if you don't show up. So the big boys like you guys better show up this year.
They're trophies from Laser Nut too, so you know they're awesome.
You know they're epic for sure.
Yeah, right on. Thanks everybody for getting us here. Thanks to all the partners, sponsors, family, friends, the prep, the crew, the team, the pits, the ponchos, everybody that put the effort in. Thanks to Dave Mason and Josh Daniel being down here to possibly back me up with my hurt back getting into this race. And you know, I just think it's the start of a beautiful year.
Absolutely is. No, you got to go to. I'll end that, but now we do it down there for the screens. Oh. Great work, Cameron. Oh, the 1,000. I got.
All right, you can see Cameron's itching to pop that cork. Congratulations to Cameron and Cody. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll come back, give you guys an update on our leaderboards, and there is more San Felipe 250 coming up right after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Rocks, sand, heat,
life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
So there's a look at our leaderboards, maybe some updating on the two-wheel drive section, perhaps, but
I didn't see Cameron's name on that board.
Yes, but we saw him in person, and he zoomed in with you, so we know he did a great job. Wes, some points that you wanted to make as we kind of move into a more comprehensive aspect of our race. What you got? You making notes over there?
Yes, I've been watching the tracker here. First of all, it's nice to be back down here with you guys.
There he is.
Although the action desk was fun, I hope everyone enjoyed that.
Yeah.
So a few things here. One, I want to give some updates on the races that are still going on.
For sure.
So, I guess the trophy specs finished. So Jorge Sampietro, so far we're showing him in first. And actually, I think he beat out Cameron for first two-wheel drive truck by one position. And so that would put him at 10th overall and move Cameron back to 11th.
Okay.
Justin Davis was just behind Cameron, and he was our second trophy spec. There's a few more guys that were coming in while I was taking these notes. We can look back at that in a minute, but I wanted to give Sampietro some love because we really didn't talk about him a whole lot today, and he really was leading for quite some time. Another thing Adam Fancook, he took the Class 1 win, was 13th overall. The big battle, I think, that probably people are the most interested in that's still going on is for the UTV overall. And Brock Hager has been on a tear. He's our physical leader, but he started third. Caden McCachran is second physical, and he's only 2 miles back, but he started, I think it was 18th or 16th. So it's a 6.5 minute differential.
Yeah.
I believe that Caden has Brock on adjusted right now. So anybody that wants to get into racing San Felipe, I suggest you follow the McCachrans around when they're pre-running, because you might be able to learn something.
Yeah.
Caden and Rob both did pretty well.
Oh my gosh.
That leads into another thing. I'm trying to check into this, but right now we've got Rob Mack putting it on the podium, getting third place in trophy trucks. And that'd be the first time in a long time that a non-Mason has been on the podium. Because he's in that Jimco all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to see that mixed up a little bit. You know,
Totally.
Masons have been dominating for so long that that's cool to see. Because they had a lot of, you know, Rob had some decent runs, but then they'd have a mechanical issue or something kind of take him out. So stoked to see Rob up there on the podium.
Nice.
And, you know, and it looks like you might have Rob with a bronze in trophy truck, and Caden, if things go his way, he might be taking the gold in the UTV class.
And you know that Polaris team, the factory team, they might have a 4-peat. I think they had that last year, if I'm not mistaken, and Max hasn't finished, but none of them have finished, but they're all stacked up in first, second, third, and fourth position right now.
I'm going to say a factory razor is going to win this one way or another. And the thing is they're getting more and more of those cars out there. So that's a tough program to beat.
For sure.
I was watching Phil Blurton to see where he was, because you know he's the Polaris team's nemesis in the Can-Am Maverick R. And he's a very good driver, very well accomplished. I've been waiting for him to get a run from the forced induction class at these guys, but it just doesn't seem like he's been able to do it. He has a good race. Looks like he's leading from what I last saw.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's on pace with the lead open UTVs.
Right.
So he'll probably take a class win, but not the overall UTV, which is, for that category, the most coveted prize. You know, some other things. We were curious to see what was going to happen after the qualifying issue with the serpentine belt with Toby Price and Paul Wheel starting. They were on the list as 26, but I know Ryan Daniel didn't start, so that would have moved him to 25th. I heard Paul say 23rd, so maybe a couple other guys didn't start, but I know for sure they're like 25th. But they ended up 4th overall by 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Wow.
Starting that far back. So that's crazy. You know, you got to think that if they would have started up front, they would have been right
They'd
there.
podium for sure.
You know,
Yeah. Definitely.
Which, don't break a serpentine belt when I pick you guys to win the race. All right. So the other things I think are really important to look at is our top 3 trophy trucks were less than a minute apart.
Okay.
Our top 5 trophy trucks were less than 3 minutes apart. So you talk about some close racing.
Yeah.
This is extremely close racing. Alan and Pudia, back-to-back San Felipe wins.
Choice.
Your choice. And, you know, coming out here representing for Baja and that #1 plate. You know, I talked to him, and, you know, he was really excited to get back out here and have that #1 plate.
Yeah.
And he went out there and threw it down and won. And then the other thing is in the dirt bike class, 7X, that SLR Racing factory Honda team, that's a powerhouse. They're going to be tough to beat. So you got some really fast riders on there. Want to give congrats to them.
For sure.
And that's kind of what we got here. So let's see. You know, there's a lot of people out there racing. The UTV race, it looks like Caden's got it, but they got about 20 miles to go here. They're going to be finishing pretty quick. We'll see who gets that win. And then, you know, we still got like class 10, some of the other limited classes, all those
The
UTV
bugs.
classes.
Yep.
So yeah,
PWs.
a lot of racing to go. There's going to be people out there all night.
Love it. Love it.
But I think those are like the cool stories that I saw kind of come out of today.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, really appreciate that, Wes. Certainly one of the big questions is, what does it take to survive Baja? Well, we have the answer to that. Let's take a sneak peek at Season 2 of Surviving Baja that is going to be coming soon to more streaming platforms. Check it out.
The dangers out here in Baja are real.
Yeah, anything can happen. That's why Baja is such an adventure.
You know, it's like the Wild West of racing out here. You are free.
You better have pretty decent survival instincts.
It kind of just comes down to who can survive this race.
A lot of people say that I'm pretty crazy or have a loose screw somewhere in there, but you know, I just like adrenaline. I like going fast.
You're going over mountains and you're trying to go as fast as you can, and you're coming up on ditches that catch you off guard, and you go a little too fast and all of a sudden you run out of talent and you're upside down.
You gotta survive Baja before you can win Baja.
Like they say in the movies, it's epic and we just chase it.
Another riveting season ahead of us, and we certainly have one ahead of us as well as the Baja 500 approaches us next. We are actually going to be signing off right now, so shout out. Want to thank King Shocks for the Score San Felipe 38th edition of this. We're going to be taking a break here, but the coverage will continue. We'll put up a new link if you go to the YouTube or the website, and you can keep going. We're going to be live streaming all night long. There's still, as Wes said, plenty of race left. So on behalf of Wes, Heidi, Ryan, John, the entire crew, everybody it takes to keep this thing running, we want to say thank you for tuning in, and we will see you in a little, couple more months, I guess, at the 500. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante? Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
muy rápida.